Chapter 1, Mrs. Landlord. You say you're a writer? Have you published anything? I am an online writer. I want to publish my work, but it has to be very good. In other words, your work isn't very good? How much do you earn a month? If I work full-time, I can earn about 6,000 yuan a month. Only 6,000? That's not even half as expensive as my bag. You're not earning enough to live in Zhanghai City. At the lakeside coffee shop in Zhanghai City, Xunlang is on a blind date with a woman introduced by his mother's card game partner. When it comes to Xunlang's salary and benefits, the atmosphere becomes awkward, and Xunlang, who is already socially anxious, is even more on pins and needles. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, and the woman stood up, picked up her brown bag, and smiled helplessly. Okay, I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. I'll contact you later. In her eyes, this guy is not bad-looking, and he is quite tall. But his plain clothes, unshaved stubble, and messy haircut gave him a very casual appearance. His demeanor also gave off a sense of listlessness. His eyes behind the thick glasses were vacant and lifeless, like the eyes of a nerd who never leaves the house to play video games day and night. What's more, he doesn't have much money. The little electric scooter he parked in front of the coffee shop was a real eyesore compared to the other cars. Take your time. Xunlang was not at all disappointed. In fact, he was even a little excited. He could finally be alone. Xunlang is 24 years old. He loves online novels so much that he started working as an online writer after graduation, specializing in martial arts and blood-pumping novels. This job is similar to that of a tech geek, requiring him to stay at home all day typing away. Living in a small apartment for so long has made Xunlang, who is already a bit of a loner, even more introverted and shy. Except for going downstairs to eat, Xunlang basically never leaves the house. After years of living in isolation, Xunlang's social skills are extremely poor. Every time he gets together with a girl and chats with her, Xunlang becomes extremely nervous, his language function is chaotic, and he often says things that are completely out of place. This is also the main reason why Xunlang, who is 24 years old, has never had a normal relationship. At this moment, the ringtone of the cell phone in his pocket sounded. Hello, is this Mr. Shen? Can you come sign the contract later? I'm going to pick up my daughter from school right now. Okay, I'll be right there. Unable to stand his parents' daily nagging about finding a girlfriend, Xunlang found a one-person apartment on a rental website and planned to stay away from the old couple who nagged him about marriage all day long. He finished his coffee and got up to pay at the cash register. Based on the woman's words and actions, Xunlang didn't expect her to pay for the meal or split the bill. Hello, that's 150 yuan. Just scan this. The girl at the cash register was very pretty, with lovely eyes that curved up when she smiled. Ah, okay. Xunlang shyly avoided the cashier's sister's gaze. Most socially anxious introverts are like this. They are not used to looking into the eyes of the opposite sex, especially talking eye to eye with a pretty girl. Thank you for coming. Xunlang scanned the QR code and paid, and suddenly felt a moment of daze. It seemed that a few lines of text and a blurry heart icon flashed in front of the girl's head. Blinking his eyes, Xunlang looked at the girl again, and the text and the heart icon disappeared. It's time to find time to exercise. Xunlang thought it was a bad habit caused by his long-term sitting. After paying the bill, he rode his electric moped straight to Fulong Community in the suburbs. Fulong Community is far from the city center, but the rent is cheap and the neighborhood is relatively quiet. This is what Xunlang likes about staying at home, so he paid the deposit on the rental website without hesitation. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, the WeChat notification sounded. Pinganan, mom at sleeping through the day, son, how was your blind date today? Sleeping through the night, it didn't work out. What else could it be? By the way, the blind date cost me 150 yuan. Can you reimburse me? Pinganan, mom son, do you want me to tell you a story? What story? In the past, the Supreme Lord spent 7,749 days refining a magic pill. The magic pill also had a soul and intelligence, and it ran down to the mortal world and came under the ginseng tree. After a long time, it transformed into the appearance of a ginseng fruit. Later, the monk and his disciples came here, and Sun Wukong stole a lot of ginseng fruit, but he killed the ginseng fruit that the magic pill had turned into with a single blow. Why do you think that was? Why? Peace and safety, mom, because it's a ginseng. What's the point of keeping a ginseng that doesn't kill you? Don't you think so, son? Smile, smile, smile. Sleeping through the night? Looking at the series of smiley faces sent by his mother, Shenlang nervously swallowed and quickly exited the WeChat group. For the sake of his own life, he decided not to go to the old couple's place for dinner on the weekend. The elevator arrived on the 22nd floor. Shenlang got out of the elevator and went to the door of his rented room. De. The door was wide open, and the sound of high heels tapping on the floor came from inside the room, crisp and loud. Is that Mr. Shin? Hearing the sound of the elevator, the sound of high heels in the room getting closer and closer, Shenlang's heart was beating faster and faster. He really doesn't know how to deal with women. After a moment, a woman wearing a brown patterned shirt appeared in front of Shenlang. The woman had a delicate and fair face, with long black hair hanging down one side of her shoulders. She was wearing a flesh-colored straight-leg skirt and flesh-colored stockings, with shapely and long legs. From head to toe, she exuded the unique sexy charm of a mature woman and the temperament of a family MILF. She was holding a rental contract in her hand, and a bunch of keys gleaming in the light were on the small table in the room. Shenlang subconsciously glanced at the number of keys, and there must be more than a dozen apartments. She is beautiful and has a good figure. The landlord's wife, a wife with such charm, Shenlang has only seen in the YY novels of his peers. Are you Shenlang? The woman looked at Shenlang unexpectedly and said with a smile, From your voice, I thought you were in your early 30s, but I didn't expect you to be so young. Faced with this unexpected compliment from the beautiful young woman, Shenlang nervously smiled and quickly said, I didn't expect it either. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Shenlang regretted it, and he could have picked his toes out of a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. What kind of nonsense is this? I can't even guess how old I am, right? Sure enough, after Shenlang finished speaking, the beautiful young woman looked at him with a particularly surprised expression. Shenlang was so nervous that he almost died of fright. After racking his brains for a moment, Shenlang, in a panic, blurted out, What I mean is, you're young too, sister. You look like a little girl. Chapter 2, Love Aid? The landlady was stunned at first, looking up and down at the tall, seemingly honest boy, and snorted in disdain. Young man, I'm almost 40 years old, how can I be associated with the word young? You're really shameless to say that. No matter if you are a man or a woman, you will feel happy inside when you are praised. But Siui is a mature woman who is well versed in the ways of the world. In addition, she has a few buildings in her possession, and she has seen all kinds of men over the past decade. Even if she is praised for being young and beautiful, she will not show it even if she is happy. She is not a simple girl from the mountains who can be charmed by such low-level sweet talk. What to do? Feeling the obviously displeased tone of the beautiful young woman, Shenlang, whose language function was already disordered in the face of the opposite sex, suddenly began to sweat profusely. Sure enough, women really take age very seriously. At this critical moment, 3 virtual text options suddenly appeared in front of Shenlang. 1. You're almost 40? That's pretty awesome. I'd be dead by now at this age. 2. You're not old at all. You're still young compared to me. 3. Really, sister, time does not defeat beauty. You are old in age, but beautiful in person. Not only that, the fuzzy heart icon that had appeared on the cashier's head reappeared. Only this heart is not pink but transparent, with a number 1 next to it and a faint red glow in the heart. Shenlang rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at the landlord's wife's curvaceous figure. The text and the transparent heart were still there, they hadn't disappeared. As a writer of online novels, how could Shenlang not know about this kind of thing? This is definitely a golden finger that helps the protagonist reach the pinnacle of life. Please host a correct answer as soon as possible, and choose the correct one to receive a reward. After the electronic metallic sound rang in Shenlang's ears, Shenlang believed that he had really been chosen by this sci-fi product. As for the 3 answer options, no normal person could possibly choose the wrong one. Really, sister, you are beautiful and ageless. With the help of the all-powerful system, Shenlang had a lot of confidence. When he said this, he was obviously less nervous and shy than before. However, he was still a little uncomfortable saying such ambiguous things to a woman he had just met, and nervously observed Siui's reaction. Siui looked at Shenlang with an expressionless face, then shook her head slightly, looking indifferent. You look so gentle and honest with your glasses, but I didn't expect you to be so smooth-talking. Are all young people like you now? Complimenting everyone? With Xia Shui's aggressive and scrutinizing gaze, Xunlang couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? Why did she seem so unhappy? Xunlang quickly scanned the first two options again and was convinced that he had definitely chosen the correct answer. If I had chosen the first two options, I wouldn't have been able to leave the room, let alone rent it. Ding! Xia Shui's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, currently 3 points. Please keep up the good work. According to the system's prompt, Xunlang suddenly noticed that the heart-shaped number on Xia Shui's head had changed from 1 to 3. The transparent heart was also infused with a little reddish light, exactly like the love strategy game. Since the favorability rating has increased by 2 points, it means that the answer I chose is absolutely correct. But why didn't she seem very happy? Could it be that she was just being honest? More importantly, what should I answer next? At this moment, the system's options appeared again. 1. You've seen through me, but I don't talk like this to everyone. It's just because of you that I'm talking like this. 2. I really think you are quite young, you look like my mother. 3. Sister, I really think you look quite young. You are at the best age for a woman, full of charm, like a flower in bloom, and you look like a young lady. Faced with these three options, Xunlang, who has a low understanding of conversation skills, is somewhat indecisive. But on second thought, the first option sounds like a confession, and the other person might misunderstand his intentions. The second option is definitely not good either. How can you compliment a woman for being as young as your own mother? On the contrary, the third option is completely in line with what he just said. Xunlang did think that the landlady was quite pretty, but she was a bit older. Don't some men like older women? It's not a hard sell. After thinking for a moment, Xunlang smiled sincerely. Sister, I really think you look very young. Your age is the best age for a woman, full of charm, like a blooming flower, and you look almost the same as those young girls. Xia Shui was obviously taken aback by Xunlang's ambiguous but extremely polite compliment. Looking at Xunlang's sincere and simple smile, Xia Shui's face suddenly turned red, and she pretended to be disgusted and gave Xunlang a glance, tentatively asking, Okay, you said so many nice things, don't you want me to reduce your rent? 1. You found out, sister. I'm having financial difficulties recently. Can you reduce the rent? 2. I'm just telling the truth. You're really young. If we go out shopping together, people will definitely think we're brother and sister. 3. Shouldn't it be reduced? How dare you charge me $1,000 a month in this godforsaken place? No, the rent is what it should be. Xunlang replied sincerely, I'm just telling the truth, sister. You're really young. If we go out shopping together, people will definitely think we're brother and sister. Ding! Xia Shui's favorability towards the host increased by 3 points, currently at 6 points. Please keep up the good work. Xia Shui's face turned red and she waved her hand, her voice and momentum obviously weakened a lot. You kid really don't know how to blush. Do you often use these words to deceive young girls? No, I'm still single, and I really think you're very young. If? Okay. Xia Shui was a little overwhelmed by Xunlang's direct and ambiguous remarks, and she said shyly, Are you here for a blind date or to rent a room? Are you still signing the contract? Yes. Xunlang agreed and followed Xia Shui into the house to sign the contract. At the moment Xia Shui turned around, Xunlang clearly saw the slight upward curve of her mouth. Chapter 3, Make Money by Chatting. This is a one-bedroom apartment with all kinds of appliances and internet access. Xia Shui sat next to him, quietly watching Xunlang sign the contract, using her delicate fingers to remind him where to sign, and occasionally asking him some questions about his family. Her voice was not as imposing as before, but rather had the feeling of a caring older sister. After signing the contract, Xunlang carefully looked over some of the items specified in the contract. After that, Xia Shui took Xunlang for a tour of the room and the hallway to familiarize him with the environment. After paying the rent, Xunlang and Xia Shui added WeChat. That's it for now. I have to pick up my daughter from school. Xia Shui took the key and a copy of the contract. If you have any questions, you can tell me on WeChat. Xunlang nodded, yes, take care. Sister Xia, thank you. After Xia Shui got up, she glanced at Xunlang thoughtfully, with a coy look that seemed to want to say something but couldn't. Sister Xia, is there anything else? Shenlang politely asked. Well. Siui gathered a few strands of hair behind her ears, hesitated for a moment, and asked shyly and expectantly. What you just said, are the words beautiful and young not a bit inappropriate for me? Women always take their beauty and age very seriously. Siui had not been without people praising her for being young and pretty. On the contrary, there were plenty of people in her social circle who praised her. But Siui knew that those people were all after her money or her body. Shenlang didn't give her that flattering and fawning feeling. Siui clearly saw the nervous facial expression when Shenlang just said those words. It was the shyness of a fresh college graduate. Siui naturally believed that he had said those words from the bottom of his heart. Shenlang didn't expect the landlady to care about what he had just said. She had just pretended to be indifferent. Just as he was hesitating how to respond, the system's prompt came again. 1. Old bide, I only said you were young, when did I say you were beautiful? You're getting old and your ears aren't so good anymore, right? 2. Really, sister, if you hadn't said how old you were, I would have thought you were in your early 20s. 3. You really are very pretty, and I like your body type. You must be very sensual to hold. Really, sister, if you hadn't said how old you were, I would have thought you were in your early 20s. Shenlang said sincerely, and added, and sister, I believe that not only me, but also your friends around you, should often praise you for being young and beautiful. After answering, Shenlang couldn't help but criticize the answers to options 1 and 3. He was really not afraid of choosing the wrong one. He couldn't even imagine what Siui's reaction would be if he chose these 2 answers. Ding! Siui's favorability towards the host has increased by 4 points, currently 10 points, please keep up the good work. They're all joking with me. Siui stroked her silky hair a little unnaturally, her eyes clearly showing a gleam of joy, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm afraid you're the only one who would praise an old woman like me. Sister, I really think you are young and pretty, and you have a good figure. Shenlang also laughed. He no longer felt the uneasiness and nervousness that came with his previous shy and introverted personality. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. It turns out that making a woman happy is like this. You're so sweet. Well, I'll leave you to it. I have to pick up my daughter from school. The principal is constantly nagging me on WeChat. Siui left the room with her legs in stockings and high heels. When she entered the elevator, she gave Shenlang a flirtatious glance, which made Shenlang, who had been a solo mother for more than 20 years, gasp. It's true that older sisters are really charming. After Siui left, Shenlang couldn't wait to close the door and prepare to study the system. System. Hello, host. The love assistance system is at your service. Your name is too down to earth. Shenlang smiled and asked expectantly, tell me more about your functions. As the name suggests, this system is specifically designed to assist the host in social aspects. Whenever the host encounters a difficult social problem, the system will provide various answer options based on the personality of the other party. No matter if the other person is a man or a woman, as long as the host chooses the correct answer provided by the system and increases the other person's favorability towards the host, they will receive a cash reward. 1 point of favorability can be exchanged for a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. If the other person's favorability towards the host reaches 50, the host can obtain the other person's detailed personal information and a mysterious treasure chest. The mystery treasure chest can be used to draw any item the host wants, and when the other person's favorability reaches 100, they can get another one. People who have a favorable impression of the host, and minors, will not be able to obtain favorability or treasure chests. 1 point of favorability is equal to 10,000 yuan? In other words, I now have a cash reward of 100,000 yuan? Shenlang asked expectantly. He had just increased the landlord's wife's favorability by 10 points. The host has already received 10 points of favorability from Siui, and can now withdraw a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Yes. Shenlang was extremely excited. This money was much faster than the hard work he had put in to type the words, and it also helped to improve his eloquence. As soon as Shenlang finished speaking, his phone received a text message. Your account 6770, 100,000 yuan deposited at 6:30 p.m. on December 11, China CITIC Bank. A few minutes of chatting and a year's salary in the account, this is too cool. Shenlang happily adjusted his glasses and felt that communicating with girls was not a difficult task. Even if he might still be a little shy when communicating with girls, he could actually make money. No matter how embarrassed a man is, can he be as embarrassed as having an empty pocket? Who would hate this way of making money, improving your eloquence while making a lot of money? Oh, the system, I have a question. What if the other person is someone I hate? Xinlang asked curiously, do I have to hate him and try to increase his favorability towards me? Don't worry, host. If you make him dislike you, you can actually get a reward. The system will also provide various response options based on the other person's words and deeds to make her likability drop. That's good. Xinlang let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have to try to improve his favorability with everyone. What's the difference between that and being a damn lapdog? Chapter 4, Only the Weak Have No One to Love. One last question. Xinlang coughed lightly and touched his nose uncomfortably. So, after the other person's favorability is full, can you do the same as in those games? When the favorability of anyone the host interacts with reaches 100, the final attitude of the other party depends on the host's choice. The system gave an ambiguous, but suggestive answer. Oh. Xinlang touched his nose uncomfortably, feeling that he had asked a rather childish question. If a member of the opposite sex has reached the maximum level of favorability for you, but is unwilling to play an adult game with you, then she must either be a lesbian, a relative, or have a physical problem. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Xinlang took his phone and keys and planned to go downstairs to the neighborhood for dinner, get familiar with the surroundings, and see if he could find someone to socialize with and earn some extra money. The neighborhood was a bit out of the way, so Xinlang followed the navigation system around for a while before finding a small food street with a more down-to-earth atmosphere, full of vendors selling their wares. After a simple bowl of fried rice, Xinlang walked towards the vendor selling fried chestnuts with sugar, planning to buy some to eat while playing video games at night. This is the daily life of most single dogs. They don't have any particular requirements for their 3 meals a day. When they are at home, they eat whatever their parents make. When they are out, they eat well if they have money, and they just make do if they don't. They are easy to feed. The man selling chestnuts was a dark-skinned uncle who was vigorously stir-frying fragrant chestnuts. Xinlang walked up and said, "How much are the chestnuts, boss?" 20 yuan per caddy, just picked, by some young man? The uncle enthusiastically peeled a hot chestnut and handed it to Xinlang. "Come on, young man, try one. It's very good." Xinlang was a little embarrassed to take it and put it in his mouth to taste it. The taste was really good, so Xinlang nodded and said, "Then I'll take 2 for 20 yuan. Even if the chestnuts were not very good, Xinlang would be embarrassed to refuse the boss's enthusiasm and buy some chestnuts to take home. This is the case for many socially anxious introverts. If vendors are a little more enthusiastic and friendly to them, they can't bear to refuse the vendor's enthusiasm and thus foolishly buy things that they are not particularly satisfied with. Okay, we have sweet, salty, and original. Which one do you want? Salty. Okay, I'll pack it for you. The boss put down the spatula with a smile and began to fill Xinlang's plate with chestnuts. Ding! The boss's favorability towards the host has increased by 1 point. Currently 1 point. Please keep up the good work. Following the system's prompt, Xinlang discovered that the boss also had a heart on his head. Only that the heart is blue and the favorability is only 1 point. Xinlang thought for a moment and decisively said, "Boss, can you also give me 20 yuan worth of original chestnuts?" "Oh, yes. The boss smiled unexpectedly and began to pack the original flavored chestnuts for Xinlang again. His favorability toward Xinlang increased by 1 point. Xinlang realized that you don't have to use words to improve your favorability with others. Just like the vendor in front of him, if you buy more of his chestnuts, he will make more money and he will also increase his favorability towards you. It's 40 yuan in total. Just scan here. Okay, it's done. Xinlang smiled nonchalantly, earning 20,000 yuan with 40 yuan, it was a great deal. The young man bought so many, he must be taking them home to eat with his girlfriend, right? The boss handed Xinlang 2 bags of chestnuts and said with a smile, "Hey, I really envy you young people nowadays, you have no worries." Ha ha. Xinlang took the hot chestnuts and smiled awkwardly. What's wrong with this old guy? How can he take care of your business and still try to undermine you? I can't eat 40 yuan worth of chestnuts by myself, can I? Boss, how much do you sell these chestnuts for? At this moment, Shen Lang couldn't help but be dazzled. A slim, pretty young woman with a cheerful gait came skipping over to Shen Lang and greeted the boss with a smile. The girl had a pretty face with a small mouth, pale skin, delicate features, and especially this cherry-colored mouth, pale pink and dripping with desire. The loose and bulky school uniform she was wearing could not hide her good figure, and she exuded the charm of a young girl at all times. Thump, thump. Shen Lang felt his heart beating violently, and he moved uneasily to the side. This is not shyness at first sight, but rather the reaction of most people with social anxiety. When they encounter girls, especially those of the same age, especially those with a cheerful and sunny personality, they will have this kind of rejection reaction. They may appear extremely disdainful and aloof, but in reality they are extremely nervous. It's like a goblin living in a cave, and when he meets a beautiful female elf outside, he feels like this. He wanted to talk to her, but was afraid that his ugly appearance would make her despise him. Shen Lang is now that goblin, secretly sizing up the cheerful and sunny female elf with his peripheral vision. Unfortunately, the female elf didn't pay any attention to Shen Lang, but was enthusiastically talking to the boss, seemingly hesitating which flavor of chestnut to buy. Shen Lang turned and left, and then glanced at the beautiful female elf again. She was really beautiful, and her temperament was also that kind of sunny and cheerful sweet personality. Every time she smiled or frowned, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Shen Lang, who was good at daydreaming, began to fantasize about all kinds of ambiguous encounters with this girl. This is a sad skill that belongs to most socially anxious introverted single dogs. They can always imagine a beautiful girl going shopping with them, playing games with them, and walking down the street together. But in reality, what sweet encounters are there? It is nothing more than a grand fantasy of their own unsatisfactory lives. When the dream is over, and the ordinary returns to the ordinary, they suddenly realize that the so-called youth is actually nothing. Shen Lang began to regret it as he walked home. He had bound himself to the system, but still he was afraid to talk to the girl. If this were a modern novel, a protagonist like myself who was so timid would definitely be criticized by readers, right? As long as he had just opened his mouth to start a conversation and find a way to start a chat, the system's function would have been activated, and even if he was a bit of a dumbass, the system would have helped him out. Unfortunately, Shen Lang was still a coward. After years of living as a shut-in, Shen Lang was too afraid to even open his mouth to talk to her. This really reflects the saying on the internet, handsome guys have a girlfriend, ugly guys have a girlfriend, and only the cowardly guys don't have a girlfriend. Shen Lang secretly vowed in his heart, if God gives me another chance, I will definitely go up and talk to her and ask for her contact information. At that moment, Shen Lang suddenly heard the laughter of a cheerful girl behind him. Chapter 5 If you don't take the initiative, where will the story come from? Shen Lang suddenly turned around, and the girl who had just bought chestnuts was walking behind him, holding a steaming chestnut and laughing. It seemed like she was texting her roommate. Oh, I forgot, I'm on a diet. What should I do? I bought sweet chestnuts. What? You don't want to eat them either? I can't just throw them away, they cost 20 yuan. Forget it, I'll lose weight next week. Wait, there's a guy staring at me. Lishan and his roommate were chatting away when he noticed a tall boy in front of him looking at him. He put his phone away a little awkwardly. The pair of clear and innocent eyes looked at Shen Lang curiously, and then looked back. When he realized that there was no one behind him, Lishan was sure that Shen Lang was looking at him. He then lowered his head carefully and quickly walked past Shen Lang. Realizing that the girl had noticed him, Shen Lang began to feel nervous. His mind was in a complete mess, and he didn't know what to say as an opening line. At this moment, the system options appeared. 1. A vicious joke, this road was built by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, give me the chestnuts. Ah, just kidding. Can I add you on WeChat? 2. Ask with a smile, excuse me, did you buy chestnuts from that old man too? What flavor did you buy? 3. Friendly conversation, hey, you look pretty. Can I add you on WeChat? By the way, did you buy chestnuts from that old man too? Just as the girl was about to pass by, Shen Lang smiled and said, what flavor did you buy? When rejecting option 3, Shen Lang almost chose the first seemingly humorous answer. Later, he realized that they were not familiar with each other, and that kind of vulgar joke would definitely scare others, let alone ask for WeChat. Sweet, what's wrong? Lishan stopped and looked at Shen Lang warily. As the school beauty of Zhuhai University, the white moonlight that countless boys dream of, and the first love of Su Lishan, she is often asked for WeChat by boys. It had only been a few weeks since she had started university, and she didn't know how many guys she had turned down. Some even suspected that she was a lesbian. Su Lishan subconsciously thought that this young man with glasses also wanted to get her contact information, and she had already started to think about how to politely refuse him. Shen Lang was not surprised. A boy who didn't know her would approach her and ask for her contact information. Any girl would be on guard. The system options appeared again. 1. Pretending to be profound, I suggest, eating so much sweet food will cause tooth decay. And you're a girl, don't you care about your weight? 2. Smiling and complaining, the boss didn't hear me clearly. I asked for sweet and salty, but they gave me plain. I like sweet, so I'll trade you for salty and plain. 3. Friendly suggestion, little sister, you can't walk on the street and play with your phone. The boss didn't hear me clearly. I said I wanted sweet and salty, but they gave me plain. Shen Lang decisively rejected the answer of the man at the bottom of the first option, and smiled as he weighed the chestnuts in his hand. I like sweet ones, so I'll trade you for the salty and original ones. Oh, I see. Su Lishan was slightly relieved. She thought it was another guy who wanted to add her on WeChat, so she smiled and nodded. Sure, I'd better lose weight recently. Shen Lang handed her 2 bags of chestnuts. So do you want the salty or the original flavor? I'll take the salty ones. The original ones don't taste good. Su Lishan looked at the 2 steaming bags in front of her, thought about it for a moment, then took the salty chestnut bag and handed the sweet chestnut to Shen Lang. Here, your sweet chestnut. Thank you. Shen Lang took the chestnuts with a sense of relief. He didn't expect to be able to strike up such a simple conversation with a female elf, and the topic of conversation was so easily exchanged for chestnuts. The 2 of them continued walking in silence, but they kept their distance. Shen Lang then realized that the school uniform on this girl was from Zhuhai University. Shen Lang had graduated from Zhuhai University half a year ago, so the 2 of them were alumni. The system options appeared again. 1. Surprised, huh? You're from Zhuhai University? I just graduated last semester. We're alumni. 2. Smirking, judging by your school uniform, you're from Zhuhai University, right? I heard that the girls there have a good time. Can you introduce me to a few? 3. Smiling and raising an eyebrow, beauty, let me ask you a question. What's your WeChat ID? After reading the answers to options 2 and 3, Shen Lang almost lost his breath. If someone really asked me that, it would be strange if they didn't call the police to sue me for harassment. Shen Lang pretended to be surprised. Really? I just found out that you are also from Zhuhai University. Su Lishan turned his head and said in surprise, huh? You too? Shen Lang smiled warmly. I just graduated in the first half of the year, and I never thought we would still be alumni. I didn't expect to run into an alumnus outside either. Su Lishan smiled sweetly, and Shen Lang's heart almost melted, and he couldn't wait to bring the Civil Affairs Bureau over and get married right away. Options appear. 1. Start eating chestnuts and suspect that the chestnuts don't taste good. Let her try them too, engage in physical interaction, bring the 2 closer together, and improve the atmosphere. 2. Accuse her seriously, why don't you call me senpai? You have no manners at all. 3. Pull her into your arms and gently warn her to be careful of the traffic. I didn't expect that either. Shen Lang laughed and then opened the sweet chestnut bag and began to eat. After that, he frowned and complained, the chestnuts taste a little strange. They seem to be rotten. Really? Su Lishan was a little surprised, so Shen Lang handed the chestnut bag to her. Try it. Su Lishan didn't think much about it, and walked up to Shen Lang with small steps, took out a chestnut with her hand and ate it. After a long time of savoring, she said with a smile, I think the taste is okay. Maybe the one you just ate was bad. Well, that's possible. Shen Lang nodded thoughtfully. You're lucky. Su Lishan complained with a smile, I bought a bag of chestnuts at Wanda Plaza last time, and half of them were bad, which made me very angry. Shen Lang also laughed, that's too bad for you. Why didn't you go to the boss to return it? The boss is a fake, I wouldn't dare. That's really no way. This is such an unremarkable little topic, but it inexplicably made the atmosphere between the 2 of them become harmonious. Along the way, Shen Lang followed the prompts of the system to talk to Su Lishan, and the system provided topics or references that Su Lishan was interested in. When it comes to topics that matter, Su Lishan will also talk endlessly about her views. In just a dozen minutes, the two strangers became friends who could chat enthusiastically. Su Lishan was also surprised that she could talk so passionately with a boy she had just met. The two talked about some trivial topics, but for some reason, Su Lishan liked the atmosphere of the conversation. The boy always seemed to be able to bring the conversation back to something he was interested in. Chapter 6, Damn it, I'm not a goblin anymore. The two of them laughed and chatted as they walked to a red light intersection, and Su Lishan's smile never stopped. He had never imagined that the boy in front of him was so funny, much more interesting than the boys at school who were only stupidly showing off their wealth on WeChat. Su Lishan noticed the fork in the road ahead and felt a little disappointed. She had to go to the bus stop across the street to take the bus back to school. Zhuhai University is not far from this food street, just 2 bus stops away. On weekdays, students who can't stand the food in the cafeteria often take the bus here to find food. I wonder if he's going the same way. Su Lishan was already somewhat obsessed with the feeling of chatting with this boy, even though they had only known each other for less than half an hour. Su Lishan was a little surprised at why she had such thoughts. I have to get the bus across the street. When he reached the traffic light at the fork in the road, Su Lishan pointed to the bus stop on the other side of the road and asked tentatively, "Where are you going?" Shen Lang was speechless for a moment. He lived in a different neighborhood from Su Lishan. But after chatting for so long, Shen Lang didn't even get the other person's WeChat. If they parted like this, would they have a chance to meet again? Would she come to this food street to buy chestnuts again? Just as Shen Lang was brainstorming, the system's options appeared again. 1. Raising an eyebrow, she invites him, "I live in Fulong community. My bed is big and soft. Do you want to come and visit?" 2. Mysteriously said, "My cat can spit fire, do backflips, and talk. I'll tell you this secret only to you. Do you want to come to my house and take a look?" 3. Smiling kindly, "We're on different roads, but I'm very familiar with the area. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Next time you come, I'll show you around." After rejecting the answer to option 1, Shen Lang hesitated between options 2 and 3. Both answers were reasonable. However, Shen Lang preferred option 3, as he wanted to get in touch with Su Lishan. But just as he was about to say it, Shen Lang hesitated and didn't dare to say it. It was the first time he had asked a girl for her WeChat account, and she was such a beautiful girl. More and more pedestrians were walking by, waiting for the traffic lights. In their free time, many passers-by were quietly looking at the beautiful girl in front of Shen Lang. In this state of public scrutiny, Shen Lang, who was already socially anxious, was even more embarrassed to speak up. He smiled awkwardly, didn't choose any of the answers provided by the system, pointed in the direction of the residential area, and forced a few words out. My family lives over there." "Oh, I see." Su Lishan's smile on his face had obviously dimmed a lot. It was also the green light, and the passers-by began to cross the street. Su Lishan smiled kindly, then looked up at Shen Lang, his tone slightly tentative. "So? I'll take a ride?" "Ah, okay." Shen Lang regretted it deeply, but still put on a stiff smile on his face, and then watched Su Lishan walk across the road with the crowd. Damn it, what's so embarrassing about it? After Su Lishan disappeared into the crowd, Shen Lang again self-deprecatingly said, "Is it so hard to ask for a WeChat account? She's not going to eat people, is she? What do you care what other people think?" After a dozen minutes of chatting, Shen Lang was so engrossed in his conversation with Su Lishan that he didn't notice how much Su Lishan's favorability rating had increased. But during the conversation, Su Lishan's smile never stopped. Shen Lang thought that if he had just asked for her WeChat, she would have agreed. Unfortunately, Shen Lang, who was socially anxious, was too embarrassed to ask a girl for her WeChat in front of everyone. "Oh." Shen Lang sighed in melancholy, carrying the chestnuts that had already cooled, and like a walking corpse, he staggered towards the community in the bleak sunset, barely hanging on. A few minutes later, a familiar female voice came from behind. "Wait a minute." Shen Lang's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned around abruptly, holding the chestnuts. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Su Lishan, dressed in her school uniform, was running towards Shen Lang with chestnuts in her hands. As she ran, her long black hair was dyed golden by the setting sun, and it fluttered beautifully over her shoulders, like an active golden spirit. Soon, Su Lishan ran up to Shen Lang, then bent over and panted, pressing her knees. It seemed that she was not very good at sports. What's wrong? Shen Lang asked in surprise. He didn't expect the female elf, who was about to disappear into the forest, to return on her own. Su Lishan took a few deep breaths to recover, then asked a little embarrassed, "Did you say you lived nearby?" "Yes, it's not far from here." Shen Lang nervously replied truthfully, his heart fluttering with anticipation as he guessed the reason why Su Lishan had come back to find him. "Well, I just started school, and the food in the school cafeteria is bad. There's only this street nearby where you can eat." Su Lishan took out the phone with the Pikachu phone case, and a little embarrassed, she held it in front of her, only revealing her slightly shy eyes and looking at Shen Lang. "So can you add a WeChat? Next time I come, can you take me to find some delicious shops?" Shen Lang looked at the shy girl in front of him in disbelief. He had never imagined that Su Lishan would come back so breathlessly and actually want to add him to WeChat. "Of course, I can. I know this area very well. I've lived here for 2 or 3 years." Shen Lang came back to his senses, fumbled with his phone, and added Su Lishan as a WeChat friend without stopping. "I don't want to be early in the morning, it's her WeChat ID." After adding Shen Lang to her WeChat, Su Lishan smiled happily, "Then I'll go back first. I've made a date with my roommate to watch a horror movie with chestnuts tonight." Shen Lang nodded excitedly, "Okay, take it easy on the road, just send me a message before you come over next time." "Well, I'll go back first. Bye, Mr. Shen, see you next time." Under the golden sunset, Su Lishan smiled sweetly and waved to Shen Lang. This sweet smile, like a star, made Shen Lang inadvertently think of a comment from a beauty blogger in the comments section. "Mom, I'm in love. Bye, bye." As Su Lishan gradually disappeared into the distance, Shen Lang waved his hand foolishly behind her. It wasn't until Su Lishan had walked across the road and got on the bus that Shen Lang woke up from his dream and picked up his phone to open WeChat. Looking at the WeChat account he had just added, Shen Lang's mouth gradually rose. As the sun set in the west, Shen Lang couldn't help but raise his fist and shout, "Damn it, I'm not going to be a goblin anymore." Chapter 7, The 3 Major Illusions of Life. System, how much has Su Lishan's favorability rating increased? On the way home, Shen Lang couldn't wait to communicate with the system in his mind. From the behavior of Su Lishan just now, Shen Lang was both happy and excited to think that her favorability rating for him must have exceeded 20. Ding! Su Lishan's favorability to the host is 7 points. Please keep up the good work. How much? The mechanical electronic sound in his ear made Shen Lang's expectations plummet. System, did you make a mistake? The atmosphere between the two of them was so harmonious just now, and Su Lishan even took the initiative to ask for Shen Lang's WeChat, and even sweetly call Shen Lang senior. But why is the favorability only 7 points? Less than the landlord's wife. It is indeed 7 points. Please host a second time. She even added me to WeChat, so why is the favorability so low? Recalling Su Lishan's sweet smile, and contrasting it with this pitiful favorability, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a little defeated. He felt that if she only had this little favorability, Su Lishan would not have added him to her WeChat. Could it be that she is a scumbag? Otherwise, how could she add you to her WeChat if she only has a 7-point favorability rating? Host, the reason why the other person called you senpai was out of courtesy. In your previous conversations, the host chose the correct answers that matched the other person's orientation. The omnipotent system comforted and explained, girls of her age group like funny and humorous boys, so that's why she added you to WeChat. After the system explained this, Shen Lang finally came back to his senses from his inexplicable loss. Isn't this the 3 major delusions of life? I can kill back. Her phone is ringing. She likes you. In fact, this is very normal. Shen Lang, who is a loner, has not had much contact with girls. It's not unusual to meet such a beautiful, sunny, cheerful, and polite girl for the first time, and to think that the other person likes you just because they want your WeChat. To put it another way, if the other person's favorable impression of you is so strong just because you've chatted for 10 minutes, Shen Lang would think that she was too casual, and that she was definitely not his type. What's more, Su Lishan has at least increased her favorability towards him. Isn't that better than those guys who have been licking her for years, even decades, but haven't even had a few words with her? When a guy is chasing a girl, isn't he afraid that he will give everything, but the other person will still be as firm as a rock? Thinking about this, Shen Lang quickly let go of his worries. In fact, Chasing girls is just like playing a boss in a game. As long as you follow the strategy, there will be no mistakes. What's more, Shenlang is also a player who plays games with an add-on, so he is naturally fearless. Shenlang took out his phone and found Su Lishuan's WeChat account. He sent a message, "Are you at school yet?" After a moment, the WeChat notification sounded. But it wasn't from Su Lishuan, it was from the landlady who had added him in the afternoon. "For seasons blooming, Xiaoshen, have you eaten yet? Do you want to come to my house to eat? I made it myself." Smiling to myself. The message was accompanied by a screenshot of a few home-cooked dishes, which looked pretty good. There was also a screenshot of a little girl with pigtails, holding chopsticks with both hands and sitting across the table with a smile, which was very cute. 1. Thank you, Sister Xia, these dishes look very appetizing, but I've already eaten, so I can only come next time. 2. The landlord's wife, please be respectful. We've only known each other for less than half a day, and you're already calling me over. I'm a virgin. 3. The food looks delicious, and it looks very appetizing. This little girl is your daughter, Xiajia, isn't she cute? After rejecting option 2, Shenlang thought about the answers to 1 and 3. Both answers were reasonable. Just as Shenlang was about to choose one, he suddenly thought of a short video he had seen earlier. The short video said that if you want to increase the interest of a divorced woman or widow, you have to be crazy about her children. Shenlang didn't know what kind of family situation Xia Shuyi was in. But since she dared to invite a boy to her house for dinner so openly, it means that she is either divorced or her husband is not at home. What's more, the little girl was really cute, and Shenlang really wanted to compliment her. Shenlang typed out the answer to option 3 and sent it along with a thumbs up emoji. In an instant, Shenlang heard the system's prompt. Ding! Xia Shuyi's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, currently 15 points. Please keep up the good work. Holy cow, a single sentence increased her favorability by 5 points? The short video was not lying to me. Shenlang was overjoyed, and Xia Shuyi also sent a message. She is a bit naughty, always making a fuss, like a tomboy. She laughs and cries. She said that she was modest, but at the end of the message, she still attached a screenshot of a little girl. It seems that she really cares about her daughter. Actually, it makes sense to think about it. Who in the world doesn't like their own children? Not to mention a single woman like Xia Shuyi, who is probably going through a divorce, must treat her child more important than the average family. Girls are a bit more naughty when they're young. My sister was like that when she was little. Shenlang then began to focus on chatting about Xia Shuyi's daughter. Xia Shuyi's words also seemed to be opened, and the reply message also changed from the initial text to a voice message. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Shenlang politely declined, "Sister Xia, I've just finished eating. I'll come to your house for dinner next time." Blooming in all 4 seasons, cute. Looking at the emoticons at the end of the message, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. Big sister is so cute when she's being cute. Ding! Xia Shuyi's favorability towards the host has increased by 9 points, currently 24 points, please keep up the good work. This is too fast. Shenlang swallowed his saliva in a daze. He didn't believe the rumors about those scumbags on the internet. The news said that they could seduce a girl they just met into bed within a day, swindle all her assets within 2 days, and leave her with nothing within 3 days. Shenlang felt that girls in this society are all as smart as monkeys, and they are not so easily fooled. Now it seems that those were not exaggerations. Shenlang even thought that if the chat went well, it might not even take a day, and he could turn a girl into a woman. The skills of chatting are really exaggerated and too manipulative. Thinking about the gossip on the internet, looking at Xia Shuyi's cute emoticons that sell cuteness, Shenlang couldn't help but think of the landlord's wife's still youthful figure. If Xia Shuyi is fully satisfied with her, can I play some adult games with this older sister? Chapter 8, a female elf who loves horror movies. Don't look at the fact that Xia Shuyi's favorability rating for Shenlang is only a measly 24 points. You have to know that the two of them have only known each other for less than 2 hours and haven't talked about much. What's more, this is the numerical value of favorability, the most straightforward view of the opposite sex on you, which is equivalent to a score sheet for the various ways in which the opposite sex views you. To put it more vulgarly, it is a kind of access card that can be used to determine whether a girl is willing to communicate with you in depth. Just a few words can make a woman with a wide range of knowledge like Xia Shuyi increase her favorability to use so much. This shows how exaggerated the system's capabilities are. It is definitely not comparable to those scumbags on the internet who start messing around and then abandon their partners. Of course, the system also said that it would use the information from the other person to calculate the options for Xunlang to choose from. Ultimately, it is up to Xunlang to increase the other person's favorability towards him. Back at home, Su Lixian's chat box lit up. I just took a shower and am about to watch a horror movie with my roommate. It's the #1 horror movie in the country, The Quake. The smug emoticon was followed by a screenshot of a selfie. Xunlang clicked on the screenshot to enlarge it, and suddenly felt a little hot. The photo was of a laptop on the table, playing a horror movie. Right below the camera angle, there are slender and even, delicate and yet voluptuous feet, with a few water stains on them, which really looks like they just got out of the shower. There were also several girls in the frame, and they were all quite attractive. In particular, the short-haired girl who was eating potato chips next to Su Lixian was no less beautiful than Su Lixian. A beautiful face with a small chin, a pair of big shining eyes, a small mouth with a high nose bridge, and white skin so tender it could make water. Except for the short-haired girl, the other girls were all shivering and hugging their pillows, looking like they wanted to look but were afraid to. This photo was probably taken at random, and Xunlang also felt that Su Lixian was not the kind of girl who would show her legs to a guy she just met. Sure enough, Su Lixian quickly deleted the screenshot and sent an embarrassing emoticon. Did you see it? 1. I saw it, I want to lick it from beginning to end. 2. I didn't see it. What did you take back? 3. I saw it. Your roommate is too timid. This movie is not very scary. In all honesty, Xunlang, who is a serious leg fetishist, really wants to choose one. This jade foot really has a kind of appetizing feeling. If you could choose an answer, Xunlang believes that a red exclamation mark would definitely appear in his WeChat chat box. I saw it. Your roommate is too timid. This film is not very scary. Laugh and cry. Xunlang still chose the third answer. Anyway, if we keep chatting, sooner or later I'll be able to play with these jade feet myself. Su Lixian just wanted to take a picture of him and his roommate watching a horror movie together, but he accidentally took a picture of his roommate and his legs. Fortunately, the other person didn't notice these at first, and only focused on the computer screen, so he was slightly relieved and excitedly pressed his hands lightly on the screen. Come on, this is the #1 horror movie in the country. I heard it scared the hell out of people the day it came out. It's not that bad. I watched it alone, and at night, too. You're amazing. I wouldn't dare watch a horror movie alone, but I can't help but like it. I'm just like them, a bit of a wimp and a bit of a playgirl. I'm laughing and crying. 1. If you're scared easily, don't watch it. It's easy to get scared and have a problem. 2. What's the name of the short-haired girl next to you? Can you send me her WeChat? 3. Share the 30-second video in your Douyin collection with her and tell her to learn the routine in the video, and she won't be scared anymore. The 30-second video in the Douyin collection list? Xunlang opened his Douyin app in surprise, found the 30-second video in his collection list, and immediately burst into laughter. He sent the video to Su Lixian. I'll teach you a way. Follow the method above and you won't be afraid of watching horror movies anymore. Is that true? Su Lixian clicked on the Douyin video sent by Xunlang with curiosity. The content of the video is a girl watching a horror movie, and the ghost scares the girl when it appears. But the next second, the girl immediately took out her phone and played the video of the garden baby, clapping and cheering herself on, and then following the garden baby's voice, she shouted "Maka Baka" with a lingering fear. Ha ha, I'm laughing myself to death. Su Lixian laughed so hard that his face crumpled up, and the several roommates who were watching the horror movie next to him all looked at him in surprise. Seeing this, Su Lixian subconsciously lowered the screen of his phone, then lay on his bed facing the wall, unable to hold back his laughter as he typed. I'm laughing so hard, this video is so funny. Laughing and crying. How about it? Don't you feel less scared now? Dog head. Yeah, you're right, it's a bit funny. But I can't do it in the dormitory. My roommates thought I was crazy. Ding. Su Lixian's favorability to the host has increased by 2 points, currently 9 points. Please keep up the good work. Hearing the voice of the system in his ear, Xunlang was even more motivated. It seemed that they had come to an interesting place in the conversation. In the following time, Sibling thought about choosing the correct answer provided by the system. After sending the correct answer, the feedback from Su Lishan was very fast. Sometimes Sibling had just finished typing a sentence when Su Lishan's third sentence was already sent. The more they chatted, the more emoticons Su Lishan sent, and at the end or beginning of each sentence, there were cute emoticons that were more girly. Sibling could vaguely feel from Su Lishan's replies that she was eager to communicate with him. Until the end of a 2-hour horror movie, Su Lishan was still immersed in the cheerful atmosphere of chatting with Sibling. She didn't notice that a few of her roommates had already climbed into her bed and were secretly observing her chat with Sibling. Is it really that delicious? Then next time you come over, can you take me to eat? We'll split the bill, I can pay for it too. It wasn't until one of her roommates read out her message in a hoarse voice that Su Lishan suddenly snapped back to reality and realized that her roommates were all smiling knowingly at her, staring at her with glazed eyes. What are you doing? Su Lishan blushed and her heart pounded as she turned off her phone, afraid that these guys would find out about her chat history with Sibling. Lishan, which department? Lishan, is he handsome? Isn't he the one who asked you for your WeChat ID the other day? The one from the finance department? Come on, Lishan, we promise not to tell anyone else. The gossiping spirits of their roommates were burning. None of them had imagined that Su Lishan, who usually kept people at arm's length and was the white moonlight that countless boys at school dreamed of, could actually chat so intensely with a boy. Chapter 9, do you think he's a scumbag? If other boys knew that Su Lishan was just chatting with a boy, they are sure that Su Lishan's admirers will definitely flood Zhuhai University's post bar, digging up the ground to find this boy. No, don't think that way. It's just a normal friend. Su Lishan feigned composure and said, turning the subject with a slightly flushed face, you were watching a horror movie, why are you so concerned about me? My Xian, the horror movie is long over. How obsessed are you with this guy? After a roommate had vented her frustration, she then said in a tone of expectation and curiosity, I'm curious about what kind of charm this guy has that can make the school beauty queen of Zhuhai University fall for him like this. I already said it wasn't. Wait, the movie is over? Su Lishan looked at the screen of the laptop in disbelief. It was playing subtitles in the local dialect. This is a 2-hour horror movie. That means that he and Sibling have been talking for more than 2 hours? This time has passed too quickly. Seeing that Su Lishan refused to admit that this was her boyfriend, her roommates didn't have the heart to pursue the matter. The dormitory suddenly became noisy as everyone took a shower or studied vocabulary. The short-haired girl just now closed the horror movie page and then opened a game to prepare for ranking and scoring. Lishan. Taking advantage of the free time while waiting for a match, the short-haired girl glanced at her roommate who was listening to English words through headphones, and then couldn't wait to climb onto Su Lishan's bed and asked in a low voice. Is this guy from our school? I've been your best friend for 7 or 8 years. You can't not tell me, right? The short-haired girl is Yi Xinshin, a friend of Su Lishan's from junior high school. The two parents also have a good relationship, and they can be considered childhood sweethearts who grew up together, like sisters, and are good friends who wear the same pants. Except for some personal issues, they basically have no secrets from each other. Unlike the cheerful and sunny Su Lishan, Yi Xinshin is a complete trash girl, but of the online variety. Yi Xinshin is a game addict, and she is involved in many games. Unfortunately, as a member of the handicapped party, she is not very good at playing games and is often criticized by her teammates. So, Yi Xinshin began to create accounts on major gaming forums and post her own beautiful photos to attract those game-obsessed single guys to help her score points. In addition, Yi Xinshin has a very sweet and syrupy voice, with a charming tone when she speaks. Her chat skills are even more refined, often turning those game otaku into a dizzy state. Even some male anchors with a small amount of fame have been Yi Xinshin's henchmen. But as soon as the other party asks for a date or a video, Yi Xinshin will decisively kick the thug out of the way and find the next fool to help her score points for free. For her, games are games and reality is reality. She doesn't like the kind of decadent boys who spend all day playing games at home and have no ambition. Of course, if he is handsome, then she might consider it. Oh, really not. Su Lishan's pretty face flushed as she muttered, I met him this afternoon when I went out to buy chestnuts, so how could he be my boyfriend? Ah. You've only known him for 10 minutes and he's already asking for your WeChat? What's more, you gave it to him? Yi Xinshin asked incredulously, when did you become so casual? Su Lishuan's mouth hung open, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start. She was even more embarrassed to tell her that she had gone over to ask Shenlang for his WeChat ID. Ha! You haven't met a scumbag, have you? Yi Xinshin warned her. Li Hai from the economics department has been chasing you for months. He buys you breakfast, drives you to the movies in his sports car, and you haven't even said hello to him. No way, he was so nervous when he talked to me, and he seemed a little socially anxious. Su Lishan replied truthfully. Scumbags are very good at acting. Yi Xinshin said seriously, let me see what you two talked about. As your best friend, I have to keep an eye on you. Su Lishan thought about it and handed her phone to Yi Xin and opened her chat history with Shenlang. Although Yi Xinshin is a scumbag on the internet, to Su Lishuan, this girlfriend is also a master of the love scene who has seen countless men. After reviewing it for a long time, Yi Xinshin couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable excitement. This guy really has a knack for chatting. From the pile of cute emoticons, it can be seen that the other party is unwittingly, little by little, breaking down the defensive line of reserve that Su Lishan has established. From the beginning, Su Lishan pretended to be reserved, but as the conversation went on, she became more and more excited. If they weren't in the dormitory and there were no roommates around, Yi Xinshin believed that this silly girlfriend would definitely have a voice chat or even a video call with the other person. Su Lishan was a little surprised to see this, and she didn't realize how quickly the time had passed while chatting. Now that she is reviewing the conversation, Su Lishan is shocked to discover that she and Shenlang have actually talked about so many things. What do you think? Do you think he is a scumbag? Su Lishuan looked at Yi Xinshin, who was serious, with some nervousness. As for why she was nervous, she didn't know why herself. Maybe she was worried that if Shenlang really was a scumbag, should she cut off all contact with him? She felt a little bit that way, but she wasn't sure. Yi Xinshin gave an ambiguous answer. In the chat history, Shenlang's replies were friendly and normal, and there was no deliberate attempt to lead the conversation to topics that Su Lishan liked. The content of their conversation was also very ordinary. To judge the other person as a scumbag based on this alone is a bit of an overreaction. Right, just look at his circle of friends. Yi Xinshin suddenly realized and patted Su Lishan's white and tender thigh. Su Lishan rubbed his thighs and asked curiously, what can you tell from a friend circle? Stupid, the friend circles of our trashy girls all exude a kind of availability, creating the impression that I am single and very easy to chase. Yi Xinshin explained in a logical way, boys are similar, but they will add a sad atmosphere to the availability, such as just breaking up. As long as there is a girl who falls for it and comforts him in private chat, his goal will be achieved. The simple Su Lishan listened in a daze, and finally smiled awkwardly with his hands on his forehead. It's expensive, your circle is really chaotic. Hee, I'm also a scum, but I don't have anything else to do with those guys. I just let them help me get higher scores. Yi Xinshin stuck out her tongue and smiled, defending herself. Where do you think I got all those king-size numbers from? Chapter 10, My life is like walking on thin ice. After teasing, Yi Xinshin opened Shenlang's circle of friends. A circle of friends who sleep until morning. Shenlang's circle of friends is not set to be viewed for 3 days, and any friend can enter and exit at will. November 24th, Master of the Extraordinary, 21 kills, details determine success or failure, the king is no accident. November 28th, the new version of the shovel has 1,000 points in both servers, I'm so proud. December 21st, the new year is just around the corner. In the new year, I will try to earn a down payment. December 23rd, I've been walking on thin ice my whole life. Will I ever make it to the other side? It's fine if a guy is socially anxious, it's fine if he stays at home all day, and it's fine if he doesn't have a girlfriend. But if you have so much free time at home and your gaming skills are still not up to scratch, then you really need to work on them. Shenlang's game level is very high, and he often plays with professional players and famous anchors. Apart from his regular work, Shenlang spends most of his time immersed in the world of games. Shenlang had the idea of becoming a game host a long time ago, but unfortunately, due to social anxiety and being a bit of a klutz, he put the idea behind him. Therefore, Shenlang's circle of friends is almost entirely about games, or self-disciplined copywriting that encourages him to improve. Yi Xinshin looked from beginning to end, but didn't find any topic about availability. Well, it seems not. Yi Xinshin returned the phone to Su Lishuan and then teased him, didn't you say you liked the type of refined scum? How come you like this kind of game otaku now? I already said it was just a normal friend. I don't even know what he does. After a somewhat embarrassed rebuttal, Su Lishan asked curiously, also, just by looking at his circle of friends, can you tell that he is not a scumbag? First of all, the circle of friends is not set to be visible for 3 days, so you can see that this is a boy with no guile. Yi Xinshin couldn't help but laugh. Have you ever seen a scumbag circle of friends full of game content? If this is the scumbag's words, then the guys who help me score points all day long are all love gods, right? But this guy is pretty good at playing games. Yi Xinshin locked the cat and was about to lie down, then turned to Su Lishan and said, if you don't talk to him, remember to push the contact information to me. I also want to be a king on the trumpet. I don't even know what he does. Su Lishan pouted arrogantly, then took her phone and crawled into the bed, looking at Xinlang's circle of friends with her clear eyes and revealing a faint smile. As long as he's not a scumbag. I just moved into my new home, and apart from some simple household items that were delivered last night, there is nothing else in the house. The next morning, Xinlang woke up early and rode his little electric mule to the supermarket in the neighborhood to buy supplies. At around 9 o'clock, Xinlang returned to the community on his electric moped. This community is more convenient than the average community. There is a special charging hall for electric vehicles, so there is no need to specially install an electric wire from upstairs. Xinlang? Xinlang had just charged his electric bicycle when a familiar female voice came from behind him. It was the landlord's wife, Siui. Siui was also holding a little girl with a ponytail, the same little girl in the photo from yesterday. Today the weather is better. Siui is wearing a black chiffon one-piece dress, with her black hair tied up high. The neckline of her long, white neckline reveals a large area of snow-white skin and sexy collarbone. This graceful and seductive figure, with its tempting plump curves, is full of the charm of a family MILF. Xinlang noticed that Siui was also carrying a supermarket shopping bag in her hand. The logo on the bag was the same as the one in Xinlang's hand, and it contained some fruits and vegetables. Xinlang smiled and found a topic to chat about. Sister Xia, did you go to Baihui too? I didn't see you just now. Siui smiled, I did see you, but it was Saturday and there were too many people in the supermarket, so I didn't have the courage to call you. Quack quack. Just as Xinlang was about to respond, the duck toy on the front of the electric bicycle suddenly started to squawk. The culprit was startled and quickly withdrew his small hand, running to Xiaoshui's legs in a panic, hugging Xiaoshui's plump thighs and hiding his small head in Xiaoshui's skirt. From time to time, he would peek out, curiously looking at the tall older brother chatting with his mother. See, the little girl is very naughty. Xiaoshui rubbed her daughter's head and gave her a displeased smile. Her words seemed to be a rebuke, but they were full of love. It can be seen that Xiaoshui really loves her daughter. Xinlang smiled dismissively, and then the system's options appeared again. 1. Take the duck toy apart and give it to Xia Mengmeng, ask her age or grade, and interact with her. 2. Teach Xia Mengmeng seriously, and warn her that when she was little, she stole needles, and now she steals gold. 3. Squat in front of Xia Mengmeng and say to her with a smile, this duck is not fun. Do you want to see my brother's big duck? Girls are naughty when they are young. My sister was a real worry when she was little. Xinlang took the duck toy off the front of the car, squatted in front of Xia Mengmeng, and pinched the duck toy twice, making a quacking sound. Mengmeng, come here. Brother will give you this duck. It's unnecessary, little Shun. Xiaoshui shook her head nonchalantly. It's okay, it's a cheap toy from PDD, only a few dollars. Xia Mengmeng reached out her hand, but quickly withdrew it. She looked up at her mother with her big, round eyes, waiting expectantly. Silly girl, don't you want to thank your brother? Xiaoshui rubbed her daughter's head, her affection for her daughter clearly evident. Xia Mengmeng walked out from behind Xiaoshui's legs, timidly took the duck, and said in a squeaky voice, thank you, little brother Shin. You're welcome. Xinlang smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, then pretended to be curious and guessed, I guess Mengmeng is in the middle class of kindergarten this year, right? No. The little girl shook her head like a rattle and corrected in a baby voice, I'm already in the big class. Wow, in the big class? Mengmeng is really amazing. Xinlang praised her in a surprised manner. What he didn't know was that Xiaoshui had told Xinlang all the basic information about the girl the night before. Xinlang deliberately guessed the wrong grade for Xia Mengmeng, simply because he wanted the little girl to say proudly what her real grade was, and then Xinlang could praise her. Most children want to show off in front of strangers, even if it's just something trivial. This is not an option provided by the system, but rather the experience of Xin Lang. He has two such little girls at home. Unfortunately, they have now grown up. Chapter 11, Mengda Syndrome. Ding! Xia Shudi's favorability towards the host has increased by 6 points, currently 30 points. Please keep up the good work. Sure enough. Xin Lang rubbed the little girl's head and stood up. It seems that no matter how much you care for a single mother with a child, if you don't treat her child well, you will never get her attention. Xia Shui looked on with a smile of relief as the two interacted. Such a heartwarming scene filled the divorced single woman's heart, which had been empty for many years, with an inexplicable sense of happiness. Little Shun, are you free at noon? Do you want to come over for dinner? Xia Shui said with a smile, you're just going to muddle through anyway, so why not come over to my place? I'll make sweet and sour pork for you. 1. I would like to, but what if your husband comes back and gets the wrong idea? 2. I don't want sweet and sour pork. Can you make me abalone instead? 3. Yes, I would love to try your cooking, but would that be inconvenient? Yes, I would love to try your cooking. Xin Lang was embarrassed and rubbed his head, also trying to find out about Xia Shudi's family situation, but would it be inconvenient? Of course it is convenient. Xia Shui replied promptly and explained with great openness, there's just me and my daughter at home. If there's anything inconvenient, you can just come over. Then it's better to follow your heart than to be polite. Xin Lang then realized that Xia Shui was a divorced woman, and he shyly agreed, Sister Xia, where do you live? I'll come find you after I drop off my things. It's in Building 3, Apartment 1702. Okay. It was getting late, so I went home to cook. Xia Shui looked down at the little girl and reminded her, Meng Meng, say goodbye to little brother Shin. The little girl waved to Xin Lang and squeezed the toy duck he had given her, making a quacking sound. Bye, little brother Shin. Thank you for the duck. Well, you're welcome. Xin Lang waved to the mother and daughter, and looked at Xia Shui's graceful back, feeling inexplicably excited. It's only been a short time since they met, and they're already on such good terms that she's invited him to her home for dinner. After a simple arrangement of the household goods and a couple of games, Xia Shui sent a WeChat message to tell Xin Lang that he could go over. He was still a bit nervous about going to a woman's house, especially a single woman with a child. Xin Lang had originally wanted to bring some fruit. But thinking that it was just a simple dinner, and that they saw each other every day, it would be too polite to bring anything, so he went downstairs empty-handed. When he arrived at Building 3, Xin Lang could smell the aroma of cooking oil and a hint of sweetness as soon as he arrived at Xia Shui's door. This kind of traditional neighborhood has a more festive atmosphere, and the neighbors are more friendly. If you have a small problem at home, your neighbors will be happy to help. Unlike those high-end communities, neighbors who don't see each other on a daily basis basically don't have any social interaction. Not only that, this community is also in a real estate development in Jianghai City, a city where land is at a premium. Even if the overall appearance of the community is not impressive, the combined assets of these buildings are at least worth hundreds of millions of dollars. At the moment, the only owner of these buildings is the landlord's wife, who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and lives in the house in front of Xin Lang. Xin Lang rang the doorbell, and Xia Shui's voice came from inside, Meng Meng, little brother Xin is here. Mom can't come out, so go open the door for him. Oh. After a burst of cheerful footsteps, the security door slowly opened, and a small head peeked out first, staring at Xin Lang blankly, then smiling happily. Little brother Xin, you're here. Children are more familiar with each other, and Xin Lang just gave her a good impression. It seems that her mother also likes this tall older brother. Xia Mengmeng jumped onto Xin Lang's lap, raised her little face and looked at him with big, sparkling eyes. Little Xin, today Mom made sweet and sour pork ribs. Really? Xin Lang is very skilled at dealing with children. After closing the door, he picked up the little girl with one arm and held her in his arms. Meng Meng, do you like sweet and sour pork? The little girl was a little shy when Xin Lang held her in his arms like this, but she still nodded gently and secretly looked at this enthusiastic big brother. Little Xin, you're here? Xia Shui heard the noise at the door and came up with a spatula in her hand. Sit down for a while, I'll make some soup and then we can eat. Xin Lang noticed that Xia Shui had changed her outfit and was wearing a black skirt that hugged her hips, also known as the stepmother skirt. Under the skirt, her long legs were wrapped in a flesh-colored stocking. Under this daring and provocative skirt, Siui's body curves were perfectly reflected. When they first met, Sibling thought that Siui was just average. But after she put on this outfit that accentuated her figure, her demeanor suddenly improved. It really depends on how you look at it. Sibling only glanced at it and then added a few words of politeness. You don't have to go to all that trouble. Just do it casually. It's not a problem. You can watch TV with Meng Meng for a while, and it will be ready soon. Siui smiled and shook the spatula in her hand, and returned to the kitchen a little disappointed. Have I gained weight recently? In the kitchen, Siui looked down at her figure and sighed in frustration. Siui finally mustered the courage to wear this bold outfit, and thought that Sibling would praise her for it, but unfortunately his reaction was not very big. In the living room, Sibling and the little girl were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The cartoon was playing on the TV, and the little girl was explaining the content of the cartoon to Sibling. Sibling didn't really care about the cartoon, but he enthusiastically responded to the little girl, and curiously looked at the room of the mother and daughter. Finally, his eyes fell on the back of Siui in the kitchen. From this angle, Sibling could see Siui busily working in the kitchen. At the moment, she was skillfully chopping green onions and occasionally lifting the lid of the pot to see how the soup was cooking. Underneath the provocative skirt of the stepmother, Siui's virtuous work reveals a hint of sexiness, and the sexiness reveals an inexplicable charm. Especially this plump and perky but, round and round, any man who sees this scene will probably have the urge to rush over and gently embrace her from behind. Plus, with a net worth of over 100 million, even if she has a child and is divorced, she can probably make countless men suffer from the syndrome of Menda, and willingly fall at her feet? Chapter 12, I like older women. I want to sit with Brother Shen. After the meal was ready, Xiao Mengmeng couldn't wait to push her own exclusive cartoon bench and sit next to Sibling, dancing and waving her hands. This cute behavior made Siui smile. Look, they say that daughters are their mother's little cotton-padded jackets. It's only been a short time, and she's already turning her arm out. Sibling also liked this little girl very much. He lifted his hand and gave her a piece of sweet and sour pork. The little girl ate it happily, and her round eyes were narrowed into a slit. Seeing the two of them interacting intimately, Siui smiled with satisfaction, inexplicably feeling a warm atmosphere called home. There are many lonely women like Siui who are single and raising children, and they are quite common in the materialistic city of Jianghai. They have million-dollar mansions, expensive luxury sports cars, and the kind of wealth that most people can only dream of, but they lack love or family. Faced with luxurious furnishings and large, empty rooms, they feel a lingering sense of loneliness. They long for the sense of belonging and dependence on men that most ordinary women have. But their own overly luxurious assets can only attract the favor of one man after another with ulterior motives. In this environment, they gradually become numb and get used to facing the materialistic society alone. But deep down, they always hope that there will be a man who can relieve their inner emptiness. To Siui, the somewhat shy but sincere young man in front of her seemed to be the man she preferred. Ding! Siui's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points, currently 40 points. Please keep up the good work. Sibling almost choked on a mouthful of rice. He hadn't done anything, so how could the landlord's wife have increased her favorability so much? After dinner, Siui started to clean up the table. With her assets, Siui could easily hire a nanny to take care of the daily lives of the two of them. However, the reputation of nannies has not been very good recently. Siui cares most about her precious daughter and does not want outsiders to interfere in the lives of the mother and daughter. She took care of these trivial matters herself. Sister Xia, let me help. Sibling rolled up his sleeves and was about to help, but Siui shook her head and gave Sibling a reproachful look. Go, go, go. How can you let a guest help? It's fine, I often do the housework at home. Sibling neatly and orderly put away all the plates and went to the kitchen. Oh, little Shin, you are too polite. Siui followed behind him with a smile on her face, and the two of them stood on either side of the sink, scrubbing the dishes. Siui glanced at Sibling, who was washing the dishes seriously, and couldn't help but feel that the two of them looked like a couple. Her face turned slightly red. Cough, Shin, I remember you saying yesterday that you had just graduated. Siui coughed and took the lead in opening the topic. What are you doing now? Sibling knew how to have basic conversations like this. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, Xiajie. I'm a web writer. Internet writer? Oh, it means writing novels online. Wow, I didn't know you were such a big writer. Siui was surprised and praised him, but Shenlang was a little embarrassed and scratched his head, and he said with a self-deprecating tone, I'm not a big writer, I only make 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, which is just enough to make ends meet. That's still pretty good. Siui comforted her like a close friend. Look at how hard it is to make money in Shanghai City now. Many college students work hard for a month and only make 2 or 3,000. You are already very good. It's no wonder that most men like mature women, because they really understand some of the unspeakable secrets of men. Whether in their careers or in their lives, they can always use the simplest words to soothe the unbearable feelings in the depths of men's hearts. So, Xiaoshen, doesn't your girlfriend live with you? What does she do? Siui asked again. Sister Xia, I also want to play for a while. The main reason is that if I don't update the novel today, I'll lose my perfect attendance. I also want to play for a while. The main reason is that if I don't update the novel today, I won't get full attendance. Shenlang squatted down again and pinched Xia Mingming's soft cheeks. Good, next time when I come to play, I'll give you a little duck to play with. Okay then. The little girl pouted her lips and nodded reluctantly. Then, Xiaoshen, come back tonight. Siui invited again. I'm making chicken soup tonight, come over and have some. Sorry, Xiajia, I'm going back to my mom's place tonight. Shenlang scratches his head. In a few days, I'll come back to taste your cooking. That's fine. Siui smiled helplessly and watched Shenlang open the door and leave. As the door closed, she looked at the empty living room and a strange feeling of emptiness welled up in her heart. Over the years, Siui thought she had gotten used to this feeling of loneliness. But looking at the large living room and her daughter on the sofa, pinching the duck toy, Siui still felt bad. Meng, it's time for your nap. Sighing softly, Siui returned to her room and planned to change into her pajamas for a nap. I don't want to take a nap. I want to play with little Shen. The little girl was sulking on the sofa. Be a good girl. Siui lazily said, and the WeChat notification on her phone sounded. When she took out her phone, she saw that it was from Shenlang. Sleeping until morning, sis, thanks for the hospitality today. Siui smiled and raised her jade finger to press on the screen. Peace in all 4 seasons, where? It was just a meal. If you have time, you can come every day. I welcome you anytime. Sleeping through the night, okay, then I'll get back to work. Peace in all seasons, Siui subconsciously thought that Shenlang had nothing else to say. Who knew that as soon as she returned to the bedroom and pulled down the shoulder straps of her dress, Shenlang's message came again. Sleeping through the night, by the way, sis, you look great in that dress. The skirt suits you very well. I was amazed when I walked in the door. I'm just a little socially anxious, so I'm sorry I didn't compliment you in person. Seeing this message, Siui was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. She thought Shenlang had not noticed her changes, but he had seen them when she entered the room. At this moment, Siui was as surprised and happy as a young girl who had just received a declaration of love from a man she liked. Really? I also thought that at my age, I wasn't suitable for wearing this kind of little girl's clothes. Sleeping through the night, no, it looks great on you. Thumbs up plus roses. Peace in all seasons, thank you. Cute. After a brief chat, Siui happily turned off her phone. She covered her hot phone with her hands and fell asleep on the bed for a long time. Siui got up and put away her old-fashioned pajamas, and couldn't wait to walk to the mirror with small steps, twisting her slender waist to the left and right. Looking at the charming version of herself in the mirror, the emptiness she had felt just now disappeared, and was replaced by an inexplicable sense of excitement. She went to the dressing table in the bathroom, carefully dressed herself for a long time, picked up her Chanel bag, put on her high heels that she hadn't worn in a long time, and happily called her daughter. Meng, let's go shopping with mom instead of taking a nap. Hooray, long live mom. Ding. Siui's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, currently 50 points, please keep up the good work. Ding. Siui's favorability towards the host has reached 50 points. Would you like to view her personal information? Ding. Siui's favorability towards the host has reached 50, and she has received a mysterious treasure chest. Do you want to open it? View personal information. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Shen Lang couldn't wait to open Siui's personal information. Shen Lang had no intention of continuing to chat with Siui on WeChat when he returned home. But when he saw that he only needed 5 more points to see Siui's personal information and get a mystery treasure chest, he took the initiative to chat with Siui. With the help of the system, Shen Lang successfully exceeded the 50-point requirement and obtained Siui's personal information and a mysterious treasure chest. Name: Siui. Gender: female. Age: 36. Face value: 8.9. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Hobbies: yoga, shopping, mahjong. Measurements: 85 centimeters, 52 centimeters, 92 centimeters. Host's favorability: 50. Marital status: divorced with children. Current mood: excited, full of anticipation for the future. Current location: Fulong Community Parking Lot. Experience: 12 times. Only 12 times? Shen Lang was stunned at first and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, saying, could it be that she got divorced because her husband was impotent? Siui is 36 years old this year, not to mention the fact that she is raising a child. In this situation, her sexual experience is only 12 times, which is really too little. Thinking about Siui's charming figure and looking at the pitiful number of times, Shen Lang felt inexplicably hot. It is said that women at this age generally have very high demands, but I don't know if that's true or not. Siui's favorability rating for Shen Lang is only 50 points, which is only half of the full score. But if this data were applied to other women, Shen Lang would definitely be able to get a home run by taking her out to a movie and a meal. In other words, whether it is a man or a woman, it is not necessary for the other person's favorability to reach 100 before they are willing to play a fun game with you. This kind of thing still depends on the other person's attitude and personality. If the other person is more open-minded or less reserved, you may be able to play cards with them if you have a favorability rating of 20 or 30. Therefore, a 50-point favorability rating is very high, equivalent to a girl in the heat of love. Even a traditional woman like Siui, who is well-informed and relatively reserved, will be unable to resist changing into a stepmother's dress at home to attract Shen Lang's attention after reaching 50 points of favorability. Chapter 14, What is Old Deng doing? Get some gold coins. Shen Lang also discovered that the target's current location was real-time positioning. Siui's current location has changed from the Fulong Community Parking Lot to Zhanghai City Commercial Street. Shen Lang thoughtfully muttered, it seems that this is a function that can find out a person's background, or it can speed up the ability to attack the opponent. With the other person's hobbies and some detailed information, in the future, Shen Lang can more accurately grasp the key points in the chat interaction and improve the other person's favorability towards him. Oh, there's also a mysterious treasure chest. Shen Lang slapped his palm in realization, system, open the mystery treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical enhancement. Liquid. Physical enhancement liquid, after drinking it, the host's physical fitness will be greatly improved. Shen Lang's eyes lit up. For so many years, his long hours of sitting and staying up late had caused all kinds of problems in his body. Who would have thought that a 24-year-old young man's body could have symptoms of sore waist and knees, dizziness, tinnitus, and lethargy at the same time? Shen Lang had long wanted to exercise his body. Unfortunately, he was in the advanced stages of laziness, and every time he wanted to exercise, he would put it off for 2 days. The excuses he made to deceive himself were also more and more perfect. Now that he has the physical strengthening liquid, Shen Lang can skip the torture of exercise and have a healthy and perfect body. As the system voice fell, a bottle of dark green liquid appeared in Shen Lang's hand, similar to Lucian's flower water. Shen Lang didn't think much about it, unscrewed the cap the size of his thumb, and poured the thick liquid into his mouth without a drop left. In order not to waste it, Shen Lang poured mineral water into the bottle and filtered it before drinking it. Only then did he throw the bottle away contentedly. The effect of the strengthening liquid was astonishingly fast. In just a moment, Shen Lang's body began to feel hot, as if he were in a sauna, with sweat pouring out of every pore. The muscles all over his body also felt a vague pain, as if the scar tissue was being torn open and new muscles were growing from the inside. The feeling in his waist and abdomen was the most obvious, as if 2 hands were performing corrective surgery on the inside. Shen Lang was so hot that he took off his wet clothes and rushed into the bathroom. After washing for about 10 minutes, the feeling of being rebuilt disappeared. Lang couldn't wait to go to the mirror in the sink. What greeted him was a perfect tan body comparable to a bodybuilding sculpture. Especially the 8-pack abs with water stains, clearly defined, like wall tiles. This body only exists in comics. Not only did the girls look dumbfounded, Lang, a grown man, was also dumbfounded, and kept groping up and down. The most visible change in the mirror is still little Lang, who has undergone earth-shattering changes. Wait. Lang looked at himself clearly in the mirror and finally said in disbelief and joy, "My short-sightedness is gone." Because Lang had been using his eyes too much in recent years, and because he had to face the computer screen all day long, his myopia had reached 800 degrees. Without his glasses, Lang could only see things in a blur. Now, without his glasses, Lang can see everything around him clearly, and his vision may even be better than that of ordinary people, with a 1080p ultra-clear 4K field of vision. Is this the physical strengthening liquid? It's so damn cool. Lang pinched his palm and felt like he had endless strength. His heavy body gradually became lighter. After drying his hair and getting dressed, Lang's temperament also became more energetic. Unlike the previous listless otaku, just looking at him gives one a feeling of sunshine and health. Damn, you're so handsome. Lang turned on the front camera on his phone and looked at the unique version of himself in the mirror. He couldn't help but be smug. I wonder who the little girl will be in the future. At 6 p.m., Lang was just about to go out to eat when a WeChat chat bubble popped up, and there were two of them. Vampire number 1, Lao Dang, is the new house ready? I'm downstairs, come down and greet me. Vampire number 2, brother, my sister and I are at the entrance to your community. The security guard won't let us in without an access card. Come down and pick us up. These two guys are none other than Lang's two younger sisters, Linlin and Ranran. From the notes that Lang gave them, you can see how much Lang hates his two annoying sisters. The sisters are both just 18 years old and are currently in their second year of high school, attending the same school. Although they are sisters, they are only a few minutes apart, but their personalities are very different. The older sister, Linlin, has been mischievous and playful since she was a child, and she spends her days wandering around with Lang and his friends. She finds it very interesting to do things that other girls would find disgusting, like pecking bird eggs and blowing up latrines. After growing up, Linlin was even more rebellious. She spoke in a dialect that was so pure it was almost like a flowery language. Lang even heard that this unruly sister had even fought with some schoolyard bullies. Since she started junior high school, she has never called Lang brother, and she basically only calls him old Lang. Her younger sister, Ranran, is a lot easier to deal with. She has always been a good student and is obedient and well-behaved. The only drawback is that she is too attached to Lang. Since she was a child, she would follow Lang wherever he went, like a little parasite. If Lang didn't take her with him, she would be constantly making a fuss, with a lot of snot and tears, and in the end Lang would have to rack his brains to appease her. This is why Lang is so good with children, and it's all thanks to these two girls. The reason why the sisters are labeled as vampires by Lang is because since he started writing novels to make money after graduation, they have been trying to find ways to get money from him. From tens to hundreds, basically all of Lang's hard-earned money from writing novels goes to these two girls. The sisters' most classic line is, "What is Lao Dang doing? Spamming gold coins." At this moment, the older sister Linlin was impatient and directly made a video call. Lang didn't even want to answer, he just hung up and sent back a panda emoticon, "Hurry up." Linlin also responded with a panda emoji, "What? A dog barking?" Lang was amused by this girl. He really didn't understand why some guys liked their younger sisters. He can't beat them, he can't scold them, he can only coax them like a princess, it's like heaven sent to torture him. He took the key and went downstairs to the community square, where he saw the two sisters chatting in their school uniforms at the gate. Chapter 15, Who do you think you are? The two sisters are easy to recognize. The younger sister, Ranran, had a clean, beautiful ponytail and a bright, sweet smile on her face as she chatted with her sister. The older sister, Linlin, had a short, neat haircut, and her smile was contemptuous and arrogant, with her hands spread out every now and then in a dismissive gesture. The sisters are both very beautiful and popular at their high school. Especially the younger sister, Ranran, with her sweet smile and kind, warm personality, is often the object of secret admiration from the boys at her school. Lang's few friends who are shut-ins often complained that Lang was probably picked up by his parents from the street. Both sisters are so beautiful, why is their brother not even a third as good looking as they are? Xin Lang's appearance is actually not low, but he is too low-key and dark. In high school, he spent all day reading novels on his phone in the corner, and after graduation, he stayed up all night without any self-control. His appearance and temperament were bound to be affected. When Xin Lang approached the door, his sister Xin Ranran's face suddenly filled with a cheerful smile. But as soon as she tried to say hello, her smile suddenly stopped. Xin Linlin looked at Xin Lang in shock, as if she had seen an alien. Xin Lang raised his chin at the sisters with interest. What, don't you recognize your brother? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The sisters looked at each other, and one contestant Xin Linlin was surprised to be the first to speak. Who are you? I'm your brother. Xin Lang impatiently reminded her, you don't recognize me after just 1 month? Xin Linlin looked at the handsome guy in front of her from head to toe, and said in disbelief, no, are you Xin Lang? She couldn't believe that the handsome guy in front of her was actually her brother, who spent all day at home playing video games. Before the sisters started school, Xin Lang's friend circle did say that he was going to start exercising regularly. Xin Linlin was still mocking him below, saying that he would definitely be working for 2 days and resting for 3. Who would have thought that in this 1 month, this useless older brother has actually worked out, and the results are so good, it's almost like he's been remade. Xin Ranran rubbed Xin Lang's firm abs and then lifted his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his well-defined abs, saying excitedly, wow, sis, look, he still has abs. Seeing these 8 tan-colored abdominal muscles, Xin Linlin's heart inexplicably jumped, but her mouth still had the same tone of just this? Just this? Cut it out, he must have used some protein powder, what's the big deal? Don't be crazy here. Xin Lang pushed Xin Ranran away with his hand and straightened his short-sleeved shirt. Enough chit-chat. What are you doing here? I have nothing to do after school, can't I come over to play with you? Xin Ranran stuck to him again, giggling and hugging Xin Lang's arm. Brother, which building do you live in? Show us. Xin Lang sighed softly, and led the 2 sisters into the community and into his studio apartment. Xin Ranran looked around the room curiously, took out her phone to record a video and sent it to her mother for review, and then asked in surprise, brother, is this where you live? How much is it per month? Xin Lang casually threw the key on the table, 1,000 yuan. Xin Ranran nodded repeatedly, thinking that the price was acceptable. It's a mess like a dog's den. Xin Linlin complained, turned around and fell on Xin Lang's bed, took out her phone and lazily started to swipe on Douyin. Xin Ranran also sat on the edge of the bed, staring at Xin Lang foolishly, her slender legs shaking happily, and she smiled at Xin Lang from time to time. The room suddenly became quiet, and Xin Linlin's voice was particularly loud as she watched the TikTok. Pay attention, this man is called Shouzhuang. Okay, don't bother me. After a few minutes, Xin Lang began to dislike the 2 sisters. I'll book a hotel for you nearby, you can go to the hotel to play. Xin Ranran blinked her eyes, brother? Did you get paid for this? Well, I made a little money this month. As soon as Xin Lang finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. Xin Ranran immediately flashed over and hugged Xin Lang's waist, cooing. Brother, I recently saw a dress that I really like, but I don't have enough money. My parents' government relief funds haven't come down yet. You don't want your sister to wear a school uniform all day, right? It's only 500 yuan. I only need 500 yuan, and when I graduate and get a job, I'll definitely pay you back. Okay, when you have money, your brother will have starved to death. Xin Lang pushed Xin Ranran's head away with disgust, but he still took out his phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Xin Lang had earned 500,000 yuan from Siui, so 2,000 yuan was really no pressure for him. What's more, this is his own sister. If he wasn't worried about exposing his wealth, Xin Lang might have given her more. Wow, 2,000. Xin Ranran's eyes lit up. Brother, have you been rewarded by a local tyrant recently? You're so generous. What? 2,000? Xin Linlin, who was lying in bed watching Douyin, suddenly jumped up. I want it too, old dang, give me 2,000 too. Xin Lang, with his arms folded, said proudly, okay, call me brother, and I'll transfer it to you. Xin Lang couldn't remember how long it had been since the girl had called him brother, and she often mocked him, acting like a little girl who needed to be beaten. Now that there is a chance, Xin Lang naturally wants to educate this girl who was always sweet-talking him. Xin Linlin was stunned at first, her face turning a faint red, and she picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Go to hell, old bide. Shen Lang shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't call, that's fine. Get up, I'm going out to eat. Who knew that Shen Linlin suddenly pounced on him, holding him like an octopus, and grabbed his phone to transfer money. As a girl, Shen Linlin is particularly strong, and some boys her age are ashamed of themselves. In the past, the weak and feeble Shen Lang was often forcibly pressed down by this girl and robbed of his cell phone to transfer money. But now Shen Lang is not the same as before. He grabbed Shen Linlin's waist and threw her on the bed, almost falling to the ground. Hey, you think I've been practicing for nothing? Shen Lang looked at the stunned Shen Linlin with a smug look. Today is different from the past, you little brat. Who knows what will happen next? Shen Linlin will start throwing a tantrum on the bed, crying and shouting, I'm going to tell my dad that you hit me. Seeing Shen Linlin, who looked like a schoolgirl throwing a tantrum, Shen Lang's mouth twitched. Stop whining. Obviously, he knew that the girl was pretending, but he had no choice but to give her the 2,000 yuan. When she heard the sound of the WeChat payment arriving, Shen Linlin's crying suddenly stopped, and she gave Shen Lang a provoking smile. Hey, little one. Shen Lang's eyebrows jumped, looking at the two drama sisters in front of him, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He said, I owe you 2 treasures in my previous life. Chapter 16, Can we split the bill? At around 7 p.m., Shen Lang took the 2 sisters out to eat at Haidileo. On the surface, Shen Lang really dislikes these 2 sisters, but they are still his own sisters, and Shen Lang is still very caring towards them. It was hard to see them once, and Shen Lang didn't want to let them go back to school so easily. After ordering at Haidileo, the sisters chatted about school and complained about their weird roommates. Shen Lang listened quietly next to them, inexplicably feeling relieved, as if he had a daughter who had just grown up. I have to say, time really flies. Now that the 2 sisters are already in their teens, the lively and cute looks of the 2 sisters when they were little still linger in Shen Lang's mind. If only they weren't so annoying. Shen Lang silently sighed in his heart. At this moment, Su Lishan sent a message. I don't want to be bored at 8 o'clock. What are you doing? Shen Lang thought for a moment and typed a reply, I'm eating out. What about you? Are you watching a horror movie again? No, I'm just sitting around in my dorm room. I don't know what I'm going to eat for dinner. I really don't feel like going to the cafeteria. Don't want to be bored, tomorrow is Saturday. I thought college life would be interesting, but I didn't expect it to be so boring. I really envy you, senior, for ending your college life so early. Su Lishian's message was followed by a video that lasted a few seconds. In the video, Su Lishian's roommates are playing with their phones and watching TV, while Xin is playing a game nearby. The last few seconds are a selfie of Su Lishian, pouting and looking a little bit cute. 1. You're in college because you're bored? Don't you think it's hard for your parents to pay for your education? 2. Your bed seems to be quite far away. No one will pay attention to you, so you can just open your laptop and play. 3. So, do you want to hang out tomorrow? I'll treat you to roast duck. There's a famous roast duck restaurant in the same place where we met last time. 1 and 2 decisively rejected. Shen Lang knew that option 3 was also relatively normal, but he was still a little nervous for some reason. If this message is sent, it will be the same as inviting Su Lishian out. Shen Lang didn't know why he was nervous. Maybe it was because he had been cooped up for too long, and his reclusive personality had led him to fear that Su Lishian would reject him? Damn it, what a coward. Thinking about how he almost lost Su Lishian last time, Shen Lang typed a reply that was both looking forward to and inexplicably nervous. So, do you want to hang out tomorrow? I'll treat you to roast duck. There's a famous roast duck restaurant in the same place where we met last time. After sending this message, Shen Lang's heart was beating very fast. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to ask a girl out to dinner, and he didn't know if she would agree to go. After calming down, Shen Lang felt that the probability of Su Lishuan coming out to meet him was still relatively high. With her roommate right next to her, Su Lishian could have easily gone to chat with her. But she took out her phone to chat with Shen Lang on WeChat, and even took a video to share her daily life. Shen Lang felt that this was a very obvious signal. This is a signal that the girl wants to chat and socialize with you. She mentioned that she was bored on Saturday, hinting that she really wanted to go out and hang out. Plus, she took the initiative to send this message, which clearly shows that she wants Shen Lang to take her out to play. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Lishian still didn't reply, and Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Maybe she went to the bathroom? Or maybe she went to get takeout? This is the way most people with fragile and introverted personalities comfort themselves. Even if the other person doesn't reply, they have already made the worst-case scenario in their minds and have come up with excuses for Su Lishan to reject, so as to comfort their own sensitive and fragile hearts. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Lishan still didn't reply, so Shenlang couldn't help but open the chat box with Su Lishan, and then discovered something very interesting. Every few seconds or 10 seconds, the message the other party is typing would appear at the top of the chat box. Shenlang was stunned at first, but then suddenly realized what was going on. He realized that Su Lishan was not doing anything else, but was holding the phone in his hand. The reason why the other party is typing every now and then is that Su Lishan is thinking about whether to accept his invitation. On second thought, this is very normal. Shenlang had only known her for less than 2 days and had asked her out, so she would definitely have a hard time making a decision. She is not such a casual girl. With such a short time together, it is more difficult for a guy to ask a normal girl out. Not to mention a girl like Su Lishan, who is more beautiful and reserved. It seems that he is still a bit anxious. After the game was over, Shenlang let out a relieved laugh and was prepared to be rejected. Anyway, he would be more careful in the future and treat girls more patiently. There would be plenty of opportunities to ask her out. What's more, if Su Lishan immediately agreed to go out and play, Shenlang would feel a bit uncomfortable. It's like playing a boss in a game. If the player directly kills the boss in one move, there will be no sense of accomplishment. It seems that chasing girls is really a science. Shenlang looked at the other person on the chat box, who was typing a few words, and said with a deep feeling. At this moment, the WeChat notification finally sounded, and Su Lishan finally replied. I don't want to be early in the morning, yes, but you don't have to treat me. We can just split the bill. I feel bad spending your money right after we met. Sleeping till morning, okay, then I'll wait for you at the last bus stop at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Lu, who didn't want to be early, sent a catamatic MMM. In fact, sometimes it's not a bad thing to get rid of the boss in one move. Shenlang excitedly put away his phone and began to look forward to tomorrow's date. Brother, who are you chatting with online again? As soon as he put his phone in his pocket, Shenlang saw Shenranran smiling at him. Didn't you get cheated on badly last time? Shenlang's first love was someone he met online. When they met offline, the girl made Shenlang buy this and that after dinner, and Shenlang spent nearly 20,000 yuan in total, but he didn't even get to hold her hand. When he got home, the girl blocked him. Shenlang has been depressed for nearly half a year because of this, and he even left a very sad copywriting in his circle of friends. I'm a dog if I believe in women again in this life. Shenlang didn't answer, but just said with a smile, don't worry about me, let's eat. What a laugh. Shenlinlin even cast a disdainful glance at him. If you have the money to spend on a dog, you might as well spend it on me. I beg you to find a boyfriend and go away, don't hang around me all day. Shenlang's smile on his face suddenly stopped, and he looked at the two sisters with sharp tongues and begged, when can you fast forward to, brother, you don't understand him? Chapter 17, A man's knees have gold, and now is the time to cash it in. The next morning, Shenlang woke up on the sofa in his rented room. In the past, Shenlang would never have woken up at this time, but after taking the physical enhancement potion yesterday, it was as if Shenlang had been forced to install a biological clock. At exactly 7 a.m., he woke up without any drowsiness, and his body did not feel the slightest bit tired. After washing up, Shenlang went to the bedroom door and looked at the two sisters in the small bed. In the dimly lit bedroom, the sisters, who were barely able to sleep on the soft bed, were tightly hugging each other in their pajamas, occasionally mumbling in their sleep. The sisters didn't want to take a taxi home last night, and they didn't like the hotel being too far away, so they bought 2 sets of pajamas and spent the night in Shenlang's tiny apartment. The sisters have completely different personalities and completely different sleeping positions. Shenranran was lying on her side, her whole body snuggled up in Shenlinlin's arms, with a satisfied and sweet smile on her face. Shenlinlin was different. She slept in a very relaxed position, with her slender legs wrapped around Shenranran like an octopus, and you could even hear her whispering. Although the sisters were sleeping in their own beds, Shenlinlin's heroic sleeping posture accidentally revealed a large area of snow-white, tender skin. But like all older brothers, Shenlang had no evil thoughts about his younger sisters. He shook his head and smiled, walked over to tuck the sisters in, and pinched Shenlinlin's fair face. She was sleeping like a pig. Brother! Shenlinlin suddenly whispered, with a smile on her face, and hugged Shenranran in her arms even tighter. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment, his heart inexplicably warmed, and he grumbled angrily, "You little brat, you only dare to call out in your dreams, right?" After going downstairs to buy breakfast for the three of them, Shen Lang woke the sisters up. After lying in bed for more than 10 minutes, the sisters reluctantly got out of bed and started to wash up. After washing up and eating, Shen Lang sent the sisters downstairs to go home. The sisters were still arguing about going out with Shen Lang. But this afternoon, they had a date with Su Lishan, and Shen Lang absolutely could not bring these two light bulbs along with him, so he decisively called them a DD car. "Brother Shen." As the three of them were just about to go downstairs, a little girl with a pigtail ran up with her hands in the air. It was Xia Mengmeng, Xia Shuyi's daughter. Xia Shuyi was carrying a supermarket bag, and it seemed that she had just returned from the market. "Oh, who is this little sister?" Shen Lang smiled and held the little girl in his arms, then lifted her up and weighed her. "She's so heavy. It's almost New Year's, so I'll sell her and use the money to buy candy." "She's not fat," the little girl retorted with a smile, and her two chubby hands held Shen Lang's neck tightly. Shen Linlin looked at the two of them with a sour look, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't, and finally let out a barely audible grunt, "Damn lorry lover." Xia Shuyi had wanted to say hello, but she was surprised to find that Shen Lang had changed a lot today. She couldn't say what exactly had changed, but she felt that his temperament had changed. And who are these two beautiful girls by Shen Lang's side? In an instant, Xia Shuyi couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but she still smiled and asked tentatively, "Little Shen, who are these two?" "They are my sisters." Shen Lang briefly introduced them and then said to the two sisters, "This is my landlord, Sister Xia." Shen Linlin only gave Xia Shuyi a disdainful glance and didn't say anything. "Hello, Sister Xia." Shen Ranran smiled warmly. "My brother said yesterday that his landlord was a very beautiful woman. I didn't believe him at first, but I never thought it would be true. You really are very beautiful." Shen Ranran is the kind of child that adults often talk about. She has good grades, is pretty, speaks well, and is extremely polite. Whether it is peers or adults, basically no one will hate such a sensible girl. Well, not at all. Xia Shuyi waved her hand with a smile on her face, a little embarrassed, and then asked curiously, "So early, where are you going?" After chatting for a few more minutes, Xia Shuyi mentioned the shopping bag in her hand. "Well, that's it for now. Next time you come over to play with your brother, remember to come to my house for dinner." "Okay." Shen Ranran nodded enthusiastically, but Shen Linlin still looked at Shen Lang interacting with the little girl from time to time, with a look of contempt that she wanted to say but couldn't. "Oh, little Shen," Xia Shuyi said to Shen Lang, who was kneeling in front of the little girl, "What's up? I'm having some problems with my computer today. Can you come over and take a look?" Shen Lang stood up. "No problem, I'll send them to the car and come back." "That's fine. By the way, you can have lunch at my house." Xia Shuyi lifted the shopping bag in her hand. "I bought a bit too much food today." "Okay." Shen Lang didn't refuse, since he was going to meet Su Lishan in the afternoon anyway. "Brother, I think the landlord's wife has a crush on you. She was looking at you with lust in her eyes just now." After Xia Shuyi had walked away with the little girl, Shen Ranran smiled maliciously. "And I remember that you had only moved in a few days ago, and she took the initiative to invite you to her house for dinner? I have to say, Shen Ranran is really smart. She can see more clearly than some adults when it comes to subtle people and things. Don't think too much. She is worth over 100 million, and the entire neighborhood is hers." Shen Lang naturally denied it. "A rich woman of this caliber, do you think she would be interested in your brother, a shut-in who sits at home all day?" Shen Ranran analyzed for a moment and said seriously, "Well, that's true. If I had that much money, I wouldn't like a housebound man either." Shen Lang. "Hey, brother, if she really has a crush on you, would you accept her?" Shen Ranran half-jokingly teased, "Isn't this the rich woman you boys have always dreamed of? She's a little older, but she's so pretty. If you agree to her, you can save yourself decades of detours." "Why not? It's hard to make money these days. If she just nods, I'll immediately fall at her feet." Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders with a philosophical air and said, "A man's knees are made of gold. Now is the time to cash in. Do you know what the flower language of a steel ball is? Endurance, understand? Ha, you're really shameless." Shen Ranran happily patted Shen Lang on the back. "I think you like the little girl, not the landlord's wife." Shin Linlin replied in a strange tone, someone's bones are going to soften just from hearing someone call him little brother Shin. It's disgusting. Chapter 18, what kind of woman do you like? It's not Shin Linlin. What's wrong with you? You're even jealous of a little girl? Shin Lang laughed angrily and reminded him in a bad mood, if you want to call, you can call. I am your brother, and there is nothing shameful about calling me brother. Go to hell, old bide. Shin Linlin's face turned red, and she didn't know what to say in reply. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she kicked Shin Lang with her foot, but he dodged it with a smile. After sending the sisters to the DD car, Shin Lang went to the door of the landlord's wife and rang the doorbell. Brother Shen. The door was opened by the same lively and cute Xia Mengmeng, who opened the door with her hands up, raised her cute little face, and jumped up and down to let Shin Lang hug her. Where's your mother? Shin Lang asked, holding the little girl in his arms and pinching her little face. Mom is cooking. The little girl giggled and showed her cute little teeth. Little Shin, you're just in time. Xia Shui came out of the kitchen with the last dish in her hand, her face showing a clear smile of joy. I just finished cooking, so come wash your hands and eat. You can look at the computer later. Xia Shui was wearing a white gauze dress, with her fair skin showing through. Her full breasts were pushing up the slightly loose dress. It was a hot day, and Xia Shui had been busy in the kitchen for so long that she was sweating lightly on her fair neck. A few strands of hair were stuck to her forehead and neck, giving her a charming look. This sweaty, flushed, and disheveled look is really a bit embarrassing. Thank you, Sister Xia, for your hospitality. Shin Lang nodded with a smile, washed his hands, and came to the living room to eat. The little girl was still sitting next to Shin Lang on a cartoon stool. Ding! Xia Shuyi's favorability towards the host increased by 10 points, currently 60 points, please keep up the good work. With the help and prompts of the system, Shin Lang once again increased Xia Shuyi's favorability by 10 points. The atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely harmonious, and in Xia Shuyi's opinion, it was especially like a family. She really liked this sense of fulfillment. After dinner, the two of them washed the dishes in the kitchen. The little girl was watching cartoons on the sofa in the living room, laughing and rolling around on the sofa from time to time. Xia Shui really liked this warm atmosphere. Having a man in the family made her feel inexplicably secure. Little Shin, I remember you are 24 years old, right? You are not young anymore, you should find a girlfriend. During the process of washing the dishes, Xia Shui was even closer than last time. I'm curious about what kind of girl a guy like you would like. 1. I like girls who are older than me, with a gentle and intellectual personality, like you, who knows how to live. 2. I like women who are sexy, the more sexy the better, and they must have a good figure and face. 3. I like women with big waves. Don't get me wrong, these are 2 requirements, big breasts and a wild personality. Maybe I'm not the type of guy that girls like. Shin Lang replied a little embarrassed, I would prefer a girl who is older than me, with a gentle and intellectual personality, like you, who knows how to live. Sister, I'm not as good as you say. Xia Shui smiled modestly, her face clearly showing joy. He didn't expect Shin Lang's answer to be so straightforward. The two of them continued to wash the dishes while chatting awkwardly. It was not clear whether it was the action of washing the dishes that was too large, or whether she was deliberately hinting at Shin Lang. Xia Shui's elbow lightly touched Shin Lang's lower abdomen from time to time. Every time Shin Lang turned his head to look at her, Xia Shui would lower her head and wear a shy smile on her face. After washing the dishes, Shin Lang was taken by Xia Shui to the bedroom to repair the computer. Before entering the room, Xia Shui nervously told the little girl in the living room, Meng, I'm going to the bedroom with Brother Shin to fix the computer. You be good and behave yourself. I know. The little girl replied without taking her eyes off the screen. I'm afraid that the computer might not be fixed later. Recalling Xia Shui's body movements while washing the dishes, Shin Lang inexplicably swallowed his saliva with a feverish feeling. He was thinking, if the landlord's wife came onto him, should he reject her? Or just lie down? Or should he take the initiative? At that moment, Shin Lang happened to meet Xia Shui's shy and nervous gaze. At that moment, the two of them tacitly looked away. The atmosphere suddenly became more romantic, and the sound of the cartoon in the living room was particularly clear. Xiongde, Huang Tu Chang is here to cut down the tree again. Shin Lang took the lead and coughed to break the awkward atmosphere. Sister Xia, where is the computer in that room? It's in this room. Siui hurriedly responded, quickly came over and opened the bedroom door, sat down in front of a desktop computer. I just bought the computer not long ago, and I haven't touched it in a few days. I was thinking of watching a movie, but it prompted me to download something. I didn't dare to download it because I didn't know much about computers and was afraid of making a mistake. Siui said, opened the computer, opened the website from the previous day, clicked on the video to play, and a window popped up asking to download Flash. Siui said, opened the computer, and opened the website from the previous day, clicked on the video to play, and a window popped up asking to download Flash. This problem is very common. As long as you download the software in this pop-up window, you can play the video normally. Sibling also wanted to remind her, but the system options popped up again. 1. Pretend not to know, hold Siui's hand, help her control the mouse, create an ambiguous atmosphere, and bring the two closer together. 2. Tell her that she can play the video normally after downloading the software in the pop-up window. 3. Help her download the software and ask her in a suggestive way what kind of adult films she likes to watch. Siui's favorable impression of Sibling had reached a point where she could take advantage of the situation and play a little adult game. Sibling felt that even if he chose option 3, he might get some suggestive and ambiguous answers from Siui. If this kind of favorability were to be applied to other women, perhaps Sibling would have already been pushed onto the bed by her the moment he entered the room. To put it plainly, these three options are testing or reminding Sibling. As a man, it is time to take the initiative to make some excessive moves to bring the two closer together in the process of socializing. Of course, if he is discouraged, Sibling can also choose the second option to answer. Let me see. Sibling swallowed nervously and walked a few steps to Siui's back. After hesitating for a moment, Sibling bent down and held Siui's white jade hand that was holding the mouse. At this moment, the two bodies trembled at the same time. Chapter 19, We've only known each other for a few days. The strong breath of a big boy was close at hand, and Siui was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out. The blush on her face became more and more obvious, and she didn't dare to look up at Sibling. She never imagined that one day, in her own room, with her daughter watching cartoons outside, a man would be standing behind her in such an ambiguous position. Thinking that the two of them had only known each other for a few days, Siui was even more embarrassed. Was she so empty inside? How could a boy she had only known for a few days dare to bring her into his bedroom? Siui felt that she must be crazy. She wanted to break free from Sibling's control, but she was afraid that this would cause Sibling to be dissatisfied and misunderstand. Deep down, she had been expecting Sibling to make these ambiguous moves, and even hoped that Sibling would be bolder. So Siui could only stare at the mouse on the computer screen, ignoring all of Sibling's presumptuous actions. From the corner of her eye, she occasionally took a look at this big boy who was still a bit overwhelmed by the situation. Feeling Sibling's warm palm, Siui's heart, which had been empty and lonely for years. A sense of restlessness was spreading rapidly, and there was a desire to jump in her eyes. At the same time, this was the first time Sibling had held a woman's hand, and in such an ambiguous position. More importantly, this woman is the landlord's wife, whom he had just met less than 2 days ago when he moved into the neighborhood. Unlike the hands of the girls in his imagination, Siui's hands were very soft, and holding them in the palm of his hand was especially warm, like a piece of white and translucent jade. Sibling was now both nervous and excited, not knowing what to do. He just held Siui's hand and controlled the mouse to slide randomly on the computer screen. 1. Pick her up, gently place her on the bed, and kiss her condescendingly. 2. Press her against the window, lift up her skirt, and treat her gently. 3. Pick her up, sit in front of the computer, and then put her face-to-face on your lap and humiliate her face-to-face. Damn, this system is even more horny than I am. Sibling blushed and said with a sigh. At the same time, Sibling also fully understood that if he took the initiative now, Siui would definitely cooperate, otherwise there would not be such a crazy option for all three of them. Jia. Sibling loosened Siui's hand, and tremblingly reached out to gently pull down the shoulder straps of Siui's skirt, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and a round purple bra. Little Shun. From beginning to end, Siui did not resist, and occasionally cast a shy look full of desire at Sibling. In addition to the mature charm of a woman, there was also a hint of youthful innocence between her brows. This greenish color does not mean that she is young, but rather that she is overwhelmed by her inexperience. After all, she has only had a dozen sexual experiences, and she is still a traditional woman who has not experienced it for more than a decade. Never mind, let's do it. The moment Shen Lang made up his mind went blank, and he was filled with the most primitive human impulse. He roughly picked up Xia Shuyi and the two of them fell onto the soft bed together. Shen Lang pressed Xia Shuyi's arms and looked down at the shy noblewoman below him, his eyes revealing an impatient frenzy. Little Shen, Meng Meng is still outside. After Shen Lang pulled down the other side of Xia Shuyi's skirt, Xia Shui nervously held her exposed skin with both hands, and moved her shy eyes away as if she was ready to be picked. She wasn't refusing, but reminding Shen Lang that the little girl was still outside, or that they shouldn't make too much noise. Sister Xia, Mom, the phone is ringing. With a clatter, the bedroom door handle turned and the door was gently pushed open. Xia Mengmeng stood at the door with her ringing cell phone in her hand, looking at the two people in bed innocently for a moment. Mom? What are you doing with little Shen? Xia Mengmeng's innocent and childish voice suddenly put a stop to the two people's desire. No, nothing. Meng Meng, give me the phone. Xia Shui, like a heroine caught in bed with her lover, awkwardly put on her skirt, quickly fixed her messy hair, and patted Shen Lang's arm with a blush on her face, signaling him to get off her quickly. Shen Lang jumped off Xia Shuyi's bed quickly, and even adjusted his trajectory with his back to the little girl. Little Shen, what were you doing with your mother? Xia Mengmeng innocently asked with her face raised, were you playing a game? I want to play too. Shen Lang awkwardly touched the little girl's head, not knowing how to explain it. Puff. Xia Shui looked at Shen Lang's embarrassing appearance and suddenly burst into laughter. She gently scolded Shen Lang with a glance and then said to the little girl, Meng Meng, go get your bag, we're going to the cram school. After the little girl left the bedroom, the two people in the room looked at each other in unspoken agreement, and quickly shifted their gaze. Xia Shuyi also began to doubt what had happened. If Meng Meng hadn't interrupted them, would she really have had to communicate with this big boy who had just moved in a few days ago? Xia Shuyi knew that she had a lot of good feelings for Shen Lang. She really liked this big boy who was warm and kind. Most importantly, he was really good to Meng Meng and was very good at taking care of children. But Xia Shuyi felt that it was too hasty to have a deep exchange after just a few days of knowing each other. They should have dated for a while first. And why did I agree to it just now? Am I really that lonely and desolate? After a moment of silence, Shen Lang picked a random topic to talk about. What does Meng Meng need to study? Piano. Xia Shuyi responded indifferently, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. That's Xia Jia, I think. What? Xiaoshen, you can go back to your work. Xia Shuyi interrupted Shen Lang's speech, fearing that Shen Lang would say something to keep him, and she couldn't help but waver herself. She said nervously, I have to take Meng Meng to the cram school. 1. A puzzled inquiry, why? Can't you send Meng Meng to the cram school and then come back and continue with us? 2. An urgent declaration, Sister Xia, I like you, I want to be with you, it doesn't matter if you have money or not, the main thing is that I want to take care of Meng Meng with you. 3. Open-minded farewell, okay, I'll go first. If you have any problems in the future, please feel free to contact me. Well, no problem. I'll leave first. If you have any problems in the future, please feel free to contact me. Shen Lang could see that Xia Shuyi really didn't want to get involved in the matter. What's more, Meng Meng had already gotten involved, so it was impossible for Xia Shuyi to ignore her daughter, so she decisively left the bedroom. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Xia Shuyi sat on the bed with her legs folded, staring blankly. We've only known each other for a few days, I'm crazy. Thinking about what had just happened, Xia Shuyi buried her blushing face in her knees, embarrassed. Chapter 20, The Goblin's First Date. After returning home for a long time, Shen Lang's excited and hot feelings could not be calmed for a long time. He looked at the palm of his hand that had ripped Xia Shui's skirt, and couldn't help but recall the scene in the bedroom just now, and suddenly felt a little angry. Unfortunately, there was no fire extinguisher at home, so Shen Lang could only sigh and say, what's the use of this iron rod? As a beginner, Shen Lang was having sex with a married woman for the first time. It has to be said that the reality of the situation was far more exciting than the self-help and YY novels of his peers. The more he thought about it, the more restless he felt, especially since he hadn't been able to relieve his tension. This feeling of nowhere to release made Shen Lang feel inexplicably irritable. He took a cold shower in a hurry, and he calmed down a lot. It wasn't until after 5 p.m. that Sula sent a WeChat message. Don't want to be early, today, are you busy? Sulishuan was obviously testing whether Shinlang had forgotten their agreement. Or was he asking if Shinlang had nothing else to do in the afternoon and could come to the appointment? After these few days of systematic baptism, Shinlang still understands the simple and easy to understand sentence. Sleeping until dawn, not busy, do you want me to pick you up at school in the afternoon? Don't want to be early, no need, the school is not far from you, I'll just take a taxi. Sleep till dawn, okay, let me know when you get in the car. I don't want to be early in the morning, yes. After a brief chat, Shinlang closed the WeChat chat box. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory at Zhuhai University, Sulishuan excitedly threw away her phone and couldn't wait to open her closet. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes, Sulishuan tapped her fair feet one by one, pondering what clothes to wear on her first date. Sulishuan is like many single female college students. On the day she entered university, she was not only thinking about learning some knowledge and getting a diploma that would help her find a good job. She also looked forward to finding a boyfriend she was satisfied with at university, having a sweet love affair. After school, they would walk together, and on vacation, they would go on romantic dates together. Every day, they would live a sweet life and fully enjoy the youthful years that only belong to college. Interestingly, Su Lixian met not a guy from school, but a senior who had graduated and whom she met while buying chestnuts. As it turned out, life is like a blind box of chocolates, and no one knows what the next one will taste like. Hey, Xian, take me with you? Yi Xinshin looked at Su Lishuan, who was scratching his head over his choice of clothes, and said teasingly, I want to see what kind of charm this guy has that can make the school flower of our Zhuhai University fall for him like this. I already told you that we're just friends, and we're just going out to eat. Su Lishuan's face turned red as she mumbled, and at the same time, she chose the clothes she would wear on the date. It was Saturday, and all of her roommates had gone home, leaving Yi Xinshin and Su Lishuan alone in the dormitory. Su Lixian was too lazy to go to the bathroom, so he simply began to undress in front of Yi Xin, revealing a perfect figure that made countless boys drool. Like Xia Shuyi, Su Lishuan was not aware that she and Shinlang had only known each other for a few days. The only time they met offline was when they ran into each other at the snack street. This is the case with girls who have never been in love. They are creatures who yearn for the good and look forward to the future. This is especially true of the so-called school beauties or class beauties who are not open to new ideas and are aloof from the world. If a different gender can enter their eyes, gain their favor, their emotional quotient and intelligence quotient will inexplicably decrease a lot. This is why, no matter which university you go to, you can see couples with such a huge difference. The boys are average in every way, and some are even ugly and plain. Their girlfriends are all prettier than the last, and their figures are all better than the last. The main reason is that these boys have the courage to test the girls' thoughts. They don't feel that they are not worthy, and then they are forced to hide in a remote corner where the goddess can't see them, watching helplessly as the goddess they dream of is chased away by other boys. They also don't feel inferior because the girl is good-looking and has high standards. On the contrary, girls with good standards will inspire them to be more motivated. Of course, all single girls have many requirements for their future other halves. For example, they want to know whether the man has a car and a house, or whether he is tall enough, what his family situation is like, and whether he has any brothers or sisters. Some girls even have to consider whether the other person's zodiac sign and their own are compatible, and whether it will affect their luck after they get together. For example, Shinlang's not particularly good looks and the decadent temperament of a housebound man are the things that make Su Lixian feel that he should be deducted points. But the truth is, if a girl is really attracted to a guy, she will like him. Then all these rules and regulations that were previously set will be gone in an instant. They will accept any personality or habit of the other person, even if they are not particularly good-looking. This is the case with Su Lixian. She likes the sense of humor in Shanlang, and finds it particularly interesting to chat with him. Many couples who are in love gradually develop into lovers from this step. In this case, Shinlang's shortcomings in terms of looks and otaku temperament are inexplicably covered up. This is the female, a strange and interesting creature. My dear Xian, who would believe you? Yi Xinshin smiled maliciously, then looked at the fair-skinned, slender Su Lixian, who was wearing white stockings, and walked up to her like a crazy man, groping her feet. Gee, I'm so confused by these legs, I really envy that guy. What are you doing? Su Lishan pushed away her best friend's bad hands with a red face and a pounding heart. When she was getting dressed to leave the dormitory, Yi Xinshin suddenly reminded her. If you're not coming back tonight, remember to ask him to bring you a t-shirt. I don't want to be a godmother right after I start college. Go play your game. Su Lishan blushed and slammed the dormitory door shut. At around 6 p.m., Su Lishan arrived at the bus stop where she had last parted from Shenlang, as agreed. At this time, there was a lot of traffic, and it was also the peak of the workday. Her well-dressed appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Su Lishan is tall and curvy, especially her beautiful legs wrapped in a pair of white stockings under her short skirt, long and even. Above them were the fair thighs of the so-called absolute domain, which looked even more soft and fair against the backdrop of the white stockings. Chapter 21 Chapter 22 You look handsome without your glasses. Several male college students who came to look for food were so captivated by Su Lishan's makeup that they missed the bus. They stood there, their minds battling with the little man inside, wondering whether they should go up and ask for her contact details. When Su Lishan's eyes swept over them, these male college students suddenly had the illusion of being secretly observed by a beautiful woman, and their confidence in asking for contact information increased a lot. Little did they know that Su Lishan was just looking for someone. Sorry, I'm late. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Su Lishan's heart leapt, and she quickly turned around to say hello. But when she turned around and saw the handsome guy in front of her, she was a little stunned and couldn't think of a word to say for a while. I'm Shenlang. Shenlang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He said, it's only been a few days since we last saw each other. You've already forgotten me? You are Shenlang? Su Lishan had a hard time comparing the handsome, sunny boy in front of her to the depressed otaku with glasses from the last time. Shenlang thought for a moment and put his hands in front of his eyes like binoculars. Can you see it like this? Without your glasses, I wouldn't recognize you. Su Lishan suddenly realized and smiled, curiously asking, is it convenient for you not to wear glasses? Shenlang nodded, I'm not very nearsighted, so it doesn't matter whether I wear glasses or not. Oh, I see. Su Lishan's voice was full of joy. His seemingly calm and polite eyes were very excited as he looked at the reborn Shenlang in front of him. The face was still the same, but without glasses, it was normal for Su Lishan not to recognize him at first glance, not to mention that this was the second time the two had met. The most important thing is temperament. When the two first met, Su Lishan could clearly feel Shenlang's nervous and introverted otaku temperament. But now, Su Lishan can't feel that nervous and socially anxious temperament from Shenlang at all. Instead, he looked like a vibrant, sunny, and cheerful young man. Is this the difference between wearing glasses and not wearing glasses? This is too much of a contrast. You look handsome without glasses. Su Lishan couldn't help but praise him. If Shenlang's charm before was his humorous and witty conversation, the thing that would have scored him points was his introverted and socially anxious nerdy temperament. Now, Shenlang has no shortcomings at all, and his qualifications in every aspect are very much in line with Su Lishan's requirements for a partner. This is a very realistic thing. No matter what the relationship is between a man and a woman, they both hope that the other person they care about can develop in the most perfect way. Boyfriends want their girlfriends to have a better figure and higher appearance, so that they can look better when they go out together. And what about girlfriends? No girl would like to go shopping with a socially anxious introverted boyfriend. 1. Compliment your partner on her beauty and ask her how tall she is. No matter how much she says, remember to casually compliment her on her long legs. 2. You are also very beautiful, but your breasts are not very big. I suggest you eat some papaya or other fruits. 3. Thank you, you are also very sexy. You are wearing speed socks, so can you not go back to school tonight? I want to eat ice cream. You are also very pretty. Shenlang thought for a moment and looked at Su Lishan curiously, and you feel like you're quite tall. Are you 1.7 meters tall? No, I'm not that tall. Su Lishan shook his head a little embarrassed, I'm only about 1.65 meters. Maybe you have longer legs. Shenlang casually praised, and reached out to gesture, it feels like you're almost at my chest. You're not that tall. You're over 180 centimeters. Su Lishan weighed his legs in white silk and smiled a little embarrassed, but he looked really happy. Ding! Su Lishan's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points. Currently at 11 points, please keep up the good work. Shenlang finally understood why the system wanted to praise the other person in a casual manner. Because a casual attitude is the most sincere compliment. Let's go eat first. Shenlang pointed in the direction of the snack street and said expectantly, there is an ancient street over there. It will be lively tonight with the Lantern Festival. After dinner, we can go there for a stroll. It's Saturday, and Su Lishan is out having fun at night. As long as she doesn't stay out all night, it doesn't matter if she goes home a little later. With such a good opportunity, Shenlang would never say goodbye to her after dinner. More importantly, if a girl is willing to go out with you at night, it means she has a good impression of you. The atmosphere at night is more ambiguous, and girls are more emotional at night and easily moved. Plus, with a boy who cares by their side, most girls can't help but show the man more of what's in their hearts or their truest selves. This is why, often, when a guy confesses at night, he is more likely to succeed than during the day. Of course, it is also possible that the confession is successful at night, but the girl sends a message the next morning saying, I've thought it over, and we're not a good match. Su Lishan smiled sweetly, followed Shenlang, and walked to the snack street laughing and talking, leaving behind several heartbroken male college students. Shenlang took Su Lishan to a famous roast duck restaurant. After ordering, with the help of the system, Shenlang took the lead in opening the topic of conversation. The topics the system gave him were mostly things that Su Lishan was interested in. For example, campus life, celebrity gossip, and all kinds of horror movies. For example, at this moment, Shenlang casually brought up a topic between roommates. Su Lishan took up the topic and began to talk about it at length, vividly discussing the personalities of her roommates and some of their little quirks, expressing her desire to talk very strongly. In fact, the main reason why girls don't want to chat with you is that you haven't talked about the topics they like. Or your conversation skills are too awkward, which will make girls feel inexplicably irritated. Fortunately, Shenlang has an add-on. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to chat, he wouldn't even be able to ask the Zhuhai University campus beauty out for a duck meal. With the help of the system, Shenlang's mentality has also undergone a huge change, and even his chat skills have been greatly improved. Sometimes, without the system's prompts, Shenlang can smoothly continue the conversation. After all, the system has taught him everything, and if he still treats girls with a submissive and introverted personality, then he is truly beyond help. At this moment, the waiter brought the steaming hot red oil roast duck and some side dishes. When the two waitresses brought the food, Shenlang and Su Lu Xian were still chatting happily, not paying any attention to the two waitresses' ant-like smiles. Su Lishan is a lively and playful girl, but this was her first time meeting a boy, so like most girls, she put on a quiet and reserved facade. However, it was not until after the two had been chatting for less than an hour that Su Lishan revealed her true self. So, after the waitress had served the dishes, she smiled and said to the chatty couple, You two, you can take your time falling in love, but you should eat the roast duck while it's still hot. Chapter 22 Chapter 23, I Want Ice Cream. Su Lishan, who was originally full of joy, blushed from this ambiguous misunderstanding. She coughed lightly, lowered her head and ate the duck meat with small mouthfuls, while secretly observing Shenlang's reaction to the sentence. Shenlang also coughed awkwardly, not knowing what to say, but only under the prompt of the system, he picked up the duck meat for Su Lishan to eat. Su Lishan kept nodding and saying thank you, stuffing the duck meat that Shenlang had picked up for her into her mouth, her white cheeks bulging. The two people who had just been laughing and talking had inexplicably quieted down, and the noisy voices of the surrounding guests could be heard clearly. But this atmosphere was not awkward at all, but rather had a tacitly understood and enchanting atmosphere. To put it more colloquially, the woman knows that the man is up to no good, and the man knows that the woman is pretending to be coy. In this situation, it is most appropriate to let things develop and then achieve a happy ending. But the waitress's words directly broke down the barrier between the two of them. How could this not be embarrassing? After dinner, Shenlang paid the bill and took Su Lishan to the nearby Lantern Festival. After leaving the restaurant, the atmosphere between the two of them inexplicably returned, and they began to chat and socialize with each other enthusiastically. When they arrived at the ancient street, the Lantern Festival had just begun, and the place was full of dazzling lights. Colorful lanterns hung on both sides of the ancient street, each emitting a unique light, making people feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. The streets were crowded with people, and the endless hustle and bustle filled the air. The two of them laughed and chatted as they walked through the bustling crowd. Every shop was lit up with colorful lights, and the words on the signboard swayed in the light, attracting the attention of passers-by. Su Lishan followed Shenlang, happily looking at the shops on both sides of the street, occasionally stopping to watch for a moment. The streets were full of noisy scenes, with performances such as dragon and lion dances, acrobatics, and magic. Such a grand scene naturally attracted many anchors to come here. They were carrying live broadcast equipment and shouting at the top of their lungs for their families to support them. The tourists were cheering and applauding, and the children were even more excited. They ran around the ancient street, laughing and laughing. In addition to the performances, the Lantern Festival in the ancient street also has many traditional delicacies. Shenlang also bought a rabbit sugar painting for Su Lishan to eat while walking. Su Lishan really liked this place. She had a smile on her face the whole time she was there, and from time to time she would ask Shenlang to hold the sugar painting while she took a bunch of photos with her phone. Ding! Su Lishan's favorability towards the host has increased by 6 points. It is currently 17 o'clock. Please keep up the good work. Maybe this is what it feels like to have a boyfriend. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Shenlang looked at the half-eaten rabbit candy in his hand, and then looked at Su Lishan, who was taking pictures of the lion dance, and his face also wore a satisfied smile. At this moment, Su Lishan was bumped by a child in the crowd, and she stumbled and almost dropped her phone. The little brat didn't care at all, just looked at him curiously, made a face at Su Lishan, and ran away bouncing. I was so scared, my phone almost fell. Su Lishan looked at the child who ran away and pouted in annoyance. 1. Go after the naughty child, give him a slap, and tell him to apologize to Su Lishan, or else tell his parents. 2. Warn Su Lishan to stand back and film, don't delay the performance. 3. Holding Su Lishan's hand, gently reminding her that there are many people here, and suggesting that they go for a walk by the sea. Handsome people have a partner, ugly people have a partner, and only cowards don't deserve a partner. Since meeting Su Lishan, Shenlang has kept this phrase in his heart. There are a lot of people here. Shenlang didn't think much about it, and walked up to Su Lishan, holding her soft, white hand. He said with a wandering look in his eyes, let's go for a walk by the sea? There's a place called Yusha Bay up ahead, it's quite fun there. Although Shenlang had the system to help him, he was still very nervous about holding a girl's hand in public. He was also worried that his bold move might cause Su Lishan to be displeased. I haven't even officially confirmed the relationship yet, and I'm already holding her hand? Will she think I'm too casual? If she says too soon, I'm not ready, and then break away from her, won't that be very embarrassing? While Shenlang was brainstorming, Su Lishan looked at her palm being held lightly by Shenlang. She was a little surprised, and the liveliness she had just had immediately disappeared. She looked at Shenlang shyly, her face suddenly flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she said in a small voice, Hearing Su Lishan's response, Shenlang's face was a little excited. Then, let's go. Zhanghai City is a coastal city. The only tourist attraction that the locals are proud of is the sea, which has varying degrees of popularity. Yusha Bay is located in a relatively remote area and is not well known in the travel guide of Zhanghai City. The entire area is dominated by a large sculpture of a sea snail, and the rest is just a long stretch of sandy beach and endless sea. Basically, only people who live nearby will come out to visit in their free time. Tourists from other places simply don't care about this inconspicuous little beach. Shenlang took Su Lishan's hand and walked along the cobblestone path. The two of them were next to the endless sea, and there were also scattered passers-by strolling on the beach. The sea breeze was strong tonight, but the two of them were dressed warmly, so it didn't matter. Along the way, Su Lishan didn't say much. She occasionally looked up at Shenlang, and then looked at the palm of her hand that Shenlang was holding, with a red face, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Lishan is from inland China and doesn't get to see the sea very often. In the past, Su Lishan would have gone to the beach, taken off her shoes, and walked barefoot on the sand, taking pictures and having fun. She is a passionate girl. Unfortunately, her palm was now in Shen Lang's hands. Experiencing this feeling of love between the skin of a man and a woman for the first time, Su Lishan was both confused and eager to experience love. At this moment, the system's options popped up again. 1. Smiling and teasing, didn't you say you've never seen the sea before? How about going to the beach to have some fun? 2. Holding her waist, he said with longing, it's getting late, let's go to a hotel. I want to eat ice cream. I'll take you back to school tomorrow. 3. Are you thinking about going back to school? Do you want me to take you there? Chapter 23 Chapter 24 The Female Elf by the Sea. What? Didn't you say you've never seen the sea before? Shenlang held Su Lixian's hand a little tighter. So, do you want to go to the beach and have some fun? Yes. Su Lixian nodded expectantly, and the two of them walked towards the beach on the soft sand. Su Lixian was wearing flat shoes and white thermal stockings, so the two of them could only walk along the edge of the waves. Shenlang, what do you do now? Su Lixian suddenly asked, while quietly holding Shenlang's warm hand back. Feeling Su Lixian's soft fingers pressing against the skin of his palm, Shenlang was suddenly ecstatic, with an indescribable sense of accomplishment that almost made him incoherent. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm writing a novel at home. Really? What kind of genre do you write? Su Lixian naturally knew about online novels. She herself occasionally went to the Tomato Novel website to read romance novels to pass the time. Unlike Shenlang's blind date, Su Lixian didn't ask about Shenlang's salary, but instead asked what kind of genre he wrote. After all, one is going after a sucker, and the other is going after a sweet romance. Cough cough, martial arts novels are all about fighting and killing, you girls won't like them. I've already written over 1 million words. That's not bad, at least it's a job you like. Su Lixian smiled without any hesitation. I never thought that you were actually a big writer. Ha, exaggerating to be a great writer. Shenlang handed the sugar painting to Su Lixian. It's just a way to make some money. I don't know if I'll continue to do this in the future. The two of them chatted along the beach, blowing in the sea breeze, leaving a series of shallow footprints on the beach. With the help of the system, the two talked about everything from their campus life to their future plans, and then to their roommates. In short, they talked about whatever came to mind, without any particular order. Most couples are like this at the beginning. As long as you have each other in your hearts, even if you don't do anything, just sitting together can quickly warm up the relationship. The moonlight shimmers on the sparkling sea, reflecting the two laughing and talking. Ding! Su Lixian's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points. Currently, it is 22 points. Please keep up the good work. Girls are indeed more emotional at night. After just a dozen minutes of chatting, Su Lixian's favorability rating has increased by a full 5 points. Shenlang also clearly felt that Su Lixian was getting closer and closer to him. When they got carried away in their conversation, she would lean against Shenlang's shoulder, just like a lively and lovely girlfriend. Only when she realized what was going on did she shyly move away, but her clear eyes always reflected Shenlang's appearance. I don't know how long it took, but the two of them finally stopped in front of a pile of rocks. There's no way out. Su Lixian looked at the dark rocks in front of her, and her tone clearly revealed her disappointment. Shenlang looked back in surprise at the place where they had entered the beach. Have we come this far? Hey, time flies when you're having fun. That's right, haha. The two of them smiled softly, looking at each other's faces, which were close at hand, and then inexplicably fell silent. At this moment, the system's options popped up. 1. Embrace her waist and press her against the rocks, kissing her passionately. 2. Expectantly asked, no one here can see us. May I pinch your little white feet? 3. Stroke her face, look deeply into her eyes, and kiss her tenderly. Should I send her back? Shenlang was torn between heaven and earth in his mind. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to let Su Lixian go. But apart from option 2, are the other two options too exaggerated? He had only known Su Lixian for a few days, and this was the second time they had met. Would he get beaten up if he kissed her like that? Shenlang suddenly said, What? Su Lixian was startled. Ah? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Oh. The two looked at each other, then shyly looked away, but their hands remained clasped. At this moment, there was complete silence. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks was especially crisp. The ginkgo trees planted in the park on the shore rustled in the sea breeze. What the hell, there's nothing to be scared of. Shenlang cheered himself up in his heart, then loosened Su Lixian's hand, which was slightly sweaty, and slowly raised his hand to her delicate and white-side face. The system gave two ambiguous options at the same time, which meant that Su Lixian could accept Shenlang kissing her here in her heart. He also secretly reminded himself that if Su Lixian made any unwilling moves, he would immediately cancel the back swing and find an excuse to get past it. Shenlang didn't want to scare away the female elf he had finally met with his presumptuous behavior. Under Su Lixian's slightly dull gaze, Shenlang's palm slowly fell on her delicate face and gently stroked it. As Shenlang had imagined, the girl's face was very soft and smooth, but the temperature was getting higher and higher. The moment his fingers touched her cheek, she shuddered, as if she had guessed what Shenlang was going to do. At this moment, Su Lixian really wanted to ask Shenlang, "What is our relationship now?" But for some reason, in this quiet, empty environment at night, Su Lixian didn't want to interrupt the romantic atmosphere, so she just pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at Shenlang. No objection? That means. Under Su Lixian's gaze, Shenlang slowly leaned down, and the two's faces grew closer and closer. Shenlang could even smell the sweetness of Su Lixian's lips, which was the smell of the sugar painting he had just bought. I wonder if it's even sweeter inside? Thump, thump. Feeling the warmth of Shenlang's fingers and the faces getting closer and closer, Su Lixian's heart was beating very fast, trembling his lips slightly, and his hands tightly pinching the hem of his skirt. Soon, Shenlang's nose touched Su Lixian's small upturned nose, and his lips also touched Su Lixian's soft lips. The first feeling was soft, with a hint of sweetness, and he could clearly smell Su Lixian's gradually increasing breath. Since it was his first time kissing, Shenlang had no experience and could only awkwardly press his lips against Su Lixian's. If he wasn't worried that Su Lixian would reject him, Shenlang would have liked to learn how to stick his tongue in, just like in the movies. After a few minutes of mouth-to-mouth kissing, Shenlang gradually loosened his grip on Su Lixian's hot cheeks and looked at Su Lixian's stunned and surprised face in disbelief. Shenlang had never imagined that he would get the first kiss from this female elf after knowing her for less than a few days and asking her out for the first time. Su Lixian also seemed to be in a state of terminal illness, turning away shyly, covering her flushed cheeks, and mumbling to herself in disbelief. Su Lixian, what's wrong with you? You've only known him for a short time, and this is your first kiss. It was late at night, and the people were quiet. In such a leisurely and elegant environment, there were two young people with budding feelings, both blushing and heart beating. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Is this what it feels like to be in love? After returning from the beach, the two of them seemed to have erased their memories, and they both tacitly forgot about the previous kiss, continuing to walk hand in hand along the cobblestone path on the shore. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening, and the two had almost finished exploring the area. The lively lantern festival was over, and Shenlang reluctantly sent Su Lixian to the car. Damn, is this what it feels like to be in love? Back at home, Shenlang lay on the bed and touched his lips, unable to help but smile foolishly. It felt really good. The only thing that Shenlang regretted was that he didn't stick out his tongue at the beach, even though he had such a good opportunity. Shenlang felt that kissing with tongue was the only way to kiss. But as a socially anxious otaku, Shenlang was already brave enough to take the initiative to kiss Su Lixian. As for sticking out his tongue, Shenlang still didn't dare to do it. He was mainly worried that Su Lixian would have an extreme reaction. After all, it was the first time the two had gone on a date. Until now, Shenlang is still very nervous. This feeling of oppression is no less than a 1v5 endgame in a game. Shenlang was not discouraged by this. This time, he did not succeed, but it also served as a precaution for Su Lixian. The next time he asks her out, he will take the initiative to kiss her. She should be prepared for it, and neither side will feel embarrassed. Tomorrow is Sunday, and Su Lixian has to go home to spend time with her parents. The two also agreed that if they were both free next Saturday, they could hang out. Thinking about this, Shenlang couldn't help but grin, and he was already looking forward to next Saturday. At this moment, Su Lixian sent a WeChat message, "I'm at school. I had a great time today. Sleep till morning, get some rest, and I'll take you out again next Saturday. I don't want to get up early tomorrow, I'll give you the money I spent today." Su Lixian transferred 120 yuan to Shenlang, including the 15 yuan for the candy painting. In the past, Shenlang might have thought that the other party was trying to end the relationship and was trying to find ways to transfer the money to himself. But now, Shenlang thinks that Su Lixian is a very nice girl, at least in terms of her character. Sleeping through the morning, no, it's only a little over 100 yuan. I don't want to be a cheapskate, no, you have to take it. We've only known each other for a short time, and I can't just spend your money. Hurry up. Angry cat. Sleeping through the night, how about this? I'll pay for this time, and you can pay for the next time. It's not worth going to all that trouble for just 100 renminbi. Dog head. After a moment of silence, the other person replied, "Well, next time I'll treat you to seafood." After chatting for a while, they went to the girls' dormitory building. Su Lishan put away her phone and walked to her dormitory with a smile on her face. Su Lishan was very satisfied with today's date, and her steps were all happy. When she returned to the dormitory, most of her roommates were asleep. Only her best friend, Yi Xinshin, was curled up in her summer quilt, playing with her phone. "My dear Xian, you're back?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yi Xinshin couldn't wait to stick her head out and playfully teased in a low voice, "I thought you weren't coming back tonight. It's so late, if you don't come back, I'll sleep on the bridge." Su Lishan blushed and hid from Yi Xian's knowing smile. After undressing, she went into the bathroom to wash up. After taking a shower, Su Lishan climbed into the bed, holding a plush toy Pikachu, and recalled the picture of walking on the beach with Shenlang, feeling like it was a fleeting dream. Her relationship with Shenlang was progressing too quickly. They had only known each other for less than 4 days, and they were already so close that they could hold hands and kiss on the beach. What's more, it was also my first kiss. Was it really too fast? I've only known him for a few days. Su Lishan poked her head out of the covers and looked sullenly at Yi Xian, who was huddled in the covers playing a game. She was thinking about whether or not to talk to her best friend, who had had countless boyfriends. But, isn't this also a situation? And, thinking of the scene of kissing Shenlang by the sea, Su Lishan's face gradually flushed, her teeth lightly biting her cherry lips, looking somewhat shy, her fair and translucent cheeks quickly turning red, and her breasts under the pink nightgown rising and falling from time to time. The next second, Su Lishan's charming cherry lips outlined a sweet smile, and the arc became larger and larger. Finally, as if she had thought of something embarrassing, Su Lishan hugged Pikachu and curled up in the bed, burying her hot face in the furry Pikachu, tossing and turning on the small bed and unable to sleep. Every now and then, she would smile involuntarily, and then she would look serious, as if she was struggling with something irresistible. I never thought it would really happen. Yi Xinshin looked at Su Lishan, who was rolling around on the bed, and shook her head. She couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in the days to come, there will be plenty of dog food to eat. The days that followed were just as Yi Xinshin had expected. Whenever Su Lishan had free time, he would chat with Shenlang on WeChat like they were inseparable. At first, Su Lishan was still a bit worried about his roommates and was embarrassed to chat with Shenlang so openly. But after a while, Su Lishan completely laid his cards on the table. From the initial manual typing to the later voice chat, the two's relationship grew very quickly. The sound of their lovemaking made several roommates' heads ache. Every time they saw Su Lishan lying in bed, shaking her white feet and chatting with Shenlang, their roommates were both envious and inexplicably anxious. Several roommates, including the online slut Yi Xinshin, were single. How could they not want to find a guy in college to have a sweet relationship with? Sometimes during class, Su Lishan would secretly take out her phone to chat with Shenlang. The time they spent on the phone was getting longer and longer, and sometimes they would even chat all night. As a result, Su Lishan's power bank was completely worn out. The girls in the dormitory also realized that the school flower of Zhuhai University, the white moonlight that countless boys dream of, was really in love. Except for Yi Xinshin, no one knows that Su Lishan's boyfriend is not from the school, but someone she met outside. Can you believe it? The few people in the dormitory also said that they would keep Su Lishan's secret and not spread the news that she was dating Shenlang. Who would have thought that the next day, the news that Su Lishan was dating a boy outside of school would be posted directly on Zhuhai University's popular post bar? As the leader of the beauty zone at Zhuhai University, she is the white moonlight of countless boys. When the admirers of Su Lishan saw this post, they were jealous and envious, and they asked who the school beauty's boyfriend was outside the school. At first, Su Lishan was still a little worrying that this post would cause some kind of commotion. What's more, the title of campus beauty was also added to her by those boys without her knowledge. But later, Su Lishan let go of it. She is not a big star or a famous anchor, so why should she care what others think about her ordinary love life? Even if she is the school beauty, she can still fall in love, right? Chapter 25 Chapter 26, It's not good if the child hears it. The weather in Shanghai City has been relatively mild these days. The sun hung quietly in the sky, casting warm rays of light. The chirping of cicadas echoed throughout the woods, adding a touch of irritability to the hot afternoon. On Thursday afternoon, Shenlang turned on his computer and was just about to play a couple of games when Su Lishan's message popped up. No wonder some people say that when you're in love, you shouldn't think about playing games. Shenlang couldn't help but laugh and shut down the game client, opening Su Lishuan's chat box. The next second, Shenlang's blood rushed to his head and he sat up straight. Su Lishan sent a few selfies, and most of them were close-ups of her legs in white stockings. Su Lishan's legs are really good, especially when she is wearing white stockings. They look soft and fleshy, like the pads of a cat's feet, and you just want to take a bite out of them. In this hot summer, looking at these white ice creams, Shenlang felt his mouth dry and his tongue parched. But soon Shenlang calmed down. The two are in a good relationship, but they are not good enough to send such intimate photos. Su Lishuan could not be such a flirtatious girl. He guessed that Su Lishuan was asking him to rate these selfies. Who knows what Su Lishan will send next? Shenlang, do you think it's weird that I'm wearing this? This is a rhetorical question, and Shenlang could not answer it incorrectly. No, why? Then why do people say I dress like a slut? Huh? Who said that? It's the group of people on our school's bulletin board. They all say that I dress seductively and don't look like a college student at all. Many girls in my class dress like this. 1. I can't tell from these few photos, so send more. 2. Silly, they are just jealous of you. If I had your body, I would go out in the nude. 3. It's really slutty, it's standing up for me. Shenlang was too lazy to type, so he just called Su Lishan on the phone. Su Lishan had been scolded on the post bar for the past 2 days. Originally, she was not very well known at Zhuhai University, and the title of campus beauty was only spread among the freshmen. Who would have thought that after her post was popularized by the rumor that she was in a relationship, a lot of weird comments appeared in the comment section, criticizing that Su Lishan's usual attire did not look like that of a college student. Su Lishan was angry, but she didn't know how to refute these people. She could only sulk in her room, and she had no appetite to eat for the past 2 days. Neither her roommates nor her girlfriends could persuade her. Shenlang. Su Lishan quickly accepted Shenlang's voice invitation, but her tone was a bit down. It seemed that the comments had really affected her. Silly, what's the big deal? Shenlang smiled and said teasingly, I can guarantee that most of the people who call you a slut are girls, because only girls who are jealous of another girl will call her a slut. Su Lishan was stunned for a moment, and her heart felt better, but she still said angrily, but what they said was really too much, and I checked it out, and many of the girls who scolded me were my schoolmates. Oh, I don't care if they're seniors or juniors, they're just being mean. Shenlang smiled and said, if they can say you're sexy, it means they really envy your body. If I had your body, I would go out in the nude and let those girls praise me. Ah, you're a pervert. Su Lishan lay on the bed, laughing and shaking her feet at the end of the bed. In just a few minutes, the conversation quickly turned to their Saturday date. After a few days, Su Lishan's favorability rating for Shenlang finally exceeded 30. Seeing this, his roommates couldn't help but admire this guy. He only said a few words, but he made his sullen girlfriend so happy. No wonder he was able to win the beauty queen of Zhuhai University. Meanwhile, in Xia Shuyi's living room, Xia Shuyi is playing mahjong with a few old friends, while a few children are playing in Xia Shuyi's bedroom. Since the last time she almost had sex with Shenlang, Xia Shuyi has not contacted him on her own initiative. She is even too embarrassed to invite him to dinner at home. She couldn't bear to part with this sincere young man, mainly because he was so good to her daughter and Meng Meng liked him very much. In the midst of these complicated emotions, Xia Shuyi had no choice but to call a few of her best girlfriends over to play mahjong, in order to relieve her recent bad mood. Xia Shuyi's girlfriends all wear gold and silver, wear luxury clothes, carry designer handbags, and drive expensive cars that ordinary people can only dream of. Some of their husbands run oil companies, some are in real estate, and others are in the tourism industry. Everyone is a big shot worth over 100 million yuan. The 4 of them combined are worth 1/5 of the GDP of Zhanghai City. However, in terms of appearance and body shape, these women are somewhat overshadowed. After all, they are all older and have given birth. Xia Shuyi is different. She is naturally beautiful, and she doesn't have to spend money to fix her physical flaws like these rich women. Walking down the street, you can't tell that she is a single woman with a child from a divorce. A plump, heavily made-up woman looked at Xia Shuyi with interest. Shuyi, your husband has been dead for so long, and you still haven't found a man? Xia Shuyi played a card and responded with a smile, I'm fine on my own, and I can take care of Meng Meng. I don't think what sisterly meant was taking care of Meng Meng. The other woman laughed and said, it's taking care of you, Shuyi, especially at night. Ha ha ha. The women couldn't help but laugh. These women, who are so familiar with each other, love to make these kind of jokes. Lower your voice, the children will hear you. Siui's face turned red and she said, "Oh, I'm just kidding." But at the same time, Siui couldn't help but think of what happened in the bedroom last time, when she almost had sex with Shenlang, and her face slowly turned red. In fact, women at Siui's age have a lot of needs. She had already tried her best to restrain herself and focus on taking care of her daughter. Who would have thought that from that day on, Siui felt like she had turned on a switch, and she couldn't control herself anymore. Every night before going to bed, she couldn't help but think about what almost happened with Shenlang. Siui's thinking was more conservative, unlike these rich women who had 7 or 8 fitness coaches on call in their phones. Apart from Shenlang, Siui didn't want to find other men, so she had to buy some toys to comfort herself. Oh, she's blushing. It seems that she is still looking for someone. Sister Hong nodded in satisfaction. "I told you, you must be a restless person." "Oh, I told you to come play mahjong, not talk about this." Siui denied it, angrily retorting, "It's not good if the children hear it." At this moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Xiao Mengmeng ran out with a purple toy in her hand, shouting, "Mom, they're trying to take your toy." Chapter 26 Chapter 27 Old Bide, I'm your sister. Ha 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 ha. The rich women were stunned at first, then they all laughed hysterically. The relationship between the several women was very good, and this was not meant as a taunt. They were laughing at the fact that Siui was so rich and powerful, but she still used such childish things. She really doesn't know how to spend her money. Ah! Meng, you! Siui was so scared that she ran over, blushing and with a pounding heart, to take the toy back, hide it in her bedroom, and chase all the rich women's children out. Back at the mahjong table, Siui looked at her friends, who were bursting with laughter, and blushed, saying, "What's so funny? Are we going to play mahjong or not? I know you don't want other men to interfere with your life with Meng." Sister Hong laughed and said, "But life is life. You can't live your whole life playing with toys. You're only in your 30s. Yes, Shui, you have no problem finding a man with your qualifications. Why play with these little things?" The other sisters also persuaded her, "Look at me, my deadbeat old man is out partying every night, I can't possibly stay home alone, can I? Shui, you have to live in the present. Yes, Shui, we women have to learn to be a little kinder to ourselves." Another rich woman said, "We've earned so much money in our lives, and we can't take it with us when we die. Wherever we spend it, it's not a waste. It's not a shame to find a man to play with." "Oh, don't talk about this in front of the children." Siui glanced at Meng, who was playing with her cell phone on the sofa with a few children. After being persuaded by her sisters, she felt even more depressed. Okay, let's end the gathering here today. I have to send Meng to her cram school." The sisters, seeing that Siui didn't want to talk about it, looked at each other, sighed silently, packed their bags, and left with their children. After the sisters left, Siui looked at the messy mahjong on the table in the empty room, and a sense of loneliness inevitably grew in her heart. The little girl sat on the sofa, looking at Siui, who was staring at her chin, and blinked curiously. "Mom, I don't remember having a tutoring session this afternoon." Siui got up and sat next to the little girl, pinching her plump cheeks. She smiled wryly, both relieved and helpless. "You little girl, you make me look so ridiculous." "Mom is not ugly." Xiao Mengmeng didn't understand what it meant to be embarrassed, and she hugged Xiaoshu's arm, saying with great pride, "My teacher said that my mom is much prettier than the other students' moms." What a sweet little mouth. Hearing her daughter praise her like that, Siui felt much better. She was lucky to have such a sensible and obedient daughter. "Mom, why hasn't little Shen come to visit us lately?" Holding the rubber ducky Shenlang gave her, Xiao Mengmeng asked curiously, "I miss little Shen. What's he doing these days? Is he in school too?" "Mom doesn't know either." Xiaoshui sighed with melancholy. Since that day, their communication seemed to have been cut off. But whenever she thought about what happened in the bedroom that day, Xiaoshui felt her heart beating so fast that she couldn't help but feel a vague sense of shame spreading through her heart. She took out her phone and opened the chat box with Shenlang. She reminisced about the previous chat with Shenlang and couldn't help but smile. The next day at noon, Shenlang was tapping away at his keyboard at home, trying to finish the novel he was writing. Shenlang had been writing this 1 million-word martial arts novel for almost a year. Although there was no achievement, the number of words was relatively high, and he could still get full attendance every month. He could earn more than 5,000 yuan a month, which was more than enough. Now that he has a system and nearly $1 million in savings, Shenlang feels that he won't have to rely on novels to make a living. However, this novel has already written so many words, the plot is almost at its climax, and it has gained several hundred loyal fans. Shenlang still felt a little reluctant to end the novel without a reason. He planned to give the protagonist a perfect ending, but there was a risk that it would be a flop. Shenlang typed extremely fast, writing from morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and finally finished the martial arts novel, with a special chapter at the end to thank everyone for their support. However, the comments in the comments section were not very good. "Oh, it's over already? You're not a human being, author. Okay, it's a happy ending. Please don't write any more love stories in your next book. I really feel awkward reading them. Can't the protagonist just level up and fight monsters in a martial arts novel?" Just as Shenlang was reviewing these comments, a message popped up on WeChat. "Who told him not to flatter me? Finished, flowers thrown, keep up the good work in the next book, I have faith in you." This is a loyal fan of Shenlang. Shenlang was able to write this book to 1,000,000 words, and a large part of this is due to the credit of this reader. When Shenlang first started writing this book, his poor writing and the plot that was like a running account made many readers spew their bile. But this reader not only cheered himself on in the comments section, but also used the extremely culturally rich Zhuan dialect to confront the group of spewers. He told Shenlang to ignore the group of spewers and continue writing, and it would definitely become popular. Although the book never became popular until the end, Shenlang was very grateful to this reader. Not only did he add her to WeChat, but the two of them would sometimes play games together. However, this reader never turned on the voice function, and he only typed text, so Shenlang never knew whether he was a man or a woman. Shenlang guessed that he must be a man. After all, who else would have such a deep understanding of Zhuan culture? "Maybe I won't write books anymore." Shenlang replied, "I'm going to change jobs to make a living." Who told him not to coax me? Really? What are you going to do? Sleep until morning? I don't know, let's see what happens. The two of them had a brief chat, and then the other person said they were going to go eat. Just as Shenlang was about to go out to find food, the WeChat notification tone sounded again. Shenlang thought it was Su Lishan coming to see him again, but when he opened WeChat, it was Shenlinlin, the little brat. "Vampire number 1, Lao Dang, I took a look at your crappy book. I heard you finished it. Sleeping till morning, yes, and I'm not going to write any more books. Maybe I'll have to rely on you two sisters for help in the future." She had been typing for a long time, but the result was a direct transfer of 2,000 yuan. "I don't need money anywhere recently, so I'll lend it to you to tide you over." Shenlang looked at the transfer of 2,000 yuan for a long time, typing in disbelief, "Who are you? Give her back her phone." "Vampire number 1, old bide, I'm your sister." Chapter 27 Chapter 28, "Do you want to practice driving my car first?" "Silly girl, I was just joking. I still have some savings on me, so I don't need your sister's charity for the time being." Shenlang still knows Shenlinlin. This girl is always aggressive in her attitude. But if Shenlang encounters any problems, this girl will still do her best to help. After all, she is the younger sister that he raised with his own hands, even though she is always arrogant and domineering. "So what are you going to do next? Are you really not going to write a novel?" "I don't know, let's see, I'm hanging up." Shenlang didn't explain, and directly closed the chat box with Shenlinlin. That's how real brother and sister are. Shenlang opened the bank app to check the balance, and the 950,000 yuan in savings was quietly lying there. Shenlang's savings have never exceeded 5 digits, and this series of Arabic numerals is simply visually overwhelming. This huge amount of money was all from Shenlang's spending on Xiaoshuti and Su Lishan. With so much money, should I get a car? Shenlang had already passed his driver's license exam a few years ago. However, he never left the house and had no extra money, so the license was left in the drawer and was almost yellowing. Since he would be spending a lot of time picking up Su Lishan from school, he thought it would be a good idea to get a car. Shenlang had never bought a car or seen a house. He is not familiar with these processes and needs to find a professional to take him along. "Hey! Find a rich woman." Shenlang suddenly realized that he had a friend in his friend list who was a landlord's wife with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. She must know the process of buying a car. "Xia, are you free tomorrow? I want to buy a car, but I'm not familiar with many of the steps. If you're free, can you go with me? Within seconds of typing, Siui replied. Peace in all seasons, I'm free. When? Morning or afternoon? When a friend says they want to buy a car, the first thing you should ask is how much they have budgeted and what kind of car they want to buy. But Siui asked Shenlang directly whether he wanted to go in the morning or in the afternoon. The rich woman's brain circuit is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Sleeping through the day, in the afternoon, the weather is better. Peace in all seasons, okay, I'll come see you tomorrow afternoon. Sleep till morning, okay, thank you, Sister Xia. Peace in all seasons, it's fine. By the way, Xiaoxun, I want to ask you something. Sleep till morning, yes, go ahead. The chat box of Siui kept showing that the other party was typing. After a few minutes of intermittent typing, Siui asked, what do you think of me? What do you think of me? 1. Sister Xia, are you still telling me jokes at this late hour? How do you think I see you? Of course, I see you with my eyes. 2. I think you're very nice, you're pretty and young, like a big sister in the neighborhood, and you're so gentle. 3. I know what you're thinking, but don't even think about it. I'm only interested in another girl right now, unless you can let me have sex with you for free. The third option is too hurtful, but... Shenlang thought for a moment, sighed lightly, and typed a reply. I think you're very nice, you're pretty and young, like a big sister in the neighborhood, and you have such a gentle personality. Peace in all seasons, thank you, but that's not what I'm asking. Sleeping till morning, so what do you want to ask? Just like before, the chat box kept saying that the other person was typing. After 7 or 8 minutes, Siui replied. Forget it, it's fine. Go to bed early. Good night. Sleeping through the night, yes, good night, Sister Xia. Shenlang naturally knew what Siui wanted to ask. But if he had to choose between Su Lishan and Siui, he would definitely choose the girl of his own age who was more suitable for him. Born at the wrong time. Shenlang sighed. If he had met Siui earlier, he would have naturally chosen this beautiful young woman with a lot of money and wealth. The next day at noon, Shenlang ordered a takeout meal and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Just after he finished showering and was drying his hair, the door was knocked on. Shenlang thought it was the delivery guy, so he put on his pants and went to the door with his upper body still wet. The moment he opened the door, Shenlang realized that it wasn't the delivery boy standing at the door, but the landlord's wife, Siui. Sister Xia, it's you. Shenlang was a little embarrassed and moved to the side, making room for her to open the door. I thought the takeout I ordered had arrived. Come in and sit down, Sister Xia. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Siui followed behind him and pretended to be calm, but her eyes were fixed on Shenlang's broad back. Her previously calm heart began to stir again. This strong body, with its strong and powerful arms, had a fatal attraction for this young woman who had been alone in her empty house for several years. I just took a shower. I thought the delivery guy had come. Shenlang was embarrassed and scratched his head. He picked up his clothes and started to put them on. I didn't expect it to be you, Xia. What are you doing taking a bath in the middle of the day? Siui said absent-mindedly, her eyes always staring at Shenlang's body full of male hormones, and her throat couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't until the t-shirt covered the last bit of tan skin on his stomach that Siui's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Siui coughed lightly and asked curiously. Xiaoxun, you said you want to buy a car. How much do you have budgeted? Around 30. Shenlang took his phone and approached Siui, opened the car viewing software, and pointed to the Mercedes-Benz C260L on it. Xia, what do you think of this car? Shenlang had made up his mind a long time ago that if he earned money in the future, he would buy a good car. If he doesn't have the money, he won't buy it, or he'll buy a used car. Now that he has nearly $1 million in savings, Shenlang naturally wants to get a better car to drive. As the dream car of many men, the Mercedes-Benz C260L has a base price of only 320,000 yuan, but it has a value of 1 million yuan, and the interior fittings are even better than the ceiling of the same class. Shenlang only spent half an hour looking at the car recognition software last night, and he decided to buy this car. This one? It seems. Wait, let me see. Siui thoughtfully muttered, opened her bag and looked for a moment, then took out a bunch of colorful car keys. Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Neo EP9, Lotus Elise, Audi. Basically, all the expensive cars that can be named have keys in this bunch. Shenlang watched with a twitching mouth. He had only seen such an exaggerated scene in some fantasy novels, but he never imagined that reality would be even more shocking. I really do. Siui searched for a moment among the keys, then said with a serious tone, I really have one. Don't rush into buying it. Cars don't appreciate in value. Do you want to practice on my car first? Chapter 28 Chapter 29 I like new cars, not used ones. 1. Sister Siui, I don't need it. I have my own money to buy it. Thank you for your kindness. 2. Holding her waist, he took the car keys and said in a domineering but gentle tone, Do you want to take care of me, Sister Siui? I'm very expensive. 3. No, Siui, I don't deserve this. How can I drive your car for free? Besides, I like new cars, not used ones. I don't need it, I have my own money to buy it, thank you for your kindness. Shenlang smiled and waved his hand to refuse. He almost chose the third answer just now. This sentence seems to be fine. Shenlang originally didn't like second-hand things, whether it was a car or anything else. But Siui has a special status, and she is divorced with a child. If I reply like this, I'm saying that I don't like married women, right? As expected, the system's options are not always easy to understand. If you're not careful, you might choose the wrong option and end up with a bomb. That's not the case, Siui. I just want to help you with your financial problems. Siui said with a heavy heart, I don't know what your parents do, but a deposit of 300,000 yuan must be a big debt for you. You'll have to pay off the car loan every month, and how can you afford it with a few thousand yuan a month? No, I don't need a loan. I can just buy the car outright. Shenlang explained with a smile, I don't spend much money normally, and I've saved a lot of money since graduating, so buying this car is not a big deal. That's fine. Siui sighed helplessly, but still took the silver gray key and handed it to Shenlang. No, sister, really don't need to. No need for anything. Siui interrupted with a reproachful tone, my car is just parked in the community parking lot. Don't you want to buy this one? We'll drive this car later, and you can practice your driving skills. Well, thank you, Sister Siui. Shenlang couldn't refuse, and took the silver gray car key in his hand. The two of them went to the parking lot of the residential area, and Shenlang immediately found the Mercedes-Benz. The paint was lava red, but Shenlang liked the space-time silver. After getting in the car, Shenlang curiously looked at the exquisite interior of the car and was very pleased. The interior of this car is really nice, sister, it's really handsome. It's just a means of transportation, right? Siui gave Shenlang a gentle, reproachful glance, you boys work so hard to save up for a car, you don't really just want it to look good, do you? Hee, almost. Shenlang smiled innocently. After starting the engine, Shenlang held the steering wheel a little awkwardly, and listening to the roar of the engine, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Like most young people, after getting his driver's license, Shenlang basically hasn't touched a car, let alone driven one out of the house. After a long time of continuous operation, he managed to back out of the parking space, but almost hit a white Volkswagen parked next to it. It's okay, just relax. Siui gently held Shenlang's hand and comforted him with a gentle and patient voice, if you can't do it, I'll do it for you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Okay. It is no wonder that in this materialistic society, so many men like older women. Because they are really very understanding, and always show their tender and forgiving nature at the most helpless and unbearable moments of men. With Siui's encouragement, Shenlang gradually took control of the steering wheel and drove out of the underground parking lot smoothly. Sister, is your daily life just collecting rent and stuff? You should take Meng on a trip, right? The car was quiet as they drove on the road. Shenlang started a conversation. I remember that the kindergarten will be on vacation soon. You should take Meng on a trip or something, right? In the past, Meng would go on long vacations, but in recent years, it has become less and less. Siui said with a tone of regret, her tender gaze always falling on Shenlang. Nowadays, some places in China are not peaceful, and there is no man around us, so if we go on a trip and encounter any trouble, I, as a woman, can't do anything about it. I see. Shenlang touched his nose and thought about changing the topic of conversation. And the property manager of our community recently resigned, and I have to spend time finding someone to replace him. Huh? Our community manager resigned? Shen Lang recalled, I don't remember. I ran into him the other day when I was buying breakfast. It's not the Fulong Garden community where we live. Siui ran her fingers through her hair and then bent down to adjust the hem of her skirt. She said calmly, there is also a Royal Bay community in the city center, which is also mine. Shen Lang. The community is only a dozen minutes away from the 4S shop. Shen Lang's driving skills are not very good, and it took the two of them half an hour to get to the 4S shop. There was a man in a suit and tie at the door, directing Shen Lang with a warm smile, and driving the car into their exclusive parking lot. After the Mercedes-Benz was parked, the man gently knocked on the window of the passenger seat, enthusiastically helped open the door, and skillfully lifted his hand to block the car frame for Siui. Sister Xia, long time no see. After the two got out of the car, the man glanced at Shen Lang, who was driving. I don't know him, so I can ignore him. It's just the truth. The man's warm gaze quickly fell on Siui. Xia, you said you wanted to look at cars. I don't know which car you like. My friend will look at it. Siui pointed to Shen Lang next to her, you can take him to see it later. Oh, okay. The man's expression changed rapidly, and he strode over to Shen Lang, enthusiastically offering him a cigarette. Handsome guy, do you smoke? I don't know which car you like. I'll take you on a tour. In the affluent city of Shanghai, car salesmen have seen it many times before. A rich woman comes with her young lover to buy a car. As for the usual questions about budget, they naturally couldn't ask them, because the rich women were basically the ones who paid the bills. Whenever a rich woman comes to buy a car with her young lover, the chances of the car being ordered are very high. As long as the young man is happy, the commission is not a problem at all. Thank you, I don't smoke. Shen Lang shook his head and declined. He also smokes, but he is a little uncomfortable with this guy's enthusiastic and flattering attitude. No, this stuff makes you cough. The man was not embarrassed at all, and still enthusiastically led the two of them into the store. He is the general manager of this 4S store. Siui glanced at the general manager who was leading the way and said softly, later, you just need to tell him what car to buy. Don't worry about the contracts and stuff. Chapter 29 Chapter 30, don't you think I'm too old for you? After touring the store for more than 10 minutes, Shen Lang did not hesitate and still decided on the car model he had liked the night before. Since Shen Lang was buying the car in full, he could go through the steps of applying for an installment loan without the original ID card and driver's license. He only had to sign some specific contracts. He tested the car with the saleswoman in black stockings. Finally, under the guidance of the general manager, he began to sign the contract. After an ordinary customer buys a car, they may have to wait a few days or a week to get all the documents in order to pick up the car and choose a license plate number. With the help of Siui, there happened to be a car in the 4S store that met Shen Lang's requirements. After signing a series of contracts, Shen Lang successfully won the 340,000 renminbi Mercedes-Benz C260L Spacetime Silver. After taking pictures with the new car, the three of them returned to the store and sat down. The general manager enthusiastically introduced Shen Lang to the car and some things to pay attention to. This was Shen Lang's first car, so he listened very attentively. He was already looking forward to the moment when he would drive the car home, and his face was always filled with an excited smile. Siui sat next to Shen Lang, tenderly watching the happy boy, and her delicate hands quietly held Shen Lang's palm. Shen Lang did not refuse, and took Siui's warm hand, turning to smile at her. Siui was even happier, and took Shen Lang's arm, her eyes full of a sense of dependence. Behind the three of them, a few slim female saleswomen in black stockings and a group of well-built male salesmen gathered together, whispering about something. From the envious and pitiable looks on the female sales, they probably think it's great to have money, and they can casually pick up such high-level handsome men. The male salesmen, however, were only envious. They have seen rich women bring their young men to buy cars before. It's just that this rich woman is too beautiful, both in terms of her figure and her looks, and even her voice is incredibly gentle. I don't know if she is better than those fat, bloated, jewelry-covered, and loudmouthed rich women who always invite their young male friends to eat their ears. When I think of this kid buying a Mercedes with a rich woman's money, he probably has to go home at night and press this rich woman with a high-value appearance and a high body under him to enjoy the output. The male salesmen were so jealous that they clenched their fists. Okay, if I don't understand, I can just contact you on WeChat. After the three of them had talked for a while, Shen Lang took out his bank card and handed it to the general manager, swiped the card. Remember to issue an invoice. I want to commemorate my first car purchase. This. The general manager looked at the bank card Sibling handed him, hesitated for a moment, and then gave Siui a helpless smile. You go ahead and get busy. I'll call you if there's anything else. Siui sent the general manager away and held Sibling's hand and said, Go and choose a number first. After you choose a number, you can pick up the car. We can talk about some things when you get back. Sibling suddenly realized that Siui had already paid for the 300,000 yuan car for him. He also realized why the salesmen were looking at him strangely. They must have thought he was a gigolo. Sibling was embarrassed to make a scene, otherwise the sales would really think he was a kept man and then pretend to pay the bill. He could only follow behind Siui, and asked with mixed feelings, Xia, I checked online, don't you have to wait until the day you pick up the car to choose the number? That's how it is for ordinary customers. Siui stopped and turned around. Her exquisite face was adorned with a mischievous smile, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a mischievous and smug look. But you're not an ordinary customer, so you can just say hello. Sister Xia, you're little white, cough cough, where is your friend? The general manager's heart skipped a beat, and the words pretty boy almost came out of his mouth. I've already taken care of everything for you. You can take the car now, and you can also go and choose a license plate number now. I'm still looking for him. Siui sat on the sofa, anxiously looking left and right, and nervously pursing her lips. He just said he was going to the bathroom, and he hasn't come back yet. Isn't he with you? The general manager smiled wryly. No, Sister Xia, I was just busy with your friend's paperwork. Could it be that he went back? Siui muttered in disappointment. She suspected that she had been too presumptuous to pay for Sibling's car, making him feel embarrassed, so he ran back. A female salesperson came over and whispered in the general manager's ear, I just saw him running outside, as if he was going to the bank across the street. The bank? After a moment of analysis, the general manager immediately comforted Siui with a smile. Sister Xia, my subordinate said that your friend went out and will be back soon. Siui's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it is true. The general manager quickly nodded, and in his heart he was depressed and said, if this woman can be so infatuated with him, this kid can't be more than 20 centimeters, right? He's back. The black-haired saleswoman who had accompanied Sibling on the test drive pointed to Sibling, who was running outside the door, and said, Manager, the handsome guy is back. Where have you been, Shin? Siui, overjoyed at having recovered her lost happiness, hurriedly went up to him and asked, We've been waiting for you to choose a number. Sorry, I went out to get something. Sibling smiled and scratched his head, saying to the general manager, Okay, let's choose the number. After you choose, you can pick up the car. It seems that this rich woman hasn't figured out this kid yet. The general manager immediately saw the details. He judged that the kid had definitely gone to the bank to get the money for the car and was going to return the money to Siui later. The rich woman had really figured out the white-faced boy. He was always submissive and had a servile smile on his face. Without the orders of the rich woman, they wouldn't dare to move around. To put it bluntly, they are like dogs that follow the rich woman around. Unlike this handsome guy, who didn't say a word when he left the house and made the rich woman worry, it was the rich woman who was actively flattering him. The truth is the same as the general manager's guess. Sibling really went to the bank to apply for a bank card and deposited the money for the Mercedes-Benz into it. After choosing the license plate number, the two got into the car. Sibling handed the brand new bank card to Siui. Sister, this is the money for the car. I can't take such a valuable thing from you for free. Siui was sitting in the passenger seat of the new car, happily fastening her seatbelt, and was looking forward to letting Sibling take her for a ride in the new car. The bank card that was handed over directly made the color in Siui's eyes disappear. Instead of taking the card, she asked in a disappointed tone. Xiaoshen, do you think I'm getting old? Have I become ugly and old? Chapter 30 Chapter 31, So you don't know how to use a steel wool ball? 1. Don't you know yourself? You're 36 years old and still have a baby. How can you not be old? 2. So what if you're old? Who cares about that in this day and age? As long as you have money, you're fine. 3. No, sister, in my heart you have always been young and beautiful, and why yet also? There is no way that a blind person would think you are ugly, right? Why would you ask that, sister? In my heart, you have always been young and beautiful. And why do you have to add two? Could it be that there are really blind people who think you are ugly? Shinlang laughed and teased, then shouted in a stern voice, "Did the salespeople just gossip behind your back? Tell me who it was, Sister Xia, and I'll definitely go up and slap him." If it were any other rich woman, Shinlang's exaggerated words would really be a bit of a dog licking. But Xia Shuyi really deserves the praise. Her figure and appearance are definitely not comparable to those obese rich women. Xia Shuyi was wearing a brown short jacket today, with a round-necked close-fitting shirt underneath. The coat was slightly open, and Shinlang could see her round and full mountains from this angle, full and tightly fitting the outline of the shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered by a brown mid-length skirt that matched the coat, revealing her long, slender legs in black pantyhose. This kind of dress is neither as sexy as a stepmother's dress nor as gorgeous as the casual clothes she wore when they first met, but it has an indescribable charm of a homely wife. Ding! Xia Shuyi's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, currently 65 points. Please keep up the good work. What a drama queen! Shinlang's exaggerated behavior and ambiguous words made Xia Shuyi can't help but burst into laughter, and her mood improved a lot. But looking at this arrogant look, she was still a little dissatisfied that Shinlang had returned the money to her. "So, what do you mean by that?" Xia Shuyi snorted and glanced at Shinlang's bank card with over 300,000 yuan in it. "Sister, how long have we known each other? How could I dare to ask you for such a valuable thing?" Shinlang explained with a smile, "I know you are very rich, but I don't think you want me to be a man who can be settled with money, right?" "That's what I want." Xia Shuyi puffed up her cheeks slightly and muttered with reluctance. Rich women's minds are very complicated. They hate men who flatter them from the bottom of their hearts. But when they meet a man they like, they wish he was also the type of person who flatters and curries favor with them. Xia Shuyi is exactly the same. She hopes that Shinlang is a man who only cares about money. In that case, Xia Shuyi wouldn't have to rack her brains all day to get his attention, she just needed to keep throwing money at him. "I think those online are all fake. How could there be boys who like old women, even if they are rich?" Xia Shuyi grumbled again, after all, someone would rather take a few more detours than give face. "Ah, Sister Xia, you're giving me a break." Shinlang was unable to laugh or cry. It was hard to imagine that he could see the cute side of a woman who still had a lot of charm. "Shaoshan, I'll just come right out and say it. I'm a divorced woman, and I'm 12 years older than you. I also know that you should find a girl your age, so that you will be happy in the future." Xia Shuyi said sadly, turned around with a serious look, held Shinlang's palm tightly, and said affectionately, "But I really like you, and Meng Meng likes you too. I don't have any demands, and I won't get in your way of finding a girlfriend. I just hope that you can spend time with Meng Meng and me when you have time. I will be satisfied. In the future, if you want anything, I will buy it for you, a car, a house, anything." When she got emotional, Xia Shuyi hurriedly flipped through her Chanel bag and took out a bank card from her wallet, which she eagerly handed to Shinlang. "Shun, there's 500,000 yuan in this card. The password is 445527. Take it. Take it. If you don't, I'll be angry. I don't have anything, just money and a house. If you promise me, I'll give you whatever you want. Sister, you know." Shinlang took the bank card that had been forcibly shoved at him, which contained 500,000 yuan, and curiously flipped through it for a moment, looking around and changing the subject. "I have a friend who is a writer of fantasy novels. What is happening to us now has been written about many times in his novels." Xia Shuyi's tone had become somewhat humble. "Shaoshan, I'm not joking with you." "I'm not joking either." Shinlang smiled and, with Xia Shuyi looking on in disbelief, he leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt. "Let's go back first and talk about it." With a bang. Shinlang felt a warmth on his face, and it was a little wet. Xia Shuyi's cheeks were flushed, and she smiled gratefully with her lips pursed. Shinlang pretended to be confused. "Why thank me? Even for wearing a seatbelt?" "I don't care." Xia Shuyi, like a little girl, held Shinlang's arm and pouted. "I'll take that as a yes. If you don't agree, I'll come bother you every day. I own the whole neighborhood, so you have nowhere to hide. You don't use steel wool, do you?" Shinlang pretended to be trembling with fear. "Sister, I'm afraid of pain. Can you go easy on me when the time comes?" "Pa, little bastard, what kind of person do you think I am?" Xia Shuyi naturally knew what Shinlang was talking about. These jokes were often played on her by her rich friends. Little Shin, you're so nice, thank you. Siui pressed her body against Shenlang's arm and looked up at the big boy with her eyes full of dependence. Hey, sis, someone is watching. Shenlang embarrassedly reminded her. Siui suddenly realized that the car did not have one-way glass. The two people in the car were being watched by the security guard at the door. But the way the security guard kept peeking at them made it seem like his back teeth were chattering. In the eyes of the older men, Siui is no less than the white moonlight that can be found but not pursued in school days. Unfortunately, such a beautiful young woman with a charming demeanor is now acting like a little girl, cooing in the arms of a young man. The security guard just hated the coldness of the world and wondered why rich women like such frivolous little brats. Why are good men like them, who are old and honest, always let down? At this moment, the general manager sent Shenlang a special message of congratulations from Mercedes-Benz. Dear Mr. Shenlang, congratulations on becoming a valued Mercedes-Benz owner. May the three-pointed star illuminate your career and future. 1 fork for the right time, 2 for the right place, 3 for the right people, and the stars shine on those who work hard. I hope so. Shenlang looked at the landlord's wife next to him, who was full of dependence, looked at the wide road in front of him, and looked forward to stepping on the accelerator and driving the brand new silver Mercedes-Benz to the parking lot exit. Chapter 31 Chapter 32, Navigate to the Red Romance, I Want to Relax. Driving the brand new Mercedes-Benz, the two returned to the parking lot of Fulong Garden, where Shenlang parked the car in Siui's exclusive parking space. After getting out of the car, Shenlang politely declined Siui's invitation to go home for dinner. Shenlang knew that if he went now, he might not be eating rice, but a fresh seafood feast. After saying goodbye to Siui, Shenlang returned home alone. The doorknob was still hanging on the takeout lunch that had been delivered at noon, a 30 yuan value barbecue mixed rice. Shenlang didn't want to waste it, so he took it back inside, opened it, and ate it. After finishing dinner, Shenlang was about to take a shower when he felt a bunch of hard objects in his jacket pocket. Shenlang took them out and saw that in addition to the keys to the rental house and the Mercedes, there were 2 bank cards of different colors. One was the 500,000 yuan that Siui had forced into Shenlang's hands in the car, and the other was the bank card Shenlang had 340,000 yuan in, which he used to pay for the car. Shenlang smiled helplessly and opened WeChat to tease, Sister Xia, this is no fun. I really don't want to eat soft rice. Peace in all seasons, I don't care, you just eat. Angry. Shenlang was amused and asked after a moment's thought, so what is our relationship now? Am I being supported by you? After hesitating for a few minutes, she typed back, it doesn't matter. If you feel uncomfortable, you can think that you're supporting me. I've already decided on you. Shy. Sleeping until morning, but I don't want to support you, and in any relationship, who pays the other person? For season's peace, I don't care, you say you support me, so you support me. If you say any more nonsense, I'll go down to find you with a steel ball. Sleeping through the night, sister, you're robbing a man. I'm going to report you to the court. Tearful eyes. Peace in all seasons, it's useless to say anything now. Just give in to me. I'll be good to you in the future. Flowers. Sleeping through the night, you deadbeat. Flowers. Shenlang couldn't help laughing as he chatted. The landlord's wife is getting more and more interesting. After a simple chat of more than 10 minutes, Shenlang put down his hot phone and lay on the small bed in a daze. Shenlang had never been in a real relationship. But he clearly felt that the relationship between himself and Siui was definitely not that of a boyfriend and girlfriend, let alone a relationship of being supported by a man. After all, in a relationship where the mistress pays the employer, who is the mistress? This is completely upside down. Even in your circles, it's not this messy, is it? Forget it, take a shower. After thinking about it for a long time, Shenlang didn't bother to analyze it. No matter how good or bad the days are, you have to live them. It's useless to think too much about it. Living in the present is the most correct thing to do. The next morning, Shenlang had just woken up and was getting ready to wash up when Sulishuan sent him a video call invitation. Sulishuan didn't want Shenlang to show up in front of his other roommates, always feeling that Shenlang would be remembered by these single roommates. So after all this time of socializing, Shenlang has never appeared in front of Sulishuan's other roommates. Most of the time, they chat on the phone. Only when his roommates were asleep or not in the dormitory would Su Lishan secretly video call Shen Lang. Today is Saturday, and all of his roommates have gone home to be with their families. Her best friend, Yi Xinshin, had also gone out to buy breakfast. There was only one person in the dormitory. After washing up, Su Lishan couldn't wait to chat with Shen Lang. Su Lishan is very lively. After the video call was connected, her cute face appeared in front of the camera, and her energetic voice came through. Shen Lang, you're awake? Do you have time today? I just woke up and am brushing my teeth. Shen Lang, with a toothbrush in his mouth, raised his eyebrows and replied in a slurred voice, I'll drive over to see you later. In the first few days, when Su Lishan called by voice or video, Shen Lang, who was still a bit shy, might cough a few times to moisten his throat before answering. Or he would adjust the phone to a better angle to make himself look more photogenic. Now that the two of them are more familiar with each other, and after being baptized by the system, Shen Lang's personality has gradually settled down, and he is not as nervous as he was at first. He simply stood the phone by the window, with the camera facing his upper body. This is how most couples in love behave. Although the attitude is a bit perfunctory, the two's feelings will not be weakened as a result, but will become even closer. Good, good. Su Lishan sat on the small bed with her two white legs crossed, happily shaking her body back and forth, and asked with a delayed realization, Hey, Shen Lang, do you have a car? Well, I just got a Mercedes yesterday. Shen Lang smirked proudly, I'll take you out for a ride later. Su Lishan didn't care what kind of car Shen Lang drove, nor did she want to know. She only hoped that Shen Lang would take her somewhere to play later. This is the normal logic of a girl in love. Moreover, Su Lishan's family is relatively well off, and if it weren't for her parents' concern that Su Lishan's driving skills are not good enough, her parents would have given her a car to drive. Shen, open the door, I forgot my keys. Let's talk later. My roommate is back. Just come to the school gate to pick me up. Su Lishan hurriedly closed the video call after saying that she was in a panic and didn't know which way to go. It's like I'm cheating on you. Shen Lang shook his head in annoyance and put his phone in his pocket. After washing up, Shen Lang went to the underground parking lot. The Mercedes-Benz that he had just picked up yesterday was parked in the exclusive parking space of Siui, looking handsome and cool. Shen Lang took out the silver-white car key and pressed the unlock button. The silver-white car honked twice, and the lights flashed twice. Shen Lang felt inexplicably comfortable. This is how many car owners feel in the first few days after buying a car. The better the car, the more the owner feels a sense of accomplishment when pressing the unlock button before driving. This feeling will gradually fade away when you get tired of driving, and you may even feel bored. Shen Lang opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After admiring the exquisite interior for a moment, Shen Lang coughed a little excitedly and used his broken English to open the Mercedes-Benz voice assistant. Hey, Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz voice system popped up, with an electronic female voice, May I help you? Shen Lang had originally wanted to navigate directly to Zhuhai University to find Su Lishan. But then he remembered the video of other Mercedes owners playing with the dog on Douyin, so he took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and ordered in English. Navigate me to Hong Romantic. I want to relax. Ding dong. As a valued Mercedes-Benz owner, you should focus on your career and family. Please don't bring your Cadillac habits to Mercedes-Benz owners. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Shen Lang saved the video with a smile, and then navigated to Zhuhai University. Chapter 32 Chapter 33, Are you afraid of dating the school beauty? In Zhuhai City, a city where land is expensive, you can see expensive sports cars worth millions of dollars on the streets. A Mercedes-Benz worth 300,000 yuan on the road naturally does not attract much attention. When waiting for the traffic light together, the only thing that can attract the attention of other car owners is the newness of this Mercedes-Benz and the dazzling paint under the sun. It is obvious to the naked eye that this is a brand new car, and the owner seems to be quite young and handsome. Driving to the entrance of Zhuhai University, there were many students coming and going. Shen Lang saw Su Lishan's slender figure from afar, standing under the banyan tree at the school gate to avoid the glaring sunlight. It was a hot day, and Su Lishan was wearing a simple white t-shirt, blue jeans, and white and pink sneakers. Her long, black hair was neatly combed into a lively ponytail, revealing her smooth, fair forehead, and her playful eyes looked out towards the end of the road from time to time. It was as if they were connected. When Shenlang's Mercedes-Benz appeared in her field of vision, Su Lishan was first taken aback. After confirming that the driver was Shenlang, she slowly raised the corner of her mouth, looking playful and cute, and also with a strong sense of anticipation. Shenlang slowly pulled over to the side of the road and honked the horn twice. Su Lishan raised her hand to block the scorching sun, and with a joyful heart, she trotted over and opened the car door, sitting demurely in the passenger seat. Shenlang suddenly felt a burst of youthful vitality coming from Su Lishan. "Shenlang, where are we going to play?" Su Lishan asked with a wandering look in his eyes, and nervously clenched his fingernails. It was like a cyber love affair, and yet the two of them had spent more than 2 hours chatting the night before. But now that they have met, Su Lishan is actually a little nervous and excited, just like when the two first went out on a date. 1. Angry rebuke: "Can you please fasten your seatbelt first? This is my new car, and I'll get points deducted." 2. Help her fasten her seatbelt and gently suggest, "Let's go to Century Square first, then go to the movies after lunch, and then go to Nanting Lake in the evening." 3. A pitying inquiry: "Why aren't you wearing white stockings today? Black stockings are fine too. Don't you know I'm a leg maniac? How does the system know that I'm a leg maniac?" Shenlang silently complained to himself, then unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to help Su Lishan fasten his seatbelt. As soon as Shenlang leaned over, he smelled a faint fragrance. The scent was not as pungent as perfume, but rather like the smell of a body wash mixed with a young girl's body odor. Shenlang was surprised. Do all girls have this kind of body odor? Not only that, while Shenlang was fastening his seatbelt, he could faintly hear Su Lishan swallowing. After fastening his seatbelt, Shenlang noticed that Su Lishan's face had already turned a little red, and her eyes shyly moved away, with a pale pink cherry mouth. Damn, she's so cute. I should be able to kiss her today, right? Shenlang thought to himself with anticipation. Cough cough, let's go to Century Square first. Shenlang sat back in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and smiled. How about going to the movies after lunch and then going to Nanting Lake in the evening? Well, I'll do whatever you say. Su Lishan happily agreed. Most boys will rack their brains over the choice of a date location and the menu for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on their first date, for fear of giving the girl a bad impression. In fact, girls don't really want to go somewhere to hang out or go shopping when they go out with a guy. As long as they are with the boy they like and not going to a boring place, girls will accept it gladly. If they are bad women who are fishing for men, then they will try to take the men to the most high-end restaurants and the most luxurious clothing stores, and then they will rip off the men. With the help of the system, Shenlang drove while looking for topics to break the slightly dull atmosphere in the car. Under Shenlang's humorous and witty words, Su Lishan gradually warmed up, and the reserved and dignified look before getting into the car disappeared in an instant. The car was immediately filled with laughter. After strolling around the bustling Century Square, it was already noon. After eating steak at a Western restaurant, the two of them went to the cinema hand in hand and chose a Thai horror film. For a date, a romantic movie or a horror movie is the best choice. Romantic movies can increase the atmosphere of mutual ambiguity, and when the feelings are deep, you can't help but kiss. Horror movies give the man a good reason to hold the woman's hand, and even justify accepting the woman's advances. It has to be said that Thai horror films are of a high standard, and even the hot-blooded Shenlang was scared enough to break out in a cold sweat. In the process, Shenlang was so scared that he often grabbed Su Lishan's hand. But he shamelessly said to Su Lishan, "Don't be afraid, it's all fake, I'm here." Su Lishan naturally knew that Shenlang was really scared. After all, it was impossible to fake such a startled reaction. But she just couldn't help but nod in agreement and hold Shenlang's hand. After watching the movie, the two spent another 2 hours playing with dolls at the entertainment center. When the two drove away from Century Square, it was already past 6 p.m. Nanting Lake, located in the city center, is one of the most popular leisure destinations in Zhuhai City. Here, you can see the natural beauty and the bustling city blend together to create a unique picture. When the two arrived at Nanting Lake, it was almost 8 p.m., and there were still many tourists and citizens coming to sightsee and relax. The two walked hand in hand along the lakeside, which was lined with weeping willows. The conversation gradually became more intimate, and they were already like a couple in love. "Shenlang, did you know? A lot of people are asking about you on the school bulletin board." Su Lishan put her hand on Shenlang's shoulder, raised her eyes full of dependence, and said with a little smugness, "Are you afraid of being with the school beauty?" "Hey, what do I have to be afraid of?" Shenlang held Su Lishan's hand, and the strength of his grip increased. Do you believe it? When you go to school on Monday, I will drive directly to your school and kiss you in front of all those students. Haha, is that true? I know you were so scared last time. Su Lishan was so amused that she couldn't stop smiling. She was in a romantic mood and loved to hear such bold words of love. She looked up at Shenlang's eyes, which were filled with the reflection of this boy. But Su Lishan never thought that Shenlang had never confessed to her from beginning to end, and the two's relationship as a couple had not been confirmed until now. Chapter 33 Chapter 34, Don't Call Me Stupid. The weather gradually became gloomy, and the branches of the weeping willow swayed gently in the breeze. The two of them strolled along the path by the lake. Occasionally a red goldfish would swim freely in the lake, sending ripples to the shore, like dancing musical notes. Are you cold? Shenlang saw Su Lishan shrink her neck and took the initiative to change places with her, blocking the cool breeze from the lake for her. This is not a routine. Shenlang was tortured by his two younger sisters since he was a child, and he is quite good at taking care of girls. If he didn't have a girlfriend, Shenlang, who was more delicate in his daily life, was also a combination of a troll and a fiery goblin. It's okay. Su Lishan's heart was warm, and after hesitating for a moment, she directly placed her slightly cold palm in Shenlang's jacket pocket, smiling and saying, "This way you won't be cold anymore." Really? Let me see. Shenlang reached into his jacket pocket, grabbed Su Lishan's warm, white hand, and found a good angle to clasp his fingers together, nodding with satisfaction. It is really warm. I didn't expect a girl's hand to be so soft. Shenlang and Su Lishan had always held hands with their palms facing each other, but this was the first time they had held hands with their fingers interlocked. I hate it. Su Lishan's cheeks were flushed, but her fingers in her pocket took the initiative to clasp Shenlang's big hand. As they walked to the center of Nanting Lake, they noticed that there were fewer and fewer passers-by, and the weather was getting darker and darker. It seemed as if there were rolling thunder in the clouds. Ha! It looks like it's going to rain. Su Lishan touched the raindrops on his forehead and looked up at the gloomy sky in surprise. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. It feels like it's getting heavier. Shenlang touched the raindrops on his hair and pointed to the pavilion in front of him, saying, "It's not early anymore. Let's go hide there first. I'll drive you back to school when the rain stops." Nanting Lake is very large, and it takes more than an hour to walk from one end to the other. Shenlang was in the middle of the lake, far from the exit, so he led Su Lishan into the pavilion to take shelter from the rain. As soon as they ran into the pavilion, the rain got heavier and heavier. First, it was a few scattered drops, then it became denser and denser, and the rain kept pouring down from the sky. The entire Nanting Lake was engulfed in a white water curtain. The rain fell violently into the lake, splashing up a flower of water. There were no pedestrians on the paths around the lake, and everything was white. Luckily, we ran fast. What a heavy rain! Su Lishan wiped the edge of the stone bench, then lazily knelt on it, looking at the Nanting Lake washed by the heavy rain, and said in a relaxed tone. She really likes the atmosphere of this heavy rain, and she feels inexplicably grounded, especially when there is a boy she likes by her side. Shenlang, I guess we'll have to go back later. Yes. Shenlang looked down on Su Lishan's soft body curves from behind, and occasionally touched his nose with a blush and a heartbeat. Shenlang knew that Su Lishan was not deliberately seducing him. She was a simple person who did what she wanted. Oh, I've walked a lot today, my legs are so sore. Su Lishan turned around and sat down, stretching out her long legs in her jeans and stretching out comfortably. You don't exercise much, so you haven't walked very far. Shenlang sat down next to Su Lishan with a smile, firmly holding her hand, and thoughtfully pulled the collar of her shirt outwards to block the cold wind. I'm lazy. It was pouring outside the pavilion, and the noisy sound of the rain drowned out all the noise, and the boy she liked was by her side. In this romantic atmosphere, Su Lishan leaned against Shenlang's shoulder and said coquettishly, "And military training is coming up soon. It's better to be lazy for a day." Shenlang didn't say anything, and easily wrapped his arm around Su Lishan's slender waist. He leaned slightly to the side and gently ran his hand through Su Lishan's disheveled hair on her forehead. Are you cold? Do you want me to give you my jacket? No, I'm not that weak. Feeling the warmth of Shenlang's fingers, Su Lishan wore a happy, lazy smile on her face. The two of them snuggled together, listening to the pouring rain outside the pavilion. Shenlang, are we in love? At this moment, Su Lishan stood up straight and looked at Shenlang, who was slightly embarrassed, and asked, Do you like me? Su Lishan knew that the two of them were in love. Otherwise, they wouldn't have eaten together, watched movies together, or strolled hand in hand around Nanting Lake. However, Shenlang had never confessed his love to her, and Su Lishan always felt that something was wrong. Normally, after the man confesses his love, the woman agrees, and the two go to the movies or shopping together. This is the normal logic of a relationship for most couples. But Shenlang not only did not confess to her, but also did everything between lovers. Su Lishan has the same kind of whimsical behavior as most girls. Although she knew that Shenlang liked her, she still wanted Shenlang to confess to her, thinking that this was the only way to be a normal couple. 1. Fool, if I didn't like you, would I be able to chat with you every day and try to coax you out to play on Saturdays? 2. Su Lishan, I like you, be my girlfriend, I will always be good to you. 3. No answer, kiss her passionately. Silly, if I didn't like you, would I be able to chat with you every day and try to coax you out to play on Saturdays? Shenlang lifted his hand and touched Su Lishan's soft cheeks, smiling and teasing. This is also the first time I've asked a girl out. I've been thinking about these places for a long time, and I still don't know if you're satisfied. Shenlang originally wanted to choose option 2. He liked this beautiful and cheerful girl, and naturally wanted to become her boyfriend. However, Shenlang felt that option 1 not only expressed his love for her, but also reflected the importance he attached to Su Lishan from the second half of the sentence. More importantly, this sentence does not mean that he is actively declaring his love. Because liking you doesn't mean I want you to be my girlfriend. This can also slightly suppress Su Lishan's somewhat willful and domineering personality in the future. This is like buying something. A guy who takes the initiative to confess his love to a girl is already exposing his own needs to her. In future interactions, the man who makes the first move will be seen as less confident. I'm very satisfied, and don't call me stupid. Su Lishan was really flattered and explained, these places are very interesting, and it's the first time I've been out with a guy for so long. Hey, as long as you're happy. Shenlang pretended to be relieved with a relaxed smile, embracing Su Lishan's slender waist, gradually leaning down. After a busy day, it was for this sacred moment. Su Lishan thought, I like you, but I should add, be my girlfriend. That's the real confession. But looking at Shenlang's face getting closer and closer, Su Lishan seemed a bit at a loss. Thinking that Shenlang also said he liked her, she felt that this was also a declaration of love. Su Lishan closed her eyes slightly, placed her hands into small fists on her thighs, and waited nervously and excitedly. Just as the two were about to meet, Shenlang interrupted, wait a minute. What's wrong? Su Lishan pouted in embarrassment. She had summoned up all her courage and was ready to kiss him again in this romantic atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Shenlang interrupted the romantic atmosphere with a sudden outburst. No. Shenlang coughed and pressed Su Lishan's shoulders, asking seriously and excitedly, this time, can I stick out my tongue? Chapter 34 Chapter 35, slightly sweet, a rare thing. Shenlang always thought that kissing between lovers must involve the tongue. It's not like playing house, just touching lips is enough. Last time, Shenlang didn't do it because he was worried that the relationship between the two of them wasn't that good. Now that the time, place, and people are all right, Shenlang naturally wants to boldly propose this idea of possessive desire. This. The simple Su Lishan looked at Shenlang with a flushed face, and her lips trembled slightly at the shock of this sentence. She never thought that Shenlang would make such a shameless request. But looking at Shenlang's serious and expectant expression, Su Lishan, who was reluctant, looked back and forth with a shy look several times, and whispered in a low voice, whatever you want. Shenlang, who had received permission, was overjoyed. He was nervous and excited, and he lowered himself down. A real kiss is not like children playing house, and it is certainly not as simple as lips touching lips. The moment he touched Su Lishan's lips, Shenlang bit her soft lips into his mouth little by little, tasting them for a few seconds and then slowly releasing them, continuing to gently conquer her inside. Slightly sweet, a rare treat. Su Lishan clenched her fists tightly in front of her chest, as if she were holding her breath while diving. After a few minutes, Su Lishan finally caught up with Shenlang's rhythm, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, awkwardly and excitedly responding to Shenlang. They kissed passionately for several minutes. The blood-boiling Shenlang saw that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was completely dark, so it was impossible for anyone to come over. His actions became more and more unrestrained. His hands, which were no longer under his control, lifted Su Lishan's thin t-shirt and stroked her smooth belly, gradually moving upwards. Su Lishan regained a shred of sanity and weakly pushed Shenlang's mischievous hands away, reproaching him with a lustful look. "No, I can't. Shenlang, you're so annoying." I don't know how long it took, but the rain finally stopped. Su Lishan was panting in Shenlang's arms, her delicate face a terrible red, her whole body burning hot, and her throat constantly writhing and swallowing, feeling so thirsty. Shenlang swallowed his saliva while stroking Su Lishan's hair, which was stuck to her forehead with sweat. It was a cold night after the heavy rain, but the two of them were both flushed and sweating. If someone were to pass by the pavilion right now and see Su Lishan in her disheveled state and Shenlang with a satisfied look on his face, they would definitely guess that the two were doing something shameful in the pavilion. "Humph, you're so touchy-feely. Next time I won't let you kiss me." Su Lishan, who had recovered, punched Shenlang angrily, not very hard, but like a spoiled child. "Cough, what, are you thirsty?" For some reason, Shenlang felt his throat was dry, even though he had swallowed a lot of sweet saliva. "I'm so thirsty." "Anyway, the rain has stopped. Let's go buy some water." Su Lishan nodded repeatedly, she was also very thirsty. The two tidied up their clothes and left Nanting Lake in the dark of night. When they drove back to the gate of Zhuhai University, it was already around 9 p.m. It had just rained heavily, and the campus was deserted. The security guards were all yawning in the security room. "It's cold outside. Put my jacket on." Shenlang took off his jacket and put it on Su Lishan, touching her fair cheeks and saying with concern, "Call me when you get to the dormitory. When you have time, I'll take you out to play." "Okay." Su Lishan hugged the jacket and looked at Shenlang's concerned expression, suddenly feeling a strong sense of love. Maybe this is the feeling of love I have always dreamed of? "Take me to the school gate," Su Lishan said with a small whine. The relationship between the two was considered to be confirmed, and Su Lishan's true face was completely revealed. Her reserved and dignified personality had long since disappeared. Especially just now in the South Pavilion Lake, all the good things were taken by Shenlang, and Su Lishan inexplicably felt that she had suffered a great loss, and naturally wanted to punish her boyfriend for his actions. Of course, more than anything, Su Lishan was reluctant to let Shenlang leave, wanting him to spend more time with her, even if it was just a few minutes away. "Okay, let's go." Shenlang did not refuse. It was also his first time in love, and he was experiencing skin-to-skin intimacy with his girlfriend for the first time. He also wanted to spend more time with this cute guy. After getting off the car, Shenlang held Su Lishan's warm palm and even helped her adjust her oversized jacket. Su Lishan, who felt like she had been eaten up, was a little upset. But after feeling Shenlang's considerate actions, she couldn't complain at all. She leaned against Shenlang's shoulder and bit his arm playfully. "I'll bite you to see if you dare to do it again." Feeling a slight tingling on his arm, Shenlang smiled and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I won't dare next time." "You're so annoying." The two of them continued to be affectionate until they reached the gate of Zhuhai University, when they finally calmed down a little. "Tomorrow is Sunday anyway, why don't you call your roommates down?" Su Lishan's pace slowed down significantly. Shenlang knew that she didn't want to go back just like that, so he suggested, "I'll treat them to a late-night snack. My roommates have all gone back, they won't be back until tomorrow afternoon." Su Lishan was sullen. Xin is alone in the dormitory now. "Xin? She's my best friend. We've known each other since junior high school, and our parents are very close." Shenlang immediately became serious. "Then you can call your girlfriend out." A girlfriend's best friend is just as important as a parent. In many cases, a girlfriend's best friend can have a significant impact on the quality of a couple's relationship. The longer the girlfriend and her best friend have known each other, the more she will listen to her best friend's advice. This is why, if a guy wants to pursue a girl at school, he must first win over her roommates and girlfriends. Forget it, she's more of a homebody. Su Lishan shook his head. "I guess she's still in bed playing games." "Okay, you should go home now. It's late, and you have 7 days off after the military training." Su Lishan said hopefully. "I'll introduce you to her then, and we'll go somewhere far away to have fun, okay?" "No problem." Shenlang nodded happily. After a moment of silence, Shenlang couldn't help but kiss Su Lishan. "Okay, it's cold outside, so go back to your dormitory and get into bed." Okay, drive slowly and send me a WeChat when you get home. Okay. The two of them lingered for a long time before Su Lishan turned back and turned into the women's dormitory building. After seeing Su Lishan enter the school, Shenlang returned to the Mercedes-Benz car with a satisfied heart. Today has been a fulfilling and wonderful day. Shenlang sighed happily and called out to the Mercedes-Benz voice assistant, "Hey, Mercedes-Benz, turn on the music player and play Kiss Goodbye." A female voice with an electronic sound came out, "Playing for you, Jackie Chung's Kiss Goodbye. I kiss you goodbye on an empty street." Humming the classic old song, Shenlang drove off in his Mercedes at the end of the night. Chapter 35 Chapter 36, The New Neighbor is a Social Anxiety Girl. Li Liusi. The weather in August and September is so strange. It rained heavily last night, but the next day it was still hot and sunny, and the cicadas were screaming like mad on the tree trunks. Shenlang was just about to brush his teeth and wash up when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door, as if someone was moving things back and forth. He opened the door out of curiosity and saw a tall girl dragging a large snakeskin bag past his door and into the small room across the way. The girl was very pretty, with a pigtail and airy bangs, an oval face as white as a peach blossom, a straight white nose, red lips tightly pursed, and a white neck glistening with beads of sweat as she labored to drag the snakeskin bag. Her clothes were simple, a washed-out light blue short-sleeved shirt and white, drab, cropped pants. Her pale pink sneakers were a little dark. These days, when girls move, they either call their family and boyfriend over to help, or they hire a moving company. Who would want to move with a snakeskin bag flaunting in the city? Shenlang guessed that the girl's family was not very well off. But even this plain and simple outfit could not hide the girl's beautiful figure and stunning face. Shenlang greeted her warmly, "Have you just moved here?" The girl nodded subconsciously as she passed Shenlang with her snakeskin bag, and quickly looked away. So cold? Shenlang was a little surprised, and the next second, the system's options popped up. 1. Angry rebuke. Can you keep your voice down in the morning? The neighbors are still sleeping. Have you no decency? 2. Introduce yourself to her while helping her carry her luggage. 3. Whistling to attract the girl's attention and asking for her contact information in a friendly manner. Shenlang then noticed that the hallway at the elevator entrance was also full of the girl's miscellaneous household items. It was so hot today, and the girl must have been exhausted from carrying all this stuff by herself. "Let me help you." Shenlang came to the elevator and put the miscellaneous items in his arms and walked straight to the girl's room. "No, you don't need to." The girl ran out of the room in a panic, looking at the strange boy holding her belongings, shaking her hands nervously. "I can do it myself." Is it really necessary to react so strongly? Shenlang was a little curious, but still smiled. "It's okay, it's just a little stuff." Shenlang entered the girl's room with the pile of miscellaneous items in his arms, and the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Li Liusi's favorability to the host has increased by 5 points. Currently 5 points. Please keep up the good work. This girl is quite arrogant. Thinking about Li Liusi's intense reaction to his rejection, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. Girls are indeed arrogant creatures with a straight body and a crooked mouth. Wait a minute? 5 points? Shenlang was stunned. Just helping this girl move things increased her favorability by 5 points? How could it be so exaggerated? Shenlang suddenly turned around and looked at Li Liusi, who was following him behind, at a loss. Seeing Shenlang looking at her, Li Liusi lowered her head again, looking at her own pair of dark sneakers. The 2 words humble seemed to be written on her pretty face. Combined with the girl's simple dress and the snakeskin bag she had placed at the door. Shenlang seemed to understand something and asked with a smile, "Where should I put these things?" "Just put them on the floor." "Thank you." Li Liusi nodded in surprise, her humble eyes slightly raised, quietly sizing up the kind-hearted boy. When Shenlang's gaze met hers, Li Liusi quickly looked away, avoiding Shenlang's gaze like a social phobia sufferer. She really is socially anxious. Shenlang silently complained in his heart, as if he had seen the introverted and self-conscious person he was back then. Shenlang had the most say when it came to treating introverted people who were socially anxious. As long as you communicate with them warmly and friendly, fully expressing your goodwill, you can quickly gain their favor. Okay, there are still some left. I'll help you finish moving them. Really, you don't have to. It's fine. You moved here, so we're neighbors now. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Just buy me a Coke later. Well. After Shenlang helped Li Liuxi move her things, the girl really ran downstairs to buy a bottle of ice-cold Coke. There was only one convenience store on the side of the road. When Li Liuxi came back, her fair face was slightly red from the sun, and she handed Shenlang the Coke with both hands, as if she were showing off her treasure. Thank you. It's not necessary. A girl being so humble in front of him made Shenlang feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly took the cold Coke, unscrewed the cap and started drinking. Li Liuxi also took out a slightly brown water bottle from her snakeskin bag and ran to the bathroom to turn on the tap. Shenlang, sitting in the living room, could hear her gulping down the water. It looked like she was really thirsty. Damn, is she so frugal? Shenlang was shocked and felt bad for reminding her that drinking raw water was bad and would hurt her face. He just didn't expect that in the year 2024, there would still be such a frugal girl who wouldn't even buy a $3 Coke. After drinking the water, Li Liuxi came out of the bathroom and stood silently at the door of the bathroom, making it seem as if she was not the tenant of this room, but Shenlang. My name is Shenlang, I'm a local, and I live across from you. Shenlang took the lead in opening the topic. What about you? Where are you from? My name is Li Liuxi, and I'm from Gansu. Li Liuxi finished speaking in a mosquito-like voice, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was not used to this most normal self-introduction. Cough cough, your room is pretty good. Shenlang looked around the small room of less than 30 square meters and asked curiously, how much is it per month? It was originally 600. Li Liuxi smiled and said, the landlord's aunt said it wasn't easy for me to study, so she reduced it by 300. Oh, that's good. Shenlang thought that this girl was simply too naive. Everyone knows that special favors like this can't be mentioned to others, especially other tenants. If the other tenants knew that Li Liuxi's 600 rent had been reduced to 300 by Siui, they would definitely go to Siui to reduce their rent as well. Oh, the world is going downhill. Shenlang finished the cola in a few gulps, threw the bottle in the trash, and planned to go talk to Siui. But as soon as Shenlang got up, Li Liuxi came to the trash can and squatted down to pick up the Coke bottle. What are you doing? Shenlang was a little surprised by her confusing behavior. I want to keep it to sell for money. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. When she enters society, she will definitely meet the wrong people. Sell it for money? Shenlang was even more surprised. He thought to himself, what kind of country girl from the past has come through the ages? He thought that Li Liuxi was going to make it into a work of art or use it to grow flowers, but it was actually just for sale? This bottle is worth at most a dime. How many bottles does it take to get a bottle of unopened Coke? Perhaps she felt that her subconscious behavior had scared Shenlang. Li Liuxi stood there, clenching the bottle in her hand, at a loss, like a child who had done something wrong. 1. Surprised inquiry, fuck, don't you feel disgusted picking things up in the trash can? 2. Proudly showing off, silly girl, how much can this bottle be worth? Wash it clean and wear it well, I'll take you off for steak tonight. 3. Go back to the room, collect all the empty bottles and give them to her, and say gently, I'll give you all the bottles from now on. Wait for me. Shenlang decisively chose option 3. This option not only takes care of Li Liuxi's face, but also allows him to use the bottles as a reason to get closer to each other in the future. Shenlang went back to his room and collected all the bottles that he usually threw away in the corner and put them in a garbage bag. After returning to Li Liuxi's room, Shenlang handed her the full garbage bag. I'm usually lazy, so I don't bother collecting these bottles to sell them. Now I'll leave them to you. Shenlang joked, but remember to give me a Coke when you sell them. Li Liuxi took the bag of empty bottles and stared at it for a long time, and her eyes began to turn red without her realizing it. She bowed slightly to Shenlang and said in a trembling voice, thank you. Ding. Li Liuxi's favorability towards the host increased by 5 points, currently 10 points, please keep up the good work. No, you don't have to thank me. To some extent, Shenlang was really shocked. It's 2024, how can there still be such poor people? He was so grateful to him for a few empty bottles that he bowed to him. After saying goodbye to Li Liuxi, Shenlang went to building 3 and rang the doorbell of Siui. Meng Meng, go open the door. Mom can't come. I know. The voice of a baby gradually approached. The security door slowly opened, and the little girl stuck her head out and looked up at Shenlang, staring at him blankly before breaking into a happy smile. Mom, it's Little Shen. Little Shen is here. Siui was doing yoga on the yoga mat on the balcony. When she heard that it was Sibling, she immediately beamed with joy, quickly pressed the pause button on her yoga session, and stood up to greet him. It was clear that the mother and daughter both liked this tall boy very much. Sibling stood at the door, looking at the mother and daughter who came to meet him, and inexplicably felt like a father. This feeling is like the mother and daughter being home alone, and the husband who has been away on business for a long time suddenly returning home, giving the mother and daughter a big surprise. Little Shun, what have you been up to lately? You haven't come to play with Meng Meng for a long time. The little girl held Shenlang's leg and looked up with a hopeful face, wanting Shenlang to hold her. Oh, little brother Shen has things to do. Shenlang bent down and held the little girl in his arms, caressing her small nose affectionately. Hey, Meng Meng, have you gotten fat again? No. The little girl smiled and shook her head, revealing her white baby teeth. Siui happily watched the two of them, and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoshun, let's eat here for lunch. I just came back from the market. Thank you, Sister Xia. Shenlang nodded and agreed, and then his eyes suddenly fell on Siui, who was wearing only yoga clothes. Siui stood barefoot in the middle of the living room on a carpet, her dark hair tied back, wearing a light yellow tank top and white yoga pants. Her fair waist below her breasts was smooth and flat, and her enchanting and fiery figure was vividly displayed by the tightly fitting yoga clothes. Because of the exercise, Siui's cheeks were flushed, and a thin layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead, inexplicably giving her a charming charm. Decades of time seem to have left no trace on Siui, and the exposed skin of her yoga clothes is still as smooth and firm as a young girl's. Siui was a little embarrassed by Shenlang's direct gaze, but deep down she felt a sense of inexplicable pride. Having given birth and reached an age, but still being able to captivate a young man like this, it shows that her figure is still in good shape. Little rascal. Siui gave Shenlang a proud and arrogant look and returned to the bedroom triumphantly to put on a trench coat. Meng Meng was still at home, and Siui was afraid that Shenlang would lose control of himself and couldn't help but do the same thing as last time. She returned to the living room wearing a trench coat, and Meng Meng was sitting in Shenlang's arms, watching the cartoon on the LCD TV with a smile. Siui sat next to Shenlang, pinched her daughter's soft cheeks, and curiously asked, "Why did you come so early today? Don't you have to write a novel?" It's like this. Shenlang recounted what had happened with Liliosi, and then sighed, "I haven't seen such a frugal girl in a long time, except when I was a child at my grandmother's place in the countryside." Siui said helplessly, "Oh, that girl is not easy. Her parents died when she was a child, and she has been living with her grandmother on welfare since she was a child. She finally got into college, but then her grandmother had a stroke and was hospitalized. She now works part-time in a restaurant, takes care of her grandmother, and goes to school. It's a tough life." I see. Shenlang could understand why Liliosi was so frugal. Going to college is a big expense, and her grandmother is in the hospital taking medicine and probably owes a lot of money. What can she do but save as much money as she can and go to college? Hey, wait a minute, Xiaojie, how do you know all this? Shenlang asked in surprise, didn't she just move in today? The girl told me herself when we were looking at the apartment yesterday. Siui smiled bitterly, you don't believe it either? I haven't seen such an honest girl in a long time. She says whatever you ask her, and she's so simple. Xiaoshun, you live across from that girl. When you have time, take a little care of her. Siui said with a heavy heart, if possible, enlighten her about her personality, otherwise she will definitely meet the wrong people when she enters society. Chapter 37 Chapter 38, I have to buy one for Brother Xiaoshun. Take a look when you have time. Shenlang rubbed the little girl's head and thoughtfully replied, at the same time guessing why Liliosi was no longer living in the school dormitory. The university dormitory costs a mere 100 yuan a month, and Lilusha is not in good condition, so how could she choose to find a place to live? Shenlang guessed that the girl must have met some disgusting roommates and had no choice but to rent a room. The girls' dormitories at universities are a small society with unpredictable people. If you're lucky, your roommates are all normal and you can chat and watch TV together, and you have a lot in common. If you're unlucky, some girls can even get into a huge fight over a pack of toilet paper, and the dormitory is like the harem of the emperor, full of intrigue and backstabbing. During his time at school, Shenlang even heard that in some university women's dormitories, there are more than a dozen communication and complaint groups, even though there are only 4 girls. If a meek and submissive person like Li Lusher meets a strange roommate, it would be difficult for her not to be kicked out. There is no way around it. Sometimes the world is not supposed to be like this, but sometimes it just has to be. After lunch, Sibling accompanied the little girl in the living room watching cartoons. After Siui washed a plate of cherries for the two of them, she looked at Sibling meaningfully, took her phone into the bedroom, and soon came out again. Meng Meng, come over and let mommy help you change. Later, Teacher Li will come and pick you up. Siui said seriously. Teacher Li said that there is an important class this afternoon, and you have to go to learn. Ah, no. The little girl kicked her chubby legs twice and shook her head reluctantly. It's Sunday, and the other kids aren't going. Be good and listen to me. I'll buy you a chocolate cake for dessert tonight. Like most children, the little girl likes sweet food, but Siui is worried about her daughter getting cavities, so she only allows her to eat this kind of sugary food once a month. Hearing that she could have a chocolate cake, the little girl suddenly perked up. After some serious thought between going to class and having a chocolate cake, she finally blinked and asked. But I want one for little Shin, too. Okay, I'll buy one for little Shin, too. Siui smiled and took the little girl back to the bedroom to change her clothes. Before leaving, she gave Sibling a flirtatious glance. Shin, you sit here for a while. Later, you can help me look at the computer. It seems to be broken again. Sibling swallowed his saliva with a blush and a pounding heart, thinking that the computer might not be the problem. A few minutes later, the cute piano teacher came to pick up the little girl. It's so hot today. After returning from the elevator, Siui took off her large trench coat in front of Sibling, revealing her unique, wife-like, graceful figure. Shin, aren't you hot? I'm fine. Sibling inexplicably restless throat swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and he touched his nose slightly nervously. In the large room, there were only two people who understood each other. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. The cicada's shrill cries outside the window were particularly annoying. The LCD TV was playing a nature program narrated by Zhao Zhongxiang. Spring has arrived, and it's time for animals to breed. I've been exercising a lot lately. Siui sat next to Sibling, her head slightly bowed, bravely holding Shinlang's large hand, and shyly asked in a soft voice, "Do you think my figure has improved a lot?" Although Siui is getting older, she is not as wild as her rich friends, and she still has some knowledge gaps in this area. After all, she has only had a few experiences. In addition, due to the unique modesty of women, she still hopes that Sibling can take the initiative. 1. Fleeing from battle. I'm sorry, Sister Xia, I suddenly remembered that I have soup at home, so I'll go back and check. 2. Go straight for the goal, throw her down on the sofa and treat her roughly. 3. Gradual, compliment her on her good figure, make physical contact, and when the atmosphere is right, push her over. Yes, no wonder you have such a good figure. Sibling caressed Siui's slim waist with both hands. I didn't know you did yoga. Your waist is even thinner than some celebrities. Really? Siui asked expectantly, blushing and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Of course. Sibling loosened Siui's slender waist and lifted her slender legs into his arms. Especially your legs, they're even better than some college students' legs. Siui's legs are very well maintained, with rosy skin under the thin white skin and no hard keratin. When played with in the palm of the hand, it is especially like a warm jade. For Sibling, who is a leg fetishist, they are a fatal attraction. The only pity is that these jade feet are not wearing thin stockings. If they did, they would be deceiving people. Siui shyly looked away, but from time to time she glanced at the guy who was so fascinated by her feet. It was the first time she had ever been fondled by a man like this, and even her husband had never treated her like this. When Shinlang's hand gradually moved upwards, she shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. Shinlang felt his mind go blank, and he had no thoughts at all. He picked up Siui's body and rushed into the bedroom. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. All I can say is that it's great to be rich. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the news broadcast. At 7 p.m., the LCD TV in the living room was showing the evening news program. The bedroom, which had been restless, gradually calmed down, like the quiet after a storm. Ding! Siui's favorability towards the host has increased by 20 points, currently at 85 points. Please keep up the good work. My dear, you're killing me. On the messy bed in the bedroom, Siui was sweating profusely on top of Shinlang, breathing heavily, like a fish about to die of thirst. Shenlang, on the other hand, seemed to be completely fine, gently caressing Siui's messy hair. Shenlang originally thought that this would be a fierce battle, but with the help of the strengthening liquid, Shenlang's combat effectiveness was not at all inferior to Siui's extremely high combat effectiveness. What is the saying? It's called meeting the most fierce you at the most fierce age. Little bastard, you want to kill me? Siui gave Shenlang a gentle, reproachful look, with a smile of contentment and full satisfaction. From 11 a.m. to the present, Shenlang has made Siui feel the joy of being loved and loving again, like a dead tree that has found new life. Hey, isn't it said on the internet that only a tired cow can die, not a plowed field? Shenlang pretended to be weird. Is it that you, sister, are different from other women? No matter what, you are too amazing. Siui lay on Shenlang's body, listening to the sound of his healthy and powerful heartbeat. The room suddenly became quiet, and the hum of the air conditioner was clearly audible. It's gone up 20 points. Shenlang stroked Siui's messy hair and thought to himself, no wonder some people say that the path to a woman's heart is. Xiaoshen, is this really a good idea? Siui looked up and said with a hint of guilt, I'm so old, and you're only in your 20s. How can I feel that this is unfair to you? One said with a broad mind, if you feel guilty, just give me a few million, and treat me like a duck. 2, he teased her in a flirtatious tone, close to her ear, I don't think so, especially in the afternoon, don't mention how charming you are. 3, don't think too much, sister. Didn't they say it's good on the internet? 100 years is too long. We just have to seize the day. I don't think so. Shenlang sat up, supporting Siui's perky buttocks, and embraced her slender waist, holding her plump figure in his arms, and said gently, you don't know how charming you are, especially in the afternoon. You're so annoying, you're just like a child. Siui could not hide her joy, shyly glancing at Shenlang, and clinging to Shenlang's arms like a little bird, looking like a little woman who was being spoiled. At this moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. It was Meng Meng's piano teacher calling. Meng Meng is already downstairs. Let's get dressed quickly. After Siui hung up the phone, she reluctantly nestled in Shenlang's arms. Stay here for dinner tonight, and come often in the future. I can't live without you, my little sweetheart. Well, in the future, when I have time, I'll come to your place to eat. Shenlang did not refuse, and kissed Siui's red lips with anticipation, and after dinner, I'm going to bully you, this beautiful cook. Humph, you little rascal. Siui's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation, and she stood up with her hands on Shenlang's sturdy chest, trembling as she began to get dressed. As soon as the two had finished dressing, Meng Meng was sent upstairs by her piano teacher. Opening the door, a woman with glasses stood at the door holding Meng Meng's hand. Meng Meng was carrying 2 boxes of chocolate cake and jumped in happily, handing one to Shenlang. Brother Shen, this is for you. No, Meng Meng can keep it for herself. Shenlang shook his head and refused. My brother has already eaten it, and if he eats it again, he will get cavities. Well. The little girl looked at the 2 boxes of chocolate cake in her hands hesitantly, and looked expectantly at Siui. Mom, can I eat both boxes? No. Siui took the chocolate cake and said seriously, little Shen brother doesn't dare to eat 2 boxes. Aren't you afraid of your teeth getting bad? Okay then. The little girl mumbled in disappointment, but soon looked up and said happily, Brother Shen, I went to the beach to fly a kite today. The little girl usually stops taking piano lessons at around 5 p.m. However, at noon, Siui had clearly told Teacher Li that she must keep Meng Meng a little later. After Meng Meng's lesson, Teacher Li took the little girl for a walk along the riverside, and bought her 2 boxes of chocolate cake. Thank you for your trouble this afternoon, Miss Li. Siui said, it's so late. Why don't you stay for dinner? No, my grandmother has already cooked the rice. She was just urging me to go home and eat it. Teacher Li smiled and declined. Anyone with half a brain knows what's going on here, so she naturally won't stay and be the third wheel. She was just a little jealous of Siui, who had found such a handsome and upright man. All you can say is that it's good to be rich, even if you're divorced and have a child, you can still find such a handsome young man. After Ms. Li left, Siui went to the kitchen to cook in her casual clothes. Shenlang and Meng Meng sat on the sofa watching TV, and they were feeding the little fat girl chocolate cake with plastic spoons. At around 8 o'clock, Siui finally finished cooking. Meng Meng, as usual, moved her cartoon stool over and sat next to Shenlang, bouncing up and down. Shenlang rubbed the little girl's cheeks and wiped the chocolate crumbs from her mouth. Siui looked at this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but think of something. As she passed by the balcony with her chopsticks, she looked at a family in the building opposite, who were also eating dinner with laughter. On weekdays, Siui, who was an orphan with a widowed mother, envied this family very much, thinking that they were particularly happy and content, able to watch the family across the balcony finish their dinner. Now, seeing Shenlang treat his daughter so delicately, Siui also felt a sense of happiness spreading through her heart. After the evening news was over, the program on nature with Mr. Zhao Zhongxiang began to repeat. Tigers have a very strict sense of territory. This white tiger lives alone in the depths of the jungle with its newborn cub. Hearing the familiar voiceover, Shenlang looked at Siui with interest. Siui was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something, and gave Shenlang a reproachful glance before eating with her face slightly red. Chapter 39 Chapter 40 The Wonderful Use of Band-Aids. The weather in September was unusually hot, as if you were in a furnace. The air was filled with heat waves, making people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. This hot weather is a deadly threat to weak-bodied otaku. The air conditioner in Shenlang's room never stopped, standing by 24 hours a day, and there was also a large stockpile of cold drinks in the refrigerator, so that he didn't have to go out in the scorching sun after drinking them all. Shenlang had no intention of continuing to write novels, and he didn't know what to do next. He had more than 1 million yuan in his pocket, and he was bored out of his mind. He was originally a relatively ordinary otaku, and he knew nothing about investing. Shenlang planned to socialize with Siui a few more times in the future, to increase her favorability, and see what kind of good things the so-called treasure chest could open, and then make a decision. It was after 5 p.m. in the room, which was like an ice cellar. Shenlang was about to play 2 games, and Su Lishan's exclusive WeChat notification tone came. Female elf, Piggy's head sticking out of the bag, what are you doing? The female elf is Shenlang's note to Su Lishan. Su Lishan has a special temperament similar to Bai Guang from her student days, and Shenlang knew her when she was more introverted and socially anxious. For Shenlang at that time, Su Lishan was like a lively and cheerful elf who had broken into his gloomy world of a goblin. Sleeping until morning, I just got up, and I'll be ready to type in a bit. Under the system's tempering, Shenlang has learned a lot of experience in getting along with girls. When a girlfriend asks her boyfriend what he is doing, she is just trying to chat with him to kill time. The man can use any excuse, but he must never say that he is just about to play a game. Otherwise, the woman will think, you'd rather play games than come talk to me? Do you still have me in your heart? Since his girlfriend was there, Shenlang sensibly turned off the game. Sleep till morning, I remember you're about to start military training, right? Have you prepared everything you need for military training? You're going to get a tan. Female elf, of course I'm ready. Look at the magic weapon I bought. These are all for military training. Shenlang clicked on the screenshot of the items sent by Su Lishan. There were sunscreen, water bottle, heatstroke medicine, shoe insoles, cooling spray, and even band-aids? Sleeping through the night, I understand the other things, but what are band-aids for? There won't be too many sports injuries during military training, right? Shenlang remembered that when he was in military training, there were also many girls in his class who had mysteriously bought a lot of band-aids. But until the end of the military training, he had never seen any girls get injured, and those band-aids were never used. The person on the other side is typing. After a few seconds, he sells a teaser. I'm not going to tell you. Something's fishy. Shenlang's intuition told him that this little band-aid was definitely not simple. He directly searched the keyword in the browser. Why did the girls buy so many band-aids during military training? Holy cow, is there really such a usage? After reading the explanation online, Shenlang exclaimed, awesome. I never thought that this little band-aid could be so useful. I really envy it. Just as Shenlang was deep in thought, Su Lishan sent another short video. Shenlang clicked on it and saw that it was Su Lishan singing in green clothes, surrounded by a group of students sitting on the grass. This is part of the performance program during military training, which Shenlang also had when he was in military training. It's just that the instructor picks a few students to perform a show, which not only enlivens the atmosphere but also allows freshmen to get to know each other. In the video, Su Lishan was half pushed and half dragged by a few girls to stand in the middle of the crowd. When introducing herself, Su Lishan took off her military training hat to reveal a delicate and beautiful face. Although the loose military uniform covered Su Lishan's slender figure. But this face full of the flavor of first love also made the boys who were watching it gasp in amazement, and they all whispered in amazement. Su Lishan sang a song called Little Lucky and her voice was very beautiful. The boys were so mesmerized by her performance that they couldn't help but stare at her. The video has received over 100,000 likes, and most of the viewers in the comments section are asking which school the girl is from. Female elf, how was my singing? Was it good? Little bear crossed arms. 1. Baby, you sing so beautifully. Having a girlfriend like you is a blessing from my past life. 2. It's SOSO. It's only 1/3 of my singing ability when I'm taking a bath. 3. What's going on? It's not even Chinese New Year yet, and I hear the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Option 3 is rejected. If it were Shenlang in the past, he would have chosen the reply that smelled like a dog's tongue. But now Shenlang, looking at this sentence, feels inexplicably disgusted, and his brows are all knotted together. Sure enough, licking dogs is a damn creature. Sleeping through the night, it's okay, so, with 1/3 of my singing ability when I'm taking a shower. Su Lishan obviously knows this joke. Ha, you're such a liar, I don't believe you. Ding. Su Lishan's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, currently 32 points. Please keep up the good work. Chapter 40 Chapter 41, Why is no one believing the truth these days? The two of them chatted for another 10 minutes, and suddenly Su Lishan typed out a complaint. Shenlang, my roommates and girlfriends have been annoying me these days. They keep asking me to bring you to them, and they say they want to help me keep an eye on you. I feel wronged. Seeing this expression of grievance, Shenlang almost misunderstood Su Lishan's meaning and thought she didn't want to let her friends and roommates meet her. When a girl really has a boyfriend and really likes him, she can't keep him a secret. When a couple first confirms their relationship, the girl will be eager to introduce her boyfriend to her friends, hoping to get their blessings. Attention, boys, if your girlfriend is reluctant to introduce you as her boyfriend in front of her friends and her circle of friends, there are 2 reasons for this. There are 2 reasons. 1. Your conditions have not yet reached the point where she is satisfied, she just confirmed the relationship with you first, and only after your conditions have become better will she think of introducing you to others. 2. Even if she confirms the relationship with you, she definitely doesn't have you in her heart, and she may even feel very embarrassed to introduce you to her friends. As for the expression pack of Su Lishan's grievances, it is naturally to test Shenlang's willingness. They want to meet me, so I'll show them. Shenlang replied generously, I'm not ashamed to be seen by others. As long as you have time, I can go to see you anytime. Really? Su Lishan quickly replied, after the military training is over, let's invite them to dinner, so that these guys don't act weird every day. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Just bring them along. Great. Oh, Shenlang, give me your address. I saw a really nice necklace on Douyin the other day. How about I buy you a silver necklace and you buy me a pink one? No problem, just send me the link and address. Okay, I send it to you. Well, I'm going to take a shower now. The band-aid is too uncomfortable. Su Lishan typed out this sentence and immediately withdrew it. Did you see it? The band-aid method was also passed down by the older students. After all, it's going to be a continuous, large-scale exercise for more than 10 days, and the material of the green shirt is relatively rough, so it often rubs against it when exercising, which is very embarrassing and uncomfortable for girls. This is when the effectiveness of the band-aid is revealed. 1. I didn't see it. What did you withdraw? 2. Send her the address and have her mail over some band-aids to make tea with. 3. Where did the band-aid stick? Can you expand on that? Shenlang sent his delivery address to Su Lishan. This is my address. How long will it take to arrive? I thought he saw it. Su Lishan saw the message and breathed a sigh of relief. He subconsciously pulled on his loose green shirt and typed a reply, I've already placed an order for the necklace. It should arrive in about 3 days. Sleeping through the night, I was talking about the band-aid. He couldn't bring himself to type out the second sentence, even if he was being a jerk. Of course, this kind of highly ambiguous language is appropriate for use in the course of a relationship, but only when the timing and the relationship are right. Otherwise, the other person will definitely think that their boyfriend is too weird in BT, and their favorability will be greatly reduced. But the two of them had already been kissing for more than 10 minutes at Nanting Lake. Shen Lang even touched it with his own hands. This kind of talk will not cause the other person to be dissatisfied, but will only serve to lower the other person's bottom line in this regard. When the two go out on a date next time, Shen Lang will be able to do even more when he can't help it. But just this part of the conversation alone had already made Su Lishan blush, and she couldn't help but think of the things Shen Lang had done to her that day in the South Pavilion Lake. Su Lishan pouted, sending several emoticons of slaps in a row, and blushed and said, "You pervert, I'm going to take a bath now, I'm not talking to you anymore." Had ha. Shen Lang smiled ambiguously, then opened the link to the necklace that Su Lishan had sent him. He found that Su Lishan had bought not just any necklace, but a couple's necklace. What a proud and arrogant girl. It's nothing to say about this kind of thing. Shen Lang shook his head and then bought the pink necklace that Su Lishan had mentioned. A sense of accomplishment spread through his heart. In high school, Shen Lang often saw female classmates folding small stars for their favorite male classmates. In college, Shen Lang often saw female classmates buying all kinds of souvenirs for male classmates. When he was a graduate student, every time it was a couple's holiday, Shen Lang would not dare to open his circle of friends, because it was full of pictures of boyfriends showing off the gifts their girlfriends had bought for them. Whenever he ate this dog food, Shen Lang, like all single dogs, was very envious. They also hope to meet a girl who can give and love them. At this moment, Shen Lang met a girl who was full of herself. In the past, Shen Lang, who was socially anxious and introverted, would never have dared to think in this way. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, Shen Lang didn't even think he was worthy of such a simple happiness, let alone being the schoolflower of Zhuhai University. Shen Lang sometimes wonders. If he hadn't approached Su Lishan when buying chestnuts that day, the two of them might have been strangers who never interacted with each other for the rest of their lives. As the saying goes, handsome people have a girlfriend, ugly people have a girlfriend. Only those who are afraid of their inner world are truly unworthy of a partner. Thinking about this, Shen Lang opened the TikTok video sent by Su Lishan and then opened the comments section. Damn, I love it, even this ugly military uniform can't block the light of my wife. Which university is this? What's the girl's name? Waiting online, quite anxious. The coordinates are Zhuhai University. This girl is a freshman, Su Lishan, and she is still single. I was so upset that such a beautiful girl would have to sleep with other guys in the future that I was stomping my feet in Guangdong. Still single? Okay, I have a chance with Wu Yanzu from Hunan. Sorry, everyone. Shen Lang looked at the comments posted by these guys and didn't seem jealous at all. He even typed out a comment sarcastically. Why are they all praising her? I don't think she's that great. She even bit me when we kissed. After 10 minutes, Shen Lang's YY comment attracted a lot of replies from the licking dogs. After looking around, you are still the best at blowing. I can prove that I am the school beauty, Su Lishan. Don't let this kid get a taste of the sweetness, let the urine poison go first. Shen Lang exclaimed triumphantly, gee, why doesn't anyone believe the truth these days?